After being called a failure for 3 straight years, Kanagi walks back into the academy looking like the same weak boy everyone used to laugh at. But this time, everything is different. The moment the re-exam begins, he shocks the entire school. In the 100-meter sprint, he doesn't just win, he destroys the old record in an instant. Then in the long-distance run, he finishes so fast that no one can even believe what they're seeing. One by one, every test turns into the same nightmare for the other students. Push-ups, strength, endurance, Kanagi crushes every single record like they meant nothing. The same people who looked down on him can only stare in silence as the weakest student in the academy suddenly becomes a monster. But the biggest shock comes in the final test. When Kanagi finally releases his mana, the machine can't even handle it. It explodes on the spot, sending the entire school into chaos. But things used to be different. Kanagi was the only one who failed the passer exam. While the whole class celebrated passing, our MC Kanagi Minato felt an inexplicable emptiness. It was the third time he'd failed. He was the student who stayed behind to clean the classroom. That moment alone almost made him want to cry as he realized how useless he felt. One of his classmates told him that all the students had to go to the school entrance. The reason was a guy named Hizaki Kaiza, an A-rank hunter. He was a student at this school before becoming a famous hunter. He was there to film a documentary about how he was such a great student before becoming famous. But the truth the cameras didn't show was this. Hizaki Kaiza was a horrible dude and used to beat up Kanagi every day for no reason. Remembering that guy made our protagonist tremble. But what Hizaki Kaiza told the cameras was that Kanagi was a great friend and always helped him when they studied together, even with money, because Kanagi's family was poor. Those lies were only meant to make Hizaki Kaiza look even better on camera. And since Kanagi didn't have the guts, he simply agreed with Hizaki's words. As the reporters took photos, those memories burned in Kanagi's mind. He really didn't like this guy. After the filming wrapped up, our protagonist felt the emptiness of being weak, of not having the power to do anything. When he was younger, Kanagi loved reading books that told the stories of the legendary founders who saved the world. When the Tower of Malevolence appeared and almost destroyed humanity with the monsters that came out of it, incredible people emerged and saved the world. They were all amazing. One guy defeated 10,000 soldiers using a wooden stick. It could have easily been just a pencil. A mage so powerful she could cast spells without saying a single word. This was over a century ago, and now they are legends. When this mark appears on your body, you have the potential to be an awakened and become powerful and famous. But unfortunately, Kanagi failed the test 3 times. His dream was supposed to be over. However, before leaving, Hizaki Kaiza went back to his classmate and said he'd convinced the association to let Kanagi retake the test. He needed to go to the Founder's Sanctuary later to meet him. That left the protagonist confused. This guy was bad, but if he did this to improve his image even more, it didn't matter. As long as Kanagi got another chance, he was going to take it. Later, at the Founder's Mausoleum, the cameras are rolling for the final scene. The shot focuses on Hizaki standing before the historic tomb, making some grand speech. After the interview wraps up, the reporters thank him, happy with the footage they got. Hizaki plays the polite celebrity, saying he can't wait to see the article. But as soon as they're gone, he heads deeper into the mausoleum where his men are busy digging. He asked whether they had found the entrance. They eagerly point to a hidden passage, asking if this is what they've been looking for. Suddenly, a voice calls out from behind. When Kanagi arrived, expecting to retake the exam, the kids saw what they were doing. For him, this was a sacred place. The memory of the people he admired most was there. When he tried to stop the darn looters, Hizaki Kaiza hit him with all the force an A-rank awakened could muster. The punch was brutal. Kanagi felt many things inside him shatter. The guys shouted that they had taken everything valuable. All those things were inside. Kanagi felt like he was about to die, and even then, he only thought about how wrong this was. They couldn't steal this. Hizaki Kaiza then grabbed Kanagi and said he knew everything about the kid, the weakest student, obsessed with the ancestors who lived in the library, reading books. His perfect plan was to throw the protagonist into the river behind the sanctuary and make him take the blame for opening the founder's tomb. The hit Kanagi took earlier was really meant to kill him. When he was thrown into the water, he had no strength left. As he sank, he remembered how he had trained every day, studied his hardest to achieve his dream, and it was all in vain. Then at the bottom of the lake, lights lit up around him. Despite the cold water, a comfortable warmth came from them. Kanagi heard them say something about him being the vessel for this generation. The heroic spirits were sealed in this place. In Kanagi's hand was the crest of nothingness. It gave no power to its bearer. However, whoever possessed it could possess the spirit of any founder. Kanagi had to choose now which of the heroes he would make a contract with. Magic, endurance, swordsmanship, spear art, any of them. The protagonist then shouted that he chose all of them. He wanted all the powers. The heroes said it didn't work like that, but they were all sucked into the mark. All the souls went inside the seal. Hizaki and his thief friends were still near the lake when they heard the sound of an explosion in the water. By some miracle, one of the guys happened to have an umbrella with him. The three could hardly believe that the guy floating in front of them was Kanagi, the loser who had just died. When the protagonist landed in front of them, his expression was completely different. But they still insulted him again, saying not even cockroaches were that resilient. The protagonist found a nearby stick interesting. The two guys laughed at him and mocked him for trying to fight with a stick, sarcastically comparing him to John Wick. Kanagi wasn't fazed and kept testing his moves. Then Hizaki, in a serious tone, told them to make sure he didn't leave the bottom of the lake again. One of the guys then drew his sword and promised to throw Kanagi back into the lake. When the guy made a real sword attack, several cuts in 1 second. The guy couldn't even see, only felt it when his body started to fall apart. Hizaki and the chubby guy could hardly believe the scene before them. There was no way this guy was the same loser from before. The chubby guy cast his most powerful magic. Kanagi was known for not having mana, so he'd be destroyed by this. The protagonist then pointed his finger, and without saying anything, a lightning bolt struck the spot. It wasn't hard to hit since the target was so big. Even so, Hizaki was shocked. That was definitely spellcasting without an incantation. That sword movement was as if the saint of swordsmanship himself was standing in front of him. This magic was like what the legendary mage used to do. What Hizaki couldn't understand was that all 106 founders were now inside Kanagi. The protagonist declared that a new name would be written into history, and Hizaki would be remembered as the first evil to be eliminated by the great Kanagi Minato. As he approaches, Hizaki can only stare in horror, finally accepting the impossible truth. The boy he threw away just absorbed the souls of the founders through the crest of nothingness. Inside Kanagi's mind, the founders are going wild. After centuries of being sealed away, they're reveling in their newfound freedom and already arguing over who gets to control their new body first. Amidst the chaos, the legendary swordsman Hinoki Raikiru speaks to Kanagi, casually remarking that he's not surprised the boy remembers his name. He asks Kanagi what his plan is, dismissing Hizaki as a complete nobody, and pointing his attention to a much bigger threat right behind him. Focused, Kanagi turns to face Hizaki, who's stammering in fear, trying to bluster about being an A-rank hunter. Kanagi doesn't even waste a word. He just throws a single punch that sends Hizaki flying. Kanagi then shifts his focus to the mysterious bag, which is practically radiating a dark aura. As he stares at it, a massive surge of power erupts from inside, catching him by surprise. Hinoki, however, just watches calmly, a slight smile on his face. Meanwhile, back in the city, a monstrous three-headed wolf is on a rampage. A man shouts for someone named Akane to handle it. Without wasting a second, Akane leaps into action. With incredible grace, he gets above the beast and comes crashing down with a waterfall impact attack, defeating the A-rank monster in a single blow. The crowd goes wild, cheering for the S-rank hunter. Akane humbly thanks them before asking where Hizaki is. One of the men says Hizaki is probably busy with an interview, remarking how nice it must be to be called the Young Hope. Akane just shrugs it off, noting that Hizaki's fame is good for their guild's reputation. But just as they're about to leave, a terrifying pressure wave washes over the entire city. Panic erupts as civilians and even low-rank hunters collapse. Akane sees his own teammates struggling, realizing that even A and B-rank hunters can't withstand it. He knows instantly an S-rank monster has appeared. The immense pressure is coming from the Founder's Mausoleum. Back in the forest, a terrified Hizaki struggles to his feet, staring in horror as a colossal monster crawls out of the bag. He stammers, asking if it was a demon or some sort of other creature. Kanagi explains that by stealing the relics, Hizaki broke the seal that was holding back one of the tower's original boss monsters. Inside Kanagi's mind, Hinoki analyzes the beast with an expert's eye. He recognizes it immediately as the embodiment of emptiness, a creature far beyond S-rank. According to him, its poisonous aura alone can kill thousands, and monsters like this were all too common back in his day. This is too much for Hizaki. He completely loses it and bolts. He is convinced that staying even one more second means certain death. But Kanagi understands a predator's instincts. He warns that running will only get him killed faster. But it's too late. The second Hizaki moves, the monster strikes with terrifying speed, shooting a massive tentacle right at him. He barely gets his sword up before the tentacle impales him, piercing straight through his chest. The same sword that once killed a dragon is completely useless against it now. The creature's tendrils spread across Hizaki's body, draining his life force as his screams echo through the forest. Kanagi, however, just watches, having known this was inevitable. As the former hero dies, Hinoki's spirit places a hand on Kanagi's shoulder. He proposed showing Kanagi his one-handed sword style, clearly making a bid for complete control of the body. Before Kanagi can even answer, the other founders intervene, grabbing Hinoki by the hair and accusing him of trying to hog their powerful new vessel. But it's Kanagi himself who stops the bickering. He lays down his own terms. No single founder gets control. His body is to be shared among all of them. He declares that one day he will surpass every single one of them and he'll prove his worth through strength. If they want to use his body, they'll have to show him what real power looks like. Stunned by his sheer audacity, Hinoki just grins and readies his blade. Seizing the moment, Hinoki takes the first step, merging his consciousness with Kanagi's and urging the others to follow. As Hinoki's spirit lifts his sword, Kanagi's body mirrors the movement, targeting the monster's limbs. Guided by one founder's expertise, the blade severs a massive arm in a single clean strike. The beast retaliates with a furious swing, but Kanagi's body, now infused with another founder's agility, dodges with inhuman speed. Power stacks on top of power as the spirits take turns, one granting him the strength to catch the creature's own tentacles and slam it violently into the ground. The monster is sent reeling as Kanagi snatches a bow, piercing its hide with arrows. He then unleashes a barrage of skills, whirlwinds, fire breath, ice attacks. As the beast tries a sneak attack from below, Kanagi's eyes flash yellow. The great wizard inside him takes over, zapping the creature with lightning. Then, with a final powerful leap, Kanagi soars above the monster. Hinoki takes control, grabs Hizaki's broken sword, and executes his signature one-handed technique, the Gyurutachi wave-cutting blade. The sword slices the demon clean in half, ending its rampage. As the two halves fall, a victorious smile finally spreads across Kanagi's face. Watching the entire battle from a nearby tree is a single raven. Elsewhere in the city, a man standing atop a skyscraper answers a call, shocked to hear the monster was defeated before he even got there. He asks if any strong hunters were on the scene, but the voice on the other end says their footage from the Raven shows it was an academy student who took it down. The man, Ichihara Midori, the world's strongest awakened, says he wants to meet this student. The next morning, Midori is sitting on a pile of monster corpses when he calls the academy's director. He tells him about the S-rank monster, clarifying that he wasn't the one who beat it. According to the Raven's footage, it was Kanagi Minato. Midori finds that hard to believe, especially since Kanagi is known for failing the hunter exam 3 years in a row. He then asks the director for a special favor. Back at the academy, the students are all talking about what happened. The terrifying aura from the day before left most of them paralyzed, and now they're all guessing who could have possibly defeated such a monster. Meanwhile, Kanagi stumbles through the campus, leaning on a stick, his whole body trembling. He overhears their chatter, amazed that the incident has already become the school's main topic of conversation. Suddenly, a guy bumps right into him, knocking him down and scoffing at the idea that a weakling like him could be the S-rank slayer. Kanagi knows the truth. He did beat the demon, but only by letting the founders use his body. Now he's paying the price. The recoil from their power is brutal. As he struggles to get up, a voice mocks him in his mind. It's Hinoki, reminding him of his bold promise to surpass them. With a challenging but encouraging tone, Hinoki pushes him to get it together. Kanagi remembers his vow and, ignoring the pain, forces himself back to his feet, quietly reaffirming his goal. Hinoki chuckles inside him, urging him to show some resolve. The spirit then scans the students nearby with a sigh of disappointment. The awakeners of this era seem no stronger than regular humans, a far cry from the warriors of his time. He muses that if the tower reappeared now, the world would be doomed. But his thoughts are cut short when he senses an incredibly powerful aura nearby. Kanagi feels Hinoki's sudden tension, but the spirit just brushes it off. Just then, a professor shouts for Kanagi to come over. Assuming it's about his expulsion letter, he approaches cautiously. After all, he's failed 3 times and there are no more chances. But to his utter shock, the professor tells him to head to the field for a re-examination. The news leaves Kanagi stunned. The other students crowd the windows, whispering excitedly. No one has ever been given a hunter re-examination before. On the field, Kanagi gets into a sprinter's stance. He's not fully recovered, but he's determined. The first test is a 100-meter sprint. The student who knocked him down earlier starts trash-talking again, calling him a failure. But as the test begins, everyone watches in stunned silence as Kanagi crosses the finish line in just 1.2 seconds, smashing the old record of 2.7. Next is the 30,000-meter run. He finishes in 1 minute and 17 seconds, obliterating the previous record. It's the same story for every other test. Push-ups, bench press, you name it. He doesn't just break the records, he more than doubles them. The students are left completely speechless. Kanagi himself wonders if the founders are secretly helping, but Hinoki assures him this is all him. Meanwhile, in the headmaster's office, Midori is looking over Kanagi's file. The headmaster admits that while Kanagi's new physical scores are unbelievable, the real issue has always been his magic. For 3 years, every single assessment has shown his mana levels to be 0, undetectable. It's the reason he was always considered a hopeless case. Midori's secretary just smirks, hinting that things might be about to get interesting. Out on the field, Kanagi stands before the final test, magic measurement. The professor explains he needs to channel his mana into a large fan and make it spin for 30 seconds. The record is 4,022 rotations. As Kanagi prepares, the memories of failing this exact test year after year come flooding back. No matter how much effort he has previously exerted, the fan has never so much as trembled beneath his attempts. His inability to sense mana has always held him back, but this time is different. For the first time, he can perceive it coursing through him, originating from his right foot, spiraling through his body and returning once more. He recognizes that his breathing can regulate and accelerate the flow, allowing him to expel the energy through his right palm. As the professor signals the start of the test, Kanagi releases his mana. Instantly, the fan spins into motion at an astonishing pace. The counting machine struggles to register the rapid increase in speed, while the sheer force of the wind makes it difficult for the observers to even see the numbers. The speed rises far beyond anyone's expectations, and before anyone can react, the machine blasts. The fan, now completely detached, shoots across the field like a blade. Students cry out in alarm as it hurtles toward the main building, crashing directly into the headmaster's office with a deafening impact. Inside, the headmaster barely evades the incoming debris, collapsing from the sheer shock of the event. Midori's secretary, stunned by the spectacle, can hardly process what has transpired. Meanwhile, Midori, unshaken by the chaos, merely chuckles. To him, the resemblance between Kanagi's abilities and his own is undeniable. According to Midori, there has only ever been one individual before Kanagi who has produced an immeasurable score, and that is himself. The professor, still trying to make sense of what he has just witnessed, declares that Kanagi has passed the hunter examination. A wave of excitement ripples through the students as they erupt in cheers. Not only has Kanagi shattered every record, but he has surpassed all expectations. Staring at his own hands, Kanagi trembles with disbelief. He has spent years believing himself incapable of wielding magic, yet the power has been within him all along. From the sidelines, Hinoki observes the scene with quiet satisfaction, having anticipated such an outcome. Meanwhile, Kanagi knows that everything has changed. By surrendering his body to the founders, he has unlocked the dormant potential that has been hidden within him all this time. Hinoki can't help but laugh, remarking internally that the one before him is far from ordinary. With the crest of nothingness marking his fate, it's as if he has been waiting for this very moment for over a century. Before he can dwell further on the thought, an overwhelming presence descends upon them, sending a shockwave through the air. Its sheer force leaves him momentarily speechless. His mind scrambles to make sense of the explosion, but Hinoki instantly recognizes the tremendous aura as it's the same one he had sensed earlier that morning. Standing before him, seemingly materializing from the very pressure itself, is the legendary Midori. Kanagi, seeing him, is shocked as he is the strongest hunter in existence. After landing, Midori addresses him directly. Midori acknowledges his achievements in the hunter examination, offering words of recognition, but Kanagi can barely utter a response. Midori then puts up a new challenge before him, which is an additional test. Midori wants Kanagi to land a single hit on him, the world's strongest hunter. Hearing that, Kanagi is left frozen in shock for a moment. Midori, 23 years old, a man who has earned the title of a full-fledged hunter at the mere age of 9, now stands before him. His feats are legendary, unmatched in all of history. He has turned thousands of demons to ashes in mere moments. His power is so overwhelming that even other hunters dare not stand against him. 10 years ago, he single-handedly eradicated the Pandemonium outbreak, and 5 years prior, he subdued the outbreak of Kyushu. He is a living singularity. As Midori explains his challenge, Kanagi is left in disbelief. However, Hinoki is excited, urging Kanagi to surrender his body to him immediately. Midori then explains the conditions in the simplest terms. Kanagi had 1 minute to strike him. Whether he succeeded or failed, no consequences would follow. Midori himself would only attack once every 10 seconds, ensuring that the challenge remained fair. There was no need for hesitation, no need for doubt. Any skill, any weapon was at Kanagi's disposal. Meanwhile, Midori would refrain from using any of his own. To prove his sincerity, Midori summoned a vast arsenal of weapons, giving Kanagi the choice of anything he desired. The sight of so many legendary weapons appearing in an instant only added to the surreal nature of the challenge. Confusion clouded Kanagi's thoughts. Realizing that he was going to fight the famous Midori in a one-on-one fight, still unsure, he hesitated before finally asking if he was truly free to use any weapon. In response, Midori casually picked up a katana, his grip light but assured. With effortless ease, he sliced the blade clean in half, as if it were nothing more than a brittle twig. He states without the slightest hint of arrogance that his body surpassed the sharpness of any blade. Kanagi barely had time to process this display before Hinoki's impatience flared. Frustration seethed in his voice as he demanded to take over, unable to tolerate Midori's overwhelming confidence. His anger boiled over as he declared that such words from Midori were unforgivable. Kanagi could feel Hinoki's energy surging, his presence amplifying as though he was ready to unleash his full strength. It dawned on him in that moment that Midori's power was comparable to that of the founders themselves. Against that level of strength, he had no real chance of victory. Even so, once that realization settled in, there was no time to hesitate. Meanwhile, all the students gathered to watch the fight. Without warning, Midori initiated the countdown. A slight smile tugged at his lips as he signaled the start of the test. Kanagi grabs his sword and charges at Midori, determined to attack. Hinoki questions whether he intends to fight alone, insisting it isn't fair. But Kanagi ignores him and continues his assault. Despite knowing his efforts are futile, he believes that to become a legend, he must rely on his own strength rather than borrowing power from the founders. He swings his sword at Midori, but Midori effortlessly dodges with minimal movement. Even as Kanagi relentlessly attacks, he remains on his phone, casually asking which social media he uses and remarking that the incident will surely be recorded and go viral. The students watch in disbelief, astounded that Midori can dodge every strike without taking the fight seriously. Though Kanagi continues his relentless assault, one student notices something unusual about his movements. As they watch closely, Kanagi lifts his sword, feinting a vertical slash before instantly switching to a horizontal strike aimed at Midori's feet and throat. The execution is flawless, and Kanagi is amazed at how naturally his body moves. Realizing he isn't tiring, he wonders if this is the effect of lending himself to the founder's power. His thoughts are abruptly cut off when Midori places a finger on his head, preparing to flick him, and casually mentions that 10 seconds have already passed. Kanagi narrowly dodges, but the power Midori releases obliterates the field. Seeing the destruction, Kanagi realizes that if the attack had connected, his head would have been gone. Midori glances at his hand in confusion, sensing no malice from Kanagi and wondering if he had miscalculated his own strength. Panic grips Kanagi as he understands that he will die at this rate. Desperately, he tries to recall the sensation of his stronger self. As he focuses, a powerful aura surges from him, catching Midori off guard. Kanagi launches another attack, his speed increasing rapidly. The students stare in awe, shouting that the camera can't keep up with their movements. Midori notices the shift in Kanagi's presence and wonders if there is a specific condition to activate this power or if Kanagi is deliberately keeping it a secret. Realizing another 10 seconds had passed, Midori decides to strike Kanagi lightly this time. He bends down, positioning his finger to flick again, but instead he hits Kanagi in the chest, sending him crashing hard into the wall. Kanagi coughs up blood, yet he finds the experience incredible. Marveling at the fact that he is fighting the world's strongest awakened, he understands that if his body were the same as it was yesterday, he would already be dead from that blow. This realization makes him smile, knowing it means he is growing stronger. However, he also acknowledges that his current skill is not enough to pass Midori's test. Determined, he chooses to push forward with brute force and charges at Midori once more. Suddenly, Midori appears beside him with unbelievable speed, causing Kanagi to stop in his tracks. Apologizing, Midori tells him he has seen enough. He then states that the 30 seconds are up before striking Kanagi at the nape, making him slowly lose consciousness. As Kanagi collapses, Midori observes that he is indeed a genius, but not on the same level as his comrades. In the end, Kanagi is unable to fully unleash the power Midori had sensed. Calling his secretary, he informs her that they should head back, expressing his disappointment in the outcome. Just then, Kanagi grabs his sword and Midori immediately senses an intense aura from behind him. Midori glances back and sees Kanagi's body radiating with power. Hinoki, now speaking through Kanagi, remarks that the stubborn brat is already asleep, allowing him to finally take over. Stepping forward, Hinoki suggests they extend their fight a little longer. Meanwhile, Kanagi's spirit, separated from his body, panics at the sight of Hinoki controlling it. Yet, Midori merely smiles, recognizing the presence he had sensed earlier. He wonders if this is an entirely different person or merely a skill at play. Regardless, he understands one thing: Kanagi is now a monster. Kanagi, under Hinoki's control, suddenly launches an attack, shouting at Midori not to space out. Midori notices immediately that his movements have changed. His speed and strength have reached another level. Suddenly, a sword nears Midori's face and he ducks just in time to avoid it. Kanagi swings again, forcing Midori to leap away to create distance. Still in shock, Midori watches as Kanagi swiftly positions his sword for another strike. He swings once more, but Midori bends down just in time, causing the attack to land on the building behind him instead. The students inside scramble in panic, realizing the danger. Midori notices that Kanagi's slashes have become unpredictable, yet he can still anticipate the flow of his movements. It reminds him of ancient swordsmanship, like a relentless torrent of water. Raising his palm, Midori laughs and remarks that such skill is necessary to defeat an S-rank like him. He then lifts his hand again, intending to put Kanagi to sleep once more, noting that only 40 seconds have passed. However, Kanagi suddenly moves forward at an incredible speed, swinging his sword and shouting that Midori won't be able to hit him. Midori swiftly jumps back to evade the attack, laughing as he acknowledges Kanagi's impressive skill. The students can hardly believe what they are witnessing as Midori is on the defensive. Kanagi shouts that Midori is boring and insists that he shouldn't hold back. He warns Midori that if he looks down on him, he will beat him up. Without hesitation, Kanagi leaps forward to attack, but Midori only laughs and responds with confirmation. With a swift kick, Midori sends a stone flying toward the weapons behind him. Instantly, the weapons float into the air. He jumps, catching Kanagi off guard and grabs one of the weapons hovering above them. Excitedly, Kanagi exclaims that Midori is finally going all out. They then engage in an intense mid-air battle, clashing foot against foot, stunning the students who watch in awe. They seize every weapon within reach, shattering them into pieces with their sheer strength. Meanwhile, inside Kanagi's body, the founders observe Hinoki unleashing his full power. They are impressed that Midori is able to keep up. Old Man Spirit suggests joining the fight, but another founder scolds him, calling him tactless. The Great Wizard, watching in silence, suddenly realizes that Kanagi has been studying Hinoki's movements, trying to learn from them. He notices Hinoki shifting his center of gravity as he pounces from below, but the sword in his hands shatters once again. Frustrated by the poor quality of the weapon, Hinoki feels a surge of anger. Midori, on the other hand, finds the battle exhilarating and fun. However, he soon realizes that there are no swords left and wonders if Kanagi will resort to firearms. With a taunting smirk, Midori shouts that only 10 seconds remain and teasingly asks what Hinoki plans to do now. Hinoki glances toward the building behind him before leaping toward it. He heads straight for the man who had pushed Kanagi earlier and snatches his sword. Just then, Midori jumps closer, launching his fist at Hinoki. The impact causes a loud explosion against the building. Fortunately, Hinoki dodges in time and reappears in front of Midori. They resume their mid-air clash, exchanging blows. Midori shouts that the fight is fun and suggests they continue a bit longer. Meanwhile, the students notice that the building is on the verge of collapsing. As the battle reaches the rooftop, Midori's secretary watches nonchalantly. Midori then places his hand on a massive fan and grabs it, causing cracks to form on its surface. He retrieves the fan from the building and aims it at Hinoki. With a powerful throw, he sends it hurtling toward him. However, he is taken by surprise when Hinoki, wielding his one-handed sword, slashes through the fan-like dice with his dice-style sword art. The fan shatters into tiny fragments and Midori reacts with excitement, praising Hinoki's skill. However, Hinoki wastes no time and launches his sword at Midori. To his shock, the sword shatters upon impact. Midori raises his hand, aims at him, and calmly acknowledges that 60 seconds have passed before striking Hinoki with his palm, sending him crashing down. Hinoki curses under his breath, but before he can react, Kanagi suddenly leaps onto his back and pushes him back toward the other founders. As Midori's attack nears, Kanagi manages to deflect it aside with a gentle motion, successfully dodging the strike. The unexpected maneuver leaves both Hinoki and Midori stunned. However, the impact breaks one of Kanagi's hands. Despite that, he remains focused on his goal and delivers a punch to Midori's face with his remaining good hand. From the inside, the battle between the singularities feels endless. A fierce clash over a seemingly small outcome, much like a chess match where both players are equally skilled. Despite its intensity, Hinoki knows it has lasted only a brief moment. Watching with quiet pride, he realizes that Kanagi has carved open a new path to victory. Kanagi, however, is left in shock when he sees Midori halt his fist just in time. Frustration fills him as he realizes he has failed to land a clean hit, but then, to his surprise, Midori smiles and deliberately pulls Kanagi's fist toward his own face, acknowledging the effort. Without hesitation, he confirms that Kanagi has passed. Before either can react further, both collapse onto the ground. The students observing the battle murmur in confusion, struggling to comprehend what has just happened. Midori, still holding Kanagi's unconscious body, calls for his secretary, Rin, and informs her that they should leave. Rin arrives beside him and inquires about the outcome. Midori confirms that Kanagi has passed and admits finding him interesting. However, he acknowledges that he has accidentally broken Kanagi's arm and requests Rin to heal him. She agrees without hesitation. The students, overhearing the conversation, struggle to believe that Kanagi has succeeded. The realization soon sets in and cheers erupt throughout the area that Kanagi managed to land a punch on Midori. The noise stirs Kanagi awake, and as Rin works on healing him, she cautions him not to move. He complies, thanking her, and she congratulates him on passing the test. Kanagi, still in disbelief, sits up abruptly, questioning whether he has truly managed to land a hit on Midori. Before he can process the thought further, Midori suddenly appears beside him, amused by his reaction. Without dwelling on the moment, Midori affirms that a pass is a pass. He acknowledges having taken the battle seriously midway through his consecutive attack. Midori goes on to praise Kanagi's skill, commending his ability to dodge his strongest attack and his impressive movements. He encourages Kanagi to take pride in the achievement. Kanagi, regaining his composure, accepts the praise. Without hesitation, he turns his attention to the next step, eager to know what comes after passing. His question leaves Rin momentarily puzzled as she turns toward Midori. Midori, equally uncertain, searches for an answer. Later that night, Kanagi was home, helping his mom clean up while she cooked in the kitchen. She casually asked how many guests were coming. Kanagi wasn't sure, so he just guessed one. His mom then thought back on the day, saying it had been a really big deal. Not only had Kanagi passed the hunter's exam, but he'd also gotten Midori's attention. She told him she was confident in his abilities, believing he'd always been able to achieve anything just by trying hard. Kanagi listened, quietly, appreciating what she said. But then his mom's face changed. She worried about such a famous person visiting their home, joking that people might mistake it for a doghouse. Kanagi, exasperated, quickly brushed off the idea. He insisted Midori wasn't the type to judge things like that. Once he finished his chores and helped his mom, he finally collapsed onto his bed. But his mind was still stuck on the day's events. His eyes went to the card Midori had given him, and he felt a wave of uncertainty. He wondered why Midori hadn't thought the situation through more carefully. His mind went back to the battlefield from earlier that day, remembering when Rin had taken Midori down and twisted his leg. He clearly remembered Midori's pained scream when Rin had confronted him. Right then, Midori had reminded Kanagi of something he'd said earlier, suggesting Kanagi had agreed to be one of his comrades if they won. Kanagi, confused, denied ever saying anything like that. Rin, getting more agitated, had tightened her grip on Midori's leg. Midori told Kanagi there were too many people watching and suggested he come to his home that night to talk about everything properly. He promised he'd explain the choices they had and reveal their real enemies. Kanagi wondered who these enemies could be. He knew the founders had already destroyed the tower and that current hunters were supposed to eliminate monsters that escaped the dimensional crack. He wondered if there was another reason, but soon drifted off to sleep. Suddenly, Hinoki's shouting jolted him awake. He saw Hinoki and the founders gathered in his room. Confused, he asked why they were there and what was wrong, but Hinoki just said they'd been discussing something and had just finished. Still puzzled, Kanagi instinctively covered himself and worriedly asked if they'd decided who would take his body. Before Hinoki could answer, the doorbell rang. Apologizing, Kanagi figured it was Midori and suggested they talk later. He walked to the door. It was dark and he felt uneasy. Then to his shock, he saw his mom collapsed on the floor. Panic hit him. He called out to her, rushing over, but stopped short when he noticed someone sitting in the kitchen. The stranger was just eating the food his mom had made, even complimenting it, all while ignoring the huge mess around him. With a mocking tone, the man told Kanagi he should discipline his mom. He even insisted that if Kanagi wanted to impress customers, they'd need to get better quality food. Kanagi immediately demanded to know who he was and what he'd done to his mom. The man didn't even flinch. He just yelled at Kanagi to watch his tone, then introduced himself as Haitani Goru, an S-rank hunter and a comrade of Midori. Haitani then ordered Kanagi to grab his luggage, saying they were moving to their base. Rage boiled in Kanagi. Without a second thought, he launched a punch at Haitani, but Haitani easily dodged and suddenly appeared behind him, asking if Kanagi was challenging him. Kanagi stayed silent, remembering his mom's words. She'd promised to raise him alone with pride after his dad passed away. He remembered the worn-out shoes she still insisted on wearing, always telling him to buy new sneakers instead. He also remembered her congratulating him earlier and promising to make his favorite tonkatsu for dinner. With new determination, Kanagi glared at Haitani and demanded to know what he'd done to his mom. Watching all this, Hinoki realized Haitani was an S-rank hunter from the previous era. Hinoki was annoyed by this guy who he thought was just a ripoff of Midori and decided it was time to act. The founders who'd seen Kanagi fight Midori now understood how they should treat him from now on. Haitani, amused, just taunted Kanagi, saying his angry expression was pretty cute. He raised his hand to slap Kanagi, but Kanagi stayed perfectly still, completely unfazed. As the strike came closer, Kanagi effortlessly caught Haitani's hand and with surprising ease just swung him around. The grandpa founder was stunned. He recognized that technique from their old battles against monsters. Suddenly, Haitani was hurled right out the window, crashing through the backyard wall, but Haitani landed on his feet before he even hit the ground. Haitani regained his stance and walked back, trying to figure out what just happened. He wondered if what he'd just seen was Aikido. He remembered Kanagi's fight with Midori that afternoon. He'd noticed Kanagi's huge aura and swordsmanship, but also a strange, peculiar power. Haitani acknowledges his resilience, saying he's tougher than Haitani. Kanagi's patience is running out, so he demands an answer. He pushes to tell him what he did to his mother, who's still inside, twisting in pain as poison spreads through her body. Haitani just laughs. He mockingly points out that Kanagi doesn't seem to know what's going on. Then with a grin, he finally tells him the truth. His mother was in the way, so he put her to sleep with poison. Haitani smirks, adding that if she is, she might only suffer minor side effects. He stays calm, saying he doesn't understand, which makes Haitani look at him confused. Then he asks why they'd hurt the family of someone who might become their comrade. Haitani only laughs at the word comrade. He suddenly appears behind him, ready to strike. He barely dodges Haitani's attack, but the relentless assault keeps coming. As he attacks, Haitani says he'll never be their comrade. He's just a puppet following their commands. Haitani taunts him, saying that once his loved ones become hostages, he'll have no choice but to give in. He calls him naive. Before he can even react, Haitani steps on his foot and slashes him, mockingly asking if he was right. He quickly backs away, feeling a burning sensation on his cheek. As he reaches up, he realizes the poison is already spreading. Haitani grins, lifting his fingers, which are now coated with sharp, poison-laced needles. He teases that it's already in his system. He then reveals that it lets him produce dozens of poisons from his body, which he calls phantom bugs poison, deadly vision. Haitani then complains about how inconvenient this mission is. He says that if he wanted to, he could release deadly toxic gas over a 5 kilometers radius, but doing that in the middle of the city isn't an option. He then states that the poison will kill him in a minute unless he agrees to join their organization. If he does, Haitani will give him the antidote, otherwise he'll die. He thinks about how deadly the toxin is, knowing it would be an inescapable death sentence for any normal person. Looking down at his hand, he calls out to Valentine, the god of medicine, asking if she's inside him. The founders look at Valentine, who seems both confused and surprised. He apologizes for calling her so suddenly, and asks if she can teach him how to neutralize the poison later. She stammers out an agreement. Irritated, Haitani throws another wave of poison at him, yelling and asking what kind of nonsense he's mumbling. He quickly dodges it, then explains that the Aikido move he'd used earlier came from Kuruhuma, the god of hands. The old man inside him is taken aback, realizing he's managed to copy his move just from seeing it once. Next, he calls on Hinoki, the 10,000 army slasher, Shimimur Calcus, the blue spear of destruction, and Margit, the heavenly bow. He says he studied and memorized all of them from the records. He tells Haitani that the founders Haitani used to look up to are now inside him. This leaves Haitani completely bewildered, but instead of being afraid, Haitani gets furious. He shouts that he'll show him what real pain is. Haitani then charges at him, his needles ready. He leaps away just in time, avoiding the attack. Haitani's strike hits a nearby tree and it withers and dies instantly. Haitani doesn't hesitate. He launches another attack, shouting that if he kneels and begs, he might get an antidote to make the pain a little less. He warns him once pain consumes him, he'll never go back to normal. His mind will be lost to madness. But he stays silent, just waiting as Haitani's hand gets closer. Just as Haitani reaches him, he quickly slides to the side. He puts his palm against Haitani's chest and activates Saint Wantak's fist. Haitani coughs up blood from the hit, which shocks Wantak inside him. The force sends Haitani crashing into a streetlight. Without a moment's hesitation, he follows up with a kick using Eilerson's feat of light. This sends Haitani flying a great distance. Eilerson, who's inside him, is stunned by the power, but Haitani still manages to stand up and recovers quickly. In an instant, he's in front of Haitani again, attacking with both hands. He manages to slip through Haitani's attack, breaking some of his needles. Then he uses the sharp beak corral attack, hitting Haitani in the stomach. Kannagi then slashes Haitani with Rowan's skill, the Dragon's Claw. This leaves Rowan, who's inside him, stunned in surprise. Haitani grabs him, then activates Lalek's flipper, which ends up throwing Haitani around in midair. As he floats, he wonders what's happening. He knows poison should cloud judgment and should have already messed with the nervous system, but Kannagi is still moving, strong, and unharmed. Kannagi then used the Magus of Truth, Melta Silentius, unleashing it on Haitani. There was a loud energy blast that completely shocked everyone. Hinoki turned to the founders asking if they'd seen that. He told them that right after beating Haitani, Kannagi began copying all their moves, both physical and magical. Hinoki added that he didn't care if Kannagi's power came from the crest of nothingness. He just found him really interesting. The founders agreed. Hinoki then suggested they train Kannagi, convinced that if they did, he'd become the strongest awakener. Meanwhile, somewhere else, hooded figures were running and jumping across rooftops. One of them yelled for everyone to hurry. He revealed that Nemo's guilds were after Kannagi, so they needed to move fast and grab him before Nemo's people did. Suddenly, Midori appeared right behind him and asked whether there really were that many. The man looked shocked, but Midori calmly told him that if there were 15, then he had to be the last one. Midori then pointed a finger near the man's forehead, flipped his head, and slammed him hard onto the building's roof. He contacted Rin using his Raven's Call, and she answered right away, telling him she'd arrived. She assured him there weren't any awakeners nearby, but her next words really surprised him. "Someone else has already been here," Rin said. Midori stayed quiet, waiting for her to go on. Rin then explained that the intruder was Haitani, an S-rank hunter famous for his poison skills. He'd come to find Kannagi, but had been completely beaten. Midori's eyes went to the rooftop where Haitani was lying sprawled out, his mouth slightly open. It made Midori wonder what exactly had happened. A little while later they got to Kannagi's house. Midori clapped his hands together, a bright grin spreading as he praised Kanagi. He genuinely admired him, saying he'd never expected Kanagi to take down Haitani. Without hesitation, he asked whether Kanagi had been exposed to the poison. Kanagi scratched his cheek, giving a small sheepish reply. Both Mom and I are fine. Hinoki, unimpressed, crossed his arms. He reminded Kanagi that he wouldn't have made it through the night without Valentine's help. As soon as her name was mentioned, Valentine groaned, clearly exhausted. But Hinoki quickly acknowledged her swift work, noting that finishing everything in just 5 seconds was no easy feat. Valentine just shrugged, muttering that it wasn't difficult at all. Since the poison's creator was right there, it just took a few jabs to get the blood samples they needed and find the antidote. Kanagi was still trying to process everything, but he finally asked the question that had been bothering him. Had Haitani been lying when he said he was Midori's comrade? Midori nodded right away, confirming it was a lie. He added that lots of people use his name for their own gain. With that out of the way, he looked back at Rin. He asked if she was done, and just as he did, she appeared at his side and nodded. She told him all the damage was fixed. Kanagi's eyes went wide with disbelief. He glanced at his house, and sure enough, his window and backyard wall looked completely perfect again. Then, with a bright smile, Midori suggested they go inside to talk about Kanagi's future. Kanagi just stood there frozen. He felt a mix of excitement and unease washing over him. The next day, a car was waiting for Kanagi, and his mother saw him off at the gate. She reminded him to check if he'd forgotten anything, but Kanagi told her he was fine and that she worried too much. She could hardly believe the child she'd raised was now heading to Midori's. Midori had already promised Kanagi's mother he'd take care of him and turn him into a great hunter. Hearing that made Kanagi really excited, but his mother was still a bit worried. Hiding her concern, she gave Kanagi his lunch, telling him to eat since he'd skipped breakfast. Even though he didn't really need it, Kanagi took it without arguing. Then his mother directly asked Midori if her son would be in danger. Midori confirmed it right away. His mother then revealed that Kanagi had always struggled until now, so it was a huge deal for her to trust Midori with her son. Still, as a mother, she couldn't help but feel uneasy. Midori, sounding confident, promised her he'd train Kanagi until he had no weaknesses left. Hearing this, she finally agreed to leave Kanagi with him. Once they're in the car, Rin, who's driving, looks at Midori. She asks if it was really alright to promise Kanagi's mom something like that, especially since they don't even know what's going to happen. Midori feels a moment of worry. He glances in the rearview mirror and sees Kanagi's mom still giving him last-minute advice. She's telling him how to wash his clothes, right, and reminding him not to sleep naked or he'll catch a cold. Her concern makes a determined look flash in Midori's eyes. He silently vows he'll do his best. Meanwhile, Kanagi holds back his emotions and says his final goodbye. Just as he's about to get into the car, his mom reminds him to come home for New Year's. As they finally drive off, Midori asks Kanagi if he's okay. Kanagi admits he had to really control his emotions. Midori leans back in his seat, telling him to just do whatever he feels like, whether that's eating or resting. Looking around, Kanagi notices the lunchbox his mom packed sitting neatly beside him. He opens it, his mom's words still fresh in his mind. When he lifts the lid, his eyes land on a small good luck message carefully placed on the pork cutlet. That simple gesture hits him hard, stirring up emotions he expected. He pauses for a moment, thinking about all the care and sacrifices she's made for him. A quiet sense of gratitude settles in his chest as he starts to eat, even though the meal comes with the sting of unshed tears. Rin and Midori sitting nearby exchange glances, but stay silent, letting him process the moment in his own way as they continue their journey. When they finally get to their destination, Kanagi's shocked. He takes in the impressive Anti-Prophecy headquarters building. Midori welcomes him, explaining that only a select few Awakeners are ever allowed inside. The weight of that knowledge settles over him. For a brief moment, he's overwhelmed, realizing what he's about to become a part of. Inside one of the rooms, a man stands by the window, watching them arrive with quiet intensity. Glancing back, he speaks to someone else in the room, confirming that the new members have arrived. A girl, her expression unreadable, questions if this is really about the newcomer. A young man responds, saying it's pretty rare for them to get a new comrade, but another man standing to the side is skeptical. He insists they should first figure out if the newcomer is truly worthy of joining the Anti-Prophecy. Meanwhile, outside the headquarters, he's momentarily frozen, struggling to really process his surroundings. Questions swirl in his mind. What exactly is the Anti-Prophecy unit, and could it have any connection to Ichihara Guild? Sensing his unease, Rin acknowledges things aren't clear and apologizes for not explaining sooner. She explains she hasn't been able to tell his mom everything because it's classified. It's a top national secret. Those words hit him harder than he expected. As they headed towards the building, Midori suggested they take his luggage to the dorm first. Rin offered to help, but he turned her down, saying he could handle it himself. Just as he was about to move, a sudden voice cut through the air, telling them to wait. The unexpected interruption startled him. He looked up and saw the young man from earlier standing above them. Without missing a beat, the man declared he'd be the one to explain everything. Then, in the same breath, he lunged forward with a powerful kick, aiming straight for him. He instinctively raised his arms to block, but the sheer force shattered the ground under his feet. The impact sent a tremor right through him, but he stayed standing, bracing himself against the shock. The man seemed impressed. He acknowledged his resilience and even offered a rare word of praise. Intrigued, he paused for a moment before asking who he was. Without missing a beat, the man stepped back, landing effortlessly on the ground. He then proudly introduced himself as Hanada Hikotaru, a member of the Anti-Prophecy Unit, and his comrade. The revelation caught him by surprise, but there wasn't much time to hesitate. Hanada had been assigned to explain everything, and ready or not, the truth was about to unfold. Meanwhile, Midori seemed completely unfazed. He just asked Rin for some tea. Rin nodded and poured him a cup while the other two kept sparring. Midori watched them calmly, his gaze steady. He asked Hanada why they were fighting if they were comrades. Hanada, still unfazed, explained it served two purposes, introducing Kanagi to the Anti-Prophecy Unit and testing his skills. The explanation stuck in Kanagi's mind, leaving him unsure what kind of test this actually was. Without warning, Hanada moved with swift precision, launching another kick at him. Kanagi reacted instantly, blocking the strike with both arms, his stance unshaken. Even in the middle of the fight, Hanada started explaining where the Anti-Prophecy Unit came from. Kanagi listened, but he was skeptical. He doubted Hanada would really give a full explanation while they were still fighting. As the exchange continued, Hanada paused for a moment to ask for Kanagi's name before going on. Without hesitation, he introduced himself as Kanagi Minato. Midori, still leisurely sipping his tea, thought about how Kanagi had been tested again and again. First by the Academy, then by him, and even by an S-rank. Now he's facing another challenge. He turned to Rin, wondering aloud if Kanagi would always face these constant tests. Rin, looking calm, said it couldn't be helped. After all, Kanagi's been personally scouted. Meanwhile, Hanada just kept delivering relentless kicks, but Kanagi kept blocking with his hands. His endurance didn't waver. At one point, Hanada suddenly asked about the role of a hunter. Kanagi didn't hesitate and answered that a hunter's job was to eliminate monsters that emerged from dimensional cracks. Hanada gave him an approving thumbs up, confirming his answer was correct. He then compared a hunter's role to pest control, a simple but powerful analogy. Suddenly, Hanada dropped to the ground, changing the subject with a new question. He asked Kanagi about other dangers that exist outside of dimensional cracks. The question caught Kanagi off guard. He hesitated, then asked Hanada to clarify what he meant by other dangers. Hanada's expression darkened slightly as he explained the world faces threats far worse than just dimensional cracks. He spoke of terrifying events, the Pandemonium 10,000 Demons Castle from 10 years ago and the Great Outbreak of Kyushu from 5 years ago. Kanagi immediately recognized these as huge dimensional breaks, disasters that left lasting scars, but before he could even respond, Hanada suddenly lunged at him. Instinctively, Kanagi raised his arms, managing to block the attack. Still, the strike's sheer force sent him skidding backward. Hanada acknowledged his toughness, praising him for correctly remembering the public details of those past catastrophes. He then added that Kanagi would understand much more about them once he started training at the academy. Just as Kanagi managed to steady himself, his breath still measured. He barely had time to react. Hanada suddenly appeared. Above him with staggering speed. Kanagi didn't even have time to think. Hanada's leg was already coming down in a crushing axe kick. Kanagi just barely managed to throw himself out of the way, dodging it as Hanada's foot slammed into the ground. A nearby tree took the hit instead, splitting cleanly in half. The attack was so powerful it left Kanagi stunned for a moment. Hanada then straightened up and his tone changed as he kept explaining. He explained that events like the Tower of Malevolence from 300 years ago weren't just disasters. They were full-scale invasions, direct attacks from another dimension. Kanagi struggled to believe what he was hearing, trying to grasp the weight of those words. This wasn't just history, it was happening right now. Hanada stepped closer, his expression serious. He admitted he didn't understand why today's Awakeners seemed weaker than those from the Tower era. There just weren't as many people who could match the original Founder's strength, and that really bothered him. Caught between curiosity and worry, Kanagi finally asked the question he'd been holding back. What should we do? Hanada's answer was firm. That's exactly why the Anti-Prophecy Unit exists. He explained that people who can foresee these threats and predict real catastrophes don't share that knowledge with the public. They only tell the elites, the ones who can actually handle such dangers. And those elites, Hanada stated, are the members of the Anti-Prophecy Unit. Midori and Rin couldn't help but smile proudly when they heard this. Kanagi then realized their whole purpose was to stop these prophecies from happening. Hanada then told him that, as of today, he was officially part of their group. Hanada welcomed him into the group, saying he was the first person who'd managed to block his kicks one after another. Hanada held out his hand as a sign of acceptance, and Kanagi shook it. Midori and Rin applauded, and then Hinata called for the other awakeners who appeared silently above the house. Hinata asked them what they did, but they just stared at him and then vanished, which really surprised Kanagi. Midori said they disappeared like villains, but Hinata just shook his head. He figured they wanted to see how things played out for themselves. Hinata then told Midori to leave it to him, and Midori did, heading off. After that, Hinata helped Kanagi with his things and offered to show him to his dorm room, which Kanagi thanked him for. That night, as he got settled, Kanagi couldn't stop thinking about what this organization meant. It was all about handling prophecies in their world. He wondered if the founders had faced a similar crisis back in the Towers era, and if he was now fighting something that had been predicted. His thoughts got him anxious, but then a voice cut through his worry, saying he'd simply trained. Surprised, he turned to see Hinoki and the other founders standing right there. He quickly apologized for not talking to them sooner. But Hinoki told him not to worry. They'd already made a decision. As the founders, they decided to train him to be the strongest awakener, just like Midori. With their help, he could become the strongest awakener ever, one of their own disciples. Kanagi was really surprised, asking if they really wanted him as their disciple. Hinoki nodded, saying yes, but then teased that it would lead to a kind of battle royale between them. Kanagi, worried, begged them not to fight over him. Hinoki explained that's how things had started. But after watching him more closely, the founders had changed their minds. Instead of just using his body for their own benefit, they found training him much more interesting. Hinoki then told him that when Kanagi beat the poison user, he actually copied all their moves. He couldn't do them as well, of course, but he picked up the basics really fast. Hinoki asked if Kanagi understood how big of a deal this was, pointing out it was probably because of his crest of nothingness, but what really made him special was how fast he learned. Hinoki explained that this ability was actually stronger than any of the founders' own talents. As Hinoki spoke, Kanagi felt tears welling up in his eyes. He remembered his old trainers' disappointed faces, the ones who told him he seemed to have no talent. Until now, no one had ever expected anything from him. It all felt like a dream, especially since he'd been treated like trash and constantly bullied for failing the hunter's qualification test 3 times. He remembered his classmates' laughter, their mocking voices telling him to just give up. His name was often forgotten, lost in the crowd because no one cared enough to remember it. No one had faith in his future, and he was used to being overlooked. But now, 2 of the most renowned figures, Midori and Hinoki, were actually acknowledging him. He could hardly believe they were. It made him question if he even deserved this sudden happiness. He'd admired them from afar for ages, never once thinking they'd actually trust him. Hinoki noticed his reaction, came closer with a reassuring smile, and put a hand on his shoulder. He told him not to let his emotions take over. Then it was revealed their actual souls were inside him, especially when he slept. This presence meant he could access a space not limited by time or dimension. Knowing this, they laid out his rigorous training schedule. Every afternoon, he'd train with the anti-prophecy unit, and at night, in his dreams, he'd continue his lessons. Peaceful sleep was a thing of the past, but he'd already braced himself for the challenge. He accepted their guidance right away, determined to follow whatever they said. Night passed, and morning came. In the bathroom, Hinata was washing his face when he saw him walk in. They exchanged greetings, but he still looked really tired. He was clearly exhausted, and he admitted he hadn't adjusted to the grueling schedule yet. Hinata understood perfectly, remembering how he'd struggled himself when he first started at the dorm. But then, something unexpected caught Hinata's eye, a powerful aura coming from him. His curiosity was piqued. So, Hinata impulsively threw a swift kick. Yet, with an almost effortless move, he just lowered his head, spat out the water in his mouth, and walked away. He didn't even look back. He dismissed Hinata's silly stunt, saying he had no patience for that kind of thing so early in the morning and was going to the cafeteria first. Hinata was left in disbelief. He realized his attack was faster than yesterday, but it had been dodged so easily. Moments later in the cafeteria, Hinata spotted a good place to sit and walked over to a woman who was eating some fruit. He asked if she minded if they joined her, and she gave a short, curt approval. Hinata took the chance, sat across from her, and motioned for him to sit next to him. Then he recognized her. This was one of Hinata's comrades from yesterday, but she still seemed distant. She spoke to him formally, making it clear she didn't really want him there. Even so, he greeted her and introduced himself. Her indifference was immediate. She wasn't interested in learning his name, and she certainly didn't plan on remembering it. She even raised her fork, pointed it at him, and declared she'd only acknowledge his name when she deemed him worthy. Until then, training was the priority. He'd have to go with her on a mission to get rid of a prophecy. This prophecy went all the way back to 1945 when people found the first prophecy book buried deep in the Antarctic ice 3,000 m down. They called it the Book of Doom. Its writing was crude, almost like a child's scribbles, but it predicted a catastrophic future. It said that 80 years later, the world would face a devastating attack and a bunch of apocalyptic disasters. The words were so heavy that everyone took it seriously. Later, as they were driving, she asked him why he thought the world believed the book's grim predictions. He thought about it for a moment, then looked at her, still not sure what her name was. But before he could even ask, she told him there wasn't any need for introductions and just wanted his answer. He figured the prophecies had to be accurate, but she reacted right away. She scoffed at his answer, practically questioning his intelligence. She told him that if even one thing in the Book of Doom came true, the world would end. That revelation stunned him. As they kept talking, he turned to Hanada, wondering how many prophecies were actually recorded. Hanada guessed around 200, and that just left him speechless. He couldn't help but wonder if the world was already beyond saving. But Midori reassured him that they'd already prevented almost 180 of those prophecies, which totally amazed him. Still trying to wrap his head around it all, he went back to asking why the world believed in the book so much. The woman explained that an explorer named Bernard Russell found the Book of Doom. The moment Bernard opened it, the very first page greeted Bernard by name and displayed a precise timestamp. March 17, 1945, 11:35 a.m. on a sunny day. The exact moment he discovered it, that eerie accuracy left no room for doubt. Hours later, they got to their destination, Tokyo's Sumida Ward. An intermediate-level dimensional crack had opened up there. As they got closer, guards blocked their path, firmly saying the area was off-limits, but they just ignored the warnings, zipped past them with incredible speed, and left the guards momentarily stunned. He hesitated, wondering if it was really okay to go on, but Hanada quickly reassured him it was. The woman then started explaining the big crisis they were dealing with. She explained that big problems like the Third World War, the dark side of the moon, an invasive pandemic, and the floating trees were all considered emergencies. Out of those, the pandemonium outbreak, which Midori managed to stop, was an especially bad one. Even though the Book of Doom is pretty well known, it's just one of many magic books scattered all over the world. The anti-prophecy unit's whole job is to gather information, analyze predictions, and act before things happen. She then went through the different threat levels they dealt with. A rank 3, for instance, meant one or more regions getting destroyed. A rank 2 was a national emergency, while a rank 1 affected the planet's environment as a whole. Then there was the special rank, reserved for when the world itself was going to be destroyed. He listened carefully, and as he realized how serious everything was, he grew alarmed. He urgently asked if these missions were now completely up to them. The woman didn't flinch. She confirmed that yes, those duties just came with being part of the anti-prophecy unit. Not long after, Akane and his team spotted them crossing the caution line and immediately confronted them. Akane, thinking they were just civilians, warned them to turn back, explaining how dangerous the area was. But she brushed off his concerns, stating that today's prophecy was a rank 3 event. The dimensional crack in front of them looked like an intermediate B rank, but it was actually a much bigger threat, A rank, level 3 disaster named the Yellow Journal. She was sure the crack would get bigger, and almost on cue, it started widening at an alarming rate. Akane turned, his eyes wide with horror as the fissure completely tore open. Then a wave of creatures started pouring out, each one more monstrous than the last. He sharply commanded his squad to get ready for battle, but the response was both immediate and brutal. The creatures overwhelmed his forces in moments, cutting them down with little resistance. Panic set in, and he cursed under his breath, realizing that even B and C rank hunters were struggling to hold their ground. Then his attention shifted to something even more dangerous. The immense pressure comes from a boss-level monster, watching the newcomers stride forward. Akane tried to intervene again, warning them to stay back, but before he could say anything more, the woman pressed her hand to the ground and cast a spell called Trismegistus. Instantly, spears shot up from below, impaling the creatures in a swift, merciless strike. Their bodies collapsed, lifeless as blood pulled around them. Hanada launched his own attack too. He burst forward with incredible speed, moving fluidly through the battlefield and knocking down every enemy in his path with precise, calculated moves. Akane watched the whole thing and was left speechless. He'd always thought he was pretty formidable as an S-rank hunter, but these people were clearly way beyond him. He just couldn't figure out who they were or where they'd come from. Then the woman turned to Akane and without a shred of doubt told him to fall back. As far as they were concerned, he was just a civilian in this situation. Akane's eyes dropped to her hand and he saw an emblem imprinted on her skin. Recognition flashed across his face. He realized they weren't here by chance. They were government operatives. Before he could even process what that meant, a massive hand shot out from the dimensional crack, ripping it open even wider. As the rift grew, a towering beast stepped through. It was Gilia Ulnir, a being way beyond S-rank, looming over them, its monstrous form giving off an overwhelming presence. Without a moment's hesitation, the woman lunged forward, getting ready to strike. Akane shouted, warning her not to be reckless, but she didn't listen. Together, they launched their attack, completely unfazed by the threat in front of them. Hanada quickly started hitting the beastman with a series of kicks, only to realize with shock that his attacks weren't doing anything. The creature's anti-physical armor made his strikes useless, forcing him to pull back just as it lunged toward the woman. Without hesitation, she started gathering energy in front of her, getting ready to counterattack. But before she could even react, Kanagi suddenly appeared between them. He stopped the beastman's attack with just his bare hand. The impact made the beastman explode in a burst of energy, stunning everyone for a moment. Once the dust settled, Hanada recognized the attack. It was a penetration shock. What really shocked him, though, was that Kanagi had taken down an S+ rank monster with one hit. It hit him that Kanagi's strength had grown a lot overnight. Even though the woman called out that such force wasn't necessary, he knew that when you're up against an enemy with high physical resistance, striking from within is the most effective way to go. He'd learned this from Wantak, the Fist Saint, who taught him the basics of penetration attacks just the night before. After that, Kanagi turned to the girl and asked for her name, saying he'd saved her, so he at least deserved to know that much. She excitedly told him her name was Shinomiya Akane. There wasn't time to dwell on things. Hanada spun back to the battlefield, powering up to take on the new wave of monsters bursting from the crack. The woman wasn't fazed. She unleashed her own attack, drenching her enemies in liquid mercury, then igniting it into a powerful explosion with her Mercurius reject skill. Together they pressed forward. Seeing how right Kanagi had been earlier, breaking their enemies from the inside was proving far more effective. She was determined to push on, so she signaled Hanada. Without hesitation, they both headed straight for the dimensional crack. Akane could only watch in disbelief from behind. He knew the world beyond that crack was entirely different, an unknown realm packed with unimaginable dangers. Going inside was pure madness. Before he could even react, they'd already rushed ahead, leaping through the crack without a second thought. Akane was left standing there, surrounded by the lifeless bodies of A-rank monsters. Then it hit him. These two weren't ordinary fighters at all. They had to be part of that rumored secret organization. The moment they stepped into the dimension, an overwhelming swarm of creatures was waiting for them. Akane quickly assessed the situation. She noted that the monsters were identical to the ones outside, then raised her hand. With perfect precision, she conjured a barrage of mercury spears, instantly impaling the creatures. Kanagi, still running, watched her technique and acknowledged her immense power. He finally understood why she was considered the strongest area of effect fighter within the anti-prophecy unit. After they defeated the other enemies, Akane now stood in front of a massive bear monster. Just as she was about to attack, though, Hanada leaped toward it first. The bear saw him and swung its claws, but Hanada dodged by, jumping onto the roof. He then followed up with a barrage of kicks all around the beast. Kanagi watched, amazed as Hanada moved so effortlessly, simply giggling. But then, to his shock, Kanagi suddenly rushed at the bear and unleashed a barrage of kicks just like Hanada had. He even asked Hanada if it looked similar to his own technique. Hanada was taken aback, but he couldn't help but smile in amazement. Once they defeated the monster, they ventured ahead. Akane noticed that the deeper they went, the fewer enemies they encountered. They finally reached a huge open space that looked just like an arena. Suddenly, they felt an aura all around them, and they knew something was coming. Suddenly, to their shock, a huge, enraged Minotaur warrior monster jumped right in front of them. It wasn't just any Minotaur, it was a boss-level one with a triple S-rank power level. Hanada and Kanagi were totally taken aback by how massive it was, but Akane just stood there nonchalantly, wondering if this was really the boss. Then, a bunch of spears shot out from the portal. Akane yelled at the others to hit it with their strongest attacks, saying she'd handle whatever came next. Hearing her, Hanada started channeling his energy while Kanagi just stood in the background, amazed by both of them. But deep down, he knew it probably wouldn't be enough to beat the beast. When Han heard him, he was surprised that Kanagi doubted their best attacks. Even though they were hitting it with a barrage of magic, the beast just swung its huge weapon. It created a crater in the ground and sent powerful shockwaves all over the arena. Once the dust settled, they were shocked. The beast was completely unharmed. Even after their powerful hits, the group got ready to fight again. As Kanagi got ready, he suddenly heard someone praising Akane's talent. He recognized the voice. It was Kilik, his founder's spirit. Kilik, who was an alchemist, worried that Akane, with all her purity, agility, and incredible strength, might just waste her talent by dying so young in this fight. Kilik said Akane had tried her best, but this Minotaur was just on a whole different level of power. She'd underestimated the monster's physical resistance, which was at a full 100%. Kanagi, getting more concerned, asked what he should do, but Kilik just laughed. Meanwhile, Hanada and Akane were really struggling against the beast. They realized they should have brought someone good at magic. As Akane glanced at Kanagi, she was taken aback by the strange energy coming off his body. Kanagi had given control of his body to Kilik, who then cast his powerful spell Mercurius right onto the beast's legs. The spell froze its lower body, completely stunning Akane. She was shocked, not just because Kanagi used the same kind of skill as her, but also because he used it in a way that totally immobilized the beast. Kilik, still, controlling Kanagi's body, looked at Akane seriously and called her a fool. He then scolded her for not being flexible enough with her expertise, telling her she still needed to learn how to control substances in 3 different forms to really become an alchemist. As Kilik spoke, he simultaneously filled the Minotaur's entire body with mercury. Just as the liquid metal started seeping from the monster's mouth, he cast a boiling spell. The mercury inside the beast quickly heated up, boiling from within, and its toxic fumes spread throughout the arena, making it hard for the others to breathe. Akane watched, amazed, realizing Kilik hadn't used brute force. He'd used extreme temperatures to take down the monster instead. Meanwhile, the Minotaur writhed in agony, its body overheating from the inside. While he was casting the spell, Kilik casually told Kanagi he wanted to make Akane his disciple. Kanagi, though, just brushed it off as a joke. Eventually, the boiling mercury overwhelmed the Minotaur, turning it into a lifeless heap on the ground. And just like that, the day's mission, beating the boss, which was classified as a level 3 prophecy, ended in victory. Akane watched in disbelief, unable to grasp what she'd just seen. Kanagi had used a skill that should only be available to an awakener living inside a crest. Akane knew he had to be in the same class as Hanada, but he'd still managed to use alchemy at her level. Still shocked, she demanded to know who Kanagi really was. With a confident smile, Kanagi reached out his hand and introduced himself. Akane, annoyed but intrigued, reluctantly shook his hand, telling him she'd definitely remember him. Hanada beamed with happiness, seeing Kanagi finally get Akane's recognition. Meanwhile, Akane and his men were still waiting outside. To their shock, the dimensional crack started closing. Just as it was about to seal completely, the trio jumped out just in time. Kanagi asked if the mission was officially over, and he was told they just needed to report back to headquarters. As they talked about what to do next, Akane came up to them, thanking them for saving his team. He promised he wouldn't try to dig into their identities or what happened inside. Akane thanked him for understanding and suggested he put details about the emblem in his report. That would explain everything to the authorities. As the trio started walking away, Akane offered his help if they ever got into trouble. But Akane turned back and said they'd probably never meet again, telling him he should go back to his normal life. Hearing this, Akane realized that in the end they were just civilians. They were people who lived in a world he couldn't reach. On May 11th, a red flash streaked through the streets of An Prefecture Village. A guard spots it, but they're totally baffled, unable to tell what it is. Then all of a sudden, a deafening sky-piercing roar rips through the village. Back at Anti-Prophecy HQ, the trio gets out of their car, and Akane reminds them they need to write up their report for headquarters. But then Hanada gets a message on his phone. They're being called to the lab. That's pretty unusual, especially right after a mission. Curious, they head over to the Anti-Prophecy HQ lab where 2 people are already waiting. One person standing on a stage while the other sitting in the stands. The one sitting then says, in a really authoritative voice, that Akane took way too long to handle A-rank level 3 disaster. Kanagi immediately recognizes him. It's the red-haired guy from earlier. Akane, though, is enraged by his condescending attitude. She's annoyed he's acting like he's the leader when he isn't. Hanada quickly steps in to try and calm things down, asking what Director Kurihara needs. It turns out the man on the stage is the director himself. Once everyone settles down, he plays a video that the analysis team sent. The video shows a glowing, red-hot piece of charcoal, which the director explains is a prophecy grimoire. He explains they found it in a volcanic region, and they've been analyzing it ever since. Kanagi wonders if it's even possible to read a grimoire that's in such bad shape. But the director, adjusting his glasses, reveals they managed to get some info out of it using AI and X-ray tech, even though what it actually says isn't clear yet. But what they did manage to decipher was one prophecy that clearly mentions Japan. Everyone in the room is shocked, especially Akane, because this is a totally new prophecy they've never seen before. The director goes on to explain that anti-prophecy research is really advanced, gathering info from all over the world, so finding an unknown prophecy like this is highly unusual, but this situation is different. The red-haired man immediately gets it. The 4 of them have to investigate it. The director praises his insight and says this mission would normally go to their usual members, but they're not available right now. Hearing that, Kanagi realizes this must be why Midori wasn't there when they got back. The director then orders them to leave right away and promises that more details will come via email. Kanagi is stunned that they got another mission so fast, but the red-haired man just tells him he'll get used to it. Feeling really uneasy, Kanagi clenches his fists as a chilling thought sinks in. This time, the fate of the world might really be on the line. Suo slammed his hand on the table and stood up. He announced in a really bossy tone that he and his 3 subordinates would be taking on the mission. Akane was clearly annoyed. He was acting like a boss again. As they left, the director gave them a final warning. He told them to be cautious since they didn't know how severe the mission was. He also reminded them that even if the prophecy started unfolding, they'd have to wait for the main force before doing anything drastic. In the car, Kannagi felt uneasy about all the mission's unknown dangers. From the front seat, Suo suggested they get some rest. He noted that Kannagi had just finished his first mission, but Akane, driven by pride, refused. She insisted he had no right to give her orders. To her surprise, though, both Hinata and Kannagi immediately accepted his offer and dozed off within moments. Akane was determined to stay awake and struggled to fight off sleep, but as the night got deeper, exhaustion finally took over, and she drifted off too. Sometime later, the car stopped. Akane stirred awake and noticed the vehicle was empty. Alarmed, she rushed outside and found the others standing on a cliff, staring down at a glowing light below them. What she saw left her in utter disbelief. A massive magic circle sprawled across the ground, its scale far beyond anything they'd imagined. Hinata quickly grasped how serious the situation was. It was far worse than they had expected. The prophecy was nearly complete. Skeletal figures were emerging from the ground, still trapped inside enormous crystals. Their eerie glow cast an ominous light over the entire area. It sent chills down their spines as they realized they might already be too late. These skeletons were the 23 residents of the village mentioned in the report. Suo recalled a similar incident from the past. 30 years ago, the Wakayama mansion had mysteriously vanished, and a dimensional rift had nearly opened. As he explained this, the massive pillar at the center of the magic circle began to erupt with bursts of energy. Noticing this, Suo urged them to move quickly. Suo drew his sword, and Hinata asked what they should do. Suo revealed that they had to stop it. Akane quickly reminded him of the director's orders. They'd been told to wait for more orders, but before they could even discuss it, they felt a huge aura behind them. When they turned around, they saw Kannagi covered in massive energy and ready for a fight. The group immediately realized Kannagi felt much stronger than before. Even so, Suo wasn't fazed at all. He leaped forward and told the others to come with him. Everyone rushed after him, though Akane warned him not to be so reckless. As they charged down toward the magic circle, Hinoki and the mage suddenly picked up a smell in the air. It felt eerily familiar, a scent they'd come across many times in their lives. Just then, the ground trembled violently, and with an explosive burst, a huge hand shot up from under the earth. Hinoki's eyes went wide in shock. He now knew exactly what they were smelling. It was the stench of a forbidden technique, the very prophecy written in the Book of Scorching Heat. Hinoki explained that long ago, during the peace period, an awakener named Bandu Shijima, who was the leader of the Dark Magus, had committed genocide. The Onmyojis eventually killed him, but an entire village got caught up in the whole ordeal. Shijima had collected the blood of those fallen villagers and used it to draw a magic circle, making sure he'd be reincarnated 1,000 years later. His goal is to devour everyone and rule the world as a demon king. Before he died, he'd left behind a forbidden technique that showed how living beings would be sacrificed for his resurrection. Now, in the present, Shijima has been reincarnated as a boss whose rank no one knows. His mission is clear. His mission is to fulfill the prophecy of scorching heat. He looked down at his hands and scowled, realizing he'd been brought back with way less power than he'd expected. He wondered if there weren't enough sacrifices for the ritual. As he looked around, he noted with amusement that even after 1,000 years, the place hadn't changed at all. But his lips curved into a maniacal grin when he spotted the anti-prophecy unit coming closer. He just thought they were more sacrifices for him to take. Channeling his dark arts, he unleashed Plate of Yin, causing a huge explosion right under the charging anti-prophecy unit. Kannagi's alarmed when the blast hits Hinata and Akane, but they're fine once the dust clears. Then his expression darkens as he sees a dark magic circle appear under where they landed. It's the Death Realm, dark art. Hundreds of spirits come out of the circle, reaching with their ghostly hands to grab Hinata and Akane. They struggle, quickly realizing Shijima is much more skilled than they thought. As Shijima watches his spell work, he suddenly feels something behind him. It's Kannagi hitting him with a surprise attack. Shijima easily dodges, bending and sidestepping without any effort. He smirks, calling Kannagi an amateur, then casts Plate of Yin right under him. The blast goes off, but to Shijima's surprise, Kannagi is unharmed. Kannagi hits back with his Thunderbolt Hadad skill, but Shijima blocks it by using his own dark magic. Even though he stopped the attack, Shijima's impressed by Kannagi's skill choice. Out of the smoke, Suo walks up behind Shijima and uses the Chrysanthemum spell, sending a bunch of sharp knives flying at him. Shijima is surprised but easily dodges by jumping into the air. While he's up there, Suo uses another spell, showing he already knew Shijima wouldn't be taken down by such a weak skill. Suo slams his weapon down and uses the Autumn Thistle, making knives rain from the sky. But Shijima just smiles, calling it a rain of mere lights. He then morphs his hand into a spear hand, but Suo blocks it, and the recoil is significant. After that block, Shijima realizes Suo is probably the strongest one there. Kanagi, watching from the side, thinks Shijima's power is endless. He's totally different from any enemy they've fought before. Shijima himself feels even stronger than the founders. While Kanagi's thinking this over, he hears his friends calling him from behind. He turns and is shocked to see Akane and Hanada getting hit by black art skills. They manage to escape the attack and both start charging at Shijima, who's still fighting Suo. As he's fighting them, Shijima summons 3 skeleton demons to handle Akane and Hanada, who are still rushing him. Hanada sees a demon appear right in front of him and kicks it, but to his surprise it does absolutely nothing. These monsters' bodies are as tough as the minotaurs they fought before. While Shijima and Suo kept trading blow after blow, one of the skeleton demons stood right in front of Kanagi, blocking his way. Shijima even mocked Suo, telling him he wouldn't get any help from his friends. But right after Shijima said that, Suo slashed him straight on the shoulder and declared that he didn't need any help. Pointing at Shijima, he warned him to stay away because he relied only on his own ability. Shijima just wiped the blood from his wound and started yelling like a madman, screaming that he didn't need anyone either and would devour everyone. With that, he charged right at Suo, who barely managed to block the attack just inches from his body. As Suo struggled to hold off Shijima's relentless assault, he heard someone call his name from behind. It was Kanagi, charging straight for Shijima. Shijima was stunned to see Kanagi, especially since he'd sent a demon to stop him. He quickly looked back and saw the others still fighting their demons, but the one he'd sent after Kanagi lay cut clean in half. While Shijima was trying to process all this, Kanagi landed a powerful punch right to his face, sending him skidding across the ground. Even Suo was impressed by the attack. Kanagi then suggested they fight together to beat Shijima. Suo was shocked for a second. Kanagi and Akane hadn't even beaten their own opponents yet, but this guy had, and now he was offering to help him. But Suo's pride got the best of him. He flat out rejected Kanagi's offer, declaring that he didn't need anyone's help and was more than enough to fight alone. Kanagi could hardly believe it. But before they could argue anymore, Shijima suddenly closed in. He unleashed his Magatsu's breath technique, and a powerful beam blasted straight at both of them. Suo managed to block it, but Kanagi was sent flying, his body hit hard by the devastating attack. He crashed into a tree and his vision started blurring as he began to black out. As he drifted into unconsciousness, he saw Hinoki and the mage's souls standing right in front of him. Hinoki told him he'd fainted, and that's why they'd summoned him into his own consciousness. Even though his body was bruised and battered and racked with pain, Kanagi tried to stand up, desperately asking them to send him back. He had to fight. But before they could even answer, a deep, authoritative voice echoed through the space, commanding him to step back from the battle. Meanwhile, outside, Suo was barely holding his own against Shijima's relentless attacks. Shijima smirked, even praising Suo for thinking just like him, believing they didn't need anyone else to fight their battles. With a sinister grin and that insatiable urge to devour everything, Shijima poured his power into his next attack. He struck down with such force that Suo's sword shattered in half. Even though Suo was stunned, he quickly summoned another blade and swung it at Shijima. But Shijima dodged it effortlessly, bending backward with an almost unnatural flexibility. Shijima clearly seemed to be enjoying himself more as Suo kept struggling. Meanwhile, back in the spiritual realm, Kanagi's spirit form watched the fight unfold. They knew Shijima was stronger than anyone else there. Hinoki told Kanagi this was way beyond what he could handle, and the mage added that Shijima's precision was terrifyingly high. If more humans had been living in that place, Shijima might have already become a demon king. She warned Kanagi that if Shijima took his life too, he'd get even stronger and wreak havoc on civilization. She even said their discovery of the grimoire was just a coincidence. Then, Hinoki stepped forward, asking Kanagi to lend them his body so they could deal with it. But to their complete shock, Kanagi flat out refused. He apologized, but firmly stated that this wasn't training but the real thing. He explained he had to overcome this obstacle himself, just like he'd have to in the future. Full of confidence and determination, he looked at them and asked if they agreed. The mage tried to argue, but Hinoki interrupted him with a laugh. He told Kanagi that he had already defeated them. Hinoki put a hand on Kanagi's shoulder, reminding him of his claim to surpass the founders. Then he urged Kanagi to go use everything he's learned and do things his way. This really boosted Kanagi's confidence. With a determined look, he faced the battlefield, asking the founders to watch over him. Without a moment's hesitation, he dashed toward the field where Shijima and Suo were still fighting hard. Suo looked battered and beaten. Just as Suo opened his eyes, Shijima struck again, sending him flying through the air. While Suo was airborne, Shijima got ready for his final blow to finish him off. But just as Suo braced for impact, someone grabbed him mid-air. Kanagi grabbed both Suo and his sword. While still mid-air with a swift move, he threw Suo toward the ground, safely out of the way of Shijima's incoming magic beam. Suo landed hard on the ground, and Shijima immediately turned his attention to Kanagi, who was still in the air. Shijima releases another Magatsu's breath right at him, but he's shocked. Kanagi is calmly using Hinoki's one-handed sword style. With sharp focus, Kanagi slashes right through Shijima's breath attack, cutting it cleanly in half. Then with precise control, he strikes Shijima's arm, cutting it clean off his body. Shijima is stunned, horrified, and speechless. He doesn't know what just happened. Shaking with fury, he yells about his identity. But Kanagi, looking completely determined, responds coldly that he's the one who will surpass the founders. The mage watching asks Hinoki if Kanagi will beat the Dark Magus. But Hinoki himself doesn't know yet. Still, Hinoki is certain Kanagi isn't foolish. He suspects Kanagi might have learned something new while sleeping in the car on their way here. A wide smile spreads across Hinoki's face, making him wonder if it's something even he doesn't understand. Suo is just as shocked, watching Kanagi move so efficiently and fluidly. Only moments ago, he'd refused Kanagi's help, but now, that very help is saving his life. Meanwhile, Kanagi keeps relentlessly slashing at Shijima, forcing Shijima to teleport backward. Shijima counters with his dark art skill, Pomegranate, sending a barrage of energy blasts toward Kanagi. Kanagi tries to dodge them, but he quickly realizes they're tracking him. Kanagi jumps around trying to get away, but the blasts just keep chasing him. Suddenly, he remembers one of the founder's skills. Aftershock, he slams his foot into the ground, raising a stone barrier in front of him to block the incoming attacks. Shijima is surprised by Kanagi's tactics, but quickly throws more blasts his way. Kanagi responds by using the shattered stone fragments to shield himself again. Then, seeing his chance, Kanagi combines two skills and flashes behind Shijima, but Shijima barely manages to dodge just in time. He counters immediately, unleashing his plate of Yin Blast and striking Kanagi. Kanagi takes the hit, but he absorbs most of the impact. Using an airborne rock as a springboard, he lunges at Shijima, remembering the lessons from the founders. Shijima dodges again, but the sheer variety of techniques Kanagi uses leaves him stunned. Even the founders watching from afar are just as shocked by Kanagi's quick growth and constant assault. But Shijima isn't done yet. With a dark glare, he activates his forbidden art, summoning a towering skeletal monstrosity by fusing skeletons together. This giant creature looms over everyone, giving off a powerful evil aura. Shijima smirks. "This is the end," he says. The giant skeleton swings its massive hand toward Kanagi, and the founders yell at him to run, but Kanagi just stands there motionless, staring at the attack coming his way. He's deep in thought, realizing he still doesn't have enough power to beat Shijima. Even if he gave it his all, he knows he needs something more, something beyond his current limits. Recalling the lessons from the mage and Hinoki, Kanagi remembers how to wield Shining Flame and Hinoki's one-handed sword technique. He recalls Hinoki teaching him the wave blade attack and various slashes. Drawing upon both teachings, Kanagi channels Shining Flame into his hand while infusing his sword with Hinoki's skill, transforming his weapon into a blazing blade. The mage and Hinoki watch in shock. Kanagi has just achieved the impossible. Holding his newly empowered weapon, Kanagi stands ready. The technique he has just executed is called Blazing Fire Cutting Blade. Without hesitation, he dashes at the skeletal beast, swinging his fiery sword as Shijima watches in utter disbelief. Remembering Hinoki's teachings about the blade and mage's magic arts, Kanagi desires more than just those two. With that determination, he manages to use the Blazing Fire Cutting Blade skill, engulfing his sword in flames. With a swift swing, he cleaves through the skeleton, splitting it from head to toe, while also slashing Shijima in half. Everyone is shocked by this feat, combining two magic skills in such a way. The alchemist founder is particularly amazed, calling Kanagi an irregular for his ability to switch and combine all kinds of skills. He never expected Kanagi to be capable of merging techniques so effortlessly, and he suspects there may be even more to his potential. Suddenly, the alchemist vanishes, leaving Hinoki confused. Mage, overhearing his words, agrees, realizing they may have underestimated Kanagi's abilities. She now feels a twinge of concern, wondering if it's wise to raise someone like him. However, Hinoki is thrilled by Kanagi's power and eager to see just how far he can grow. As Kanagi lands on the ground, exhausted, he is shocked to see Shijima, who had been cut in half, beginning to regenerate from his own blood. Furious, Shijima snarls that if the attack had hit his head, he might have died. Channeling a dark energy, he forms a death ball, vowing to end things himself. But just as he speaks, Suo suddenly slashes his throat from behind. Shijima is decapitated, caught completely off guard. As his body collapses, Suo grabs Kanagi, who has fallen unconscious. As he watches Suo, Shijima recalls a distant memory. He carried his younger brother once in the same way. It had been a freezing night under a bridge with snow covering the ground. Shijima promised to get food for him in the morning. As he drifted off to sleep, they had heard the sounds of a grand parade above the bridge, others celebrating while they shivered in the cold, stomachs empty. This memory reminds Shijima why he chose solitude. Shijima had tried to manipulate him by preying on his loneliness, but now, looking at Kanagi, he realizes something. He is not truly alone, and even if he is, he can endure it. As he ponders this, the barrier around them begins to crack. Akane and Hanada rush in immediately, worried upon seeing Kanagi unconscious. Once they confirm he's only passed out, Hanada notices the barrier is collapsing from the inside. She warns that they need to act quickly. Hanada asks what would happen if the energy within the barrier explodes outward. Suo grips his sword tightly, revealing that if that happens, they will all be crushed to death. Their only option is to hit it with their strongest attack and try to deflect it. Though Suo says this with confidence, deep inside, he isn't sure if they are capable of it in their current state, but they have no choice. As they brace themselves, Kanagi, still unconscious, suddenly lifts his sword, channeling energy into it. Suo notices this in shock. Inside Kanagi's mind, Hinoki takes control, guiding his body. As the barrier explodes, everyone unleashes their full power while Hinoki executes his one-handed style, splitting cloud attack. Outside the barrier, a red-haired man rushes toward the scene, accompanied by two men. His subordinates warn him that the barrier is about to collapse. Suddenly, it bursts open. The men fear they might be too late, but to their astonishment, a brilliant beam of blue light shoots into the sky from Kanagi's sword. The red-haired man watches in awe, recognizing the light as a flawless sword technique free of hesitation. His name is Suo Makoto, the captain of the anti-prophecy unit. Observing the spectacle before him, he wonders whose work this could be. A while later, on a plane flying over Peru, Midori is on a call with Makoto, amazed that the new member has just stopped the unknown prophecy. Meanwhile, in Japan, Makoto, still on the call, is facing a rank 1 prophecy, one that, according to him, is on a much higher level than what they encountered before. Midori, instead of boarding the plane, sits on top of it, smiling as he reflects on how much the anti-prophecy unit has grown, even though he isn't there to witness it firsthand. However, his amusement is short-lived when Makoto reveals that the core member who stopped the prophecy was none other than Kanagi, the same Kanagi who had only joined the team 2 days ago. Shocked, Makoto desperately demands to know who he really is. Without hesitation, Midori confidently declares that Kanagi is the one who will bring an end to all prophecies. They had been anticipating his arrival for quite some time. There was a lingering sense of expectation surrounding him, as if he was the one they had been waiting for. Makoto, skeptical of such high hopes, questions whether their faith in him is truly justified. Instead of arguing, he is simply told to see for himself. Changing the topic, Makoto urges Midori to return. His presence is needed as facing an opponent of equal strength without him is proving to be a challenge. Midori chuckles, offering a brief apology before shifting focus. Meanwhile, Rin reaches out, his voice carrying urgency as he speaks of a grand prophecy unfolding before them. It is a colossal enemy, a super-rank prophecy, the boss of suicidal infection, Ishtam. As the monstrous being charges toward him, Midori tells Makoto to hold on, assuring him that he will finish up soon. Without hesitation, he extends his hand and unleashes divine wind turbulence. At that very moment, in a hospital ward, Kanagi's eyes snap open. A startled cry escapes his lips as he abruptly sits up. A nurse, noticing his sudden movement, leans over to reassure him. She informs him that he has finally regained consciousness. He has been in the anti-prophecy infirmary, asleep since the end of his mission. Hearing this, Kanagi wonders if he had merely lost consciousness. His sleep had been so deep that he hadn't even entered the spatial realm to train with the founders. The nurse assures him that he is fine, drawing back the curtain before reminding him to call if he needs anything. As the curtain lifts, Kanagi notices Suo sitting nearby, arms crossed, silently watching him. Seeing him, Kanagi wonders if he had been watching over him the entire time he was unconscious. Kanagi looks around and notices that Hanada and Akane are missing. Curious, he asks about them, to which Suo reveals that they are training, frustrated by their perceived uselessness in the last fight. With an accepting tone, Suo calmly states that Kanagi's power was overwhelming. Hearing this compliment from a man like Suo shocks the overpowered boy. But before he can fully process it, Suo suddenly stands and aggressively demands to know who he really is. In less than 2 days after his arrival, Kanagi has already defeated a rank 3 and a potential rank 1 boss while using a rare fusion spell that Suo has never seen before. Pressing the question again, Suo demands to know Kanagi's true identity and how he too can become like him. As Suo insists on getting answers, Makoto suddenly arrives, asking if Kanagi is the one he's looking for. Kanagi confirms, but Suo is taken aback by his older brother's unexpected arrival. Makoto walks past Suo, barely glancing at him, while Kanagi hesitantly asks if he really is Suo's big brother. The moment the question leaves his lips, Makoto suddenly draws his sword and swings it inches away from everyone in the room. Both Suo and Kanagi are caught off guard. Dodging the attack, Kanagi wonders if it's some kind of test, while Makoto, equally surprised, marvels at how a mere trainee managed to evade his strike. Makoto confirms that it was indeed a test, and Kanagi has passed. Without hesitation, he introduces himself as the captain of Suo's squad, Suo Makoto. The realization hits Kanagi hard. Makoto truly is Suo's older brother. After a brief pause, Makoto announces that due to Kanagi's extraordinary performance against the Rank 1 disaster, he will be joining his squad temporarily. The announcement stuns Kanagi, but Suo is even more shocked. A tinge of jealousy creeps into him. Despite being Makoto's younger brother, even he is not allowed to join his squad. Wasting no time, Makoto orders Kanagi to follow him for a briefing. While in the background, Suo clenches his fists so tightly in frustration that his knuckles begin to bleed. Meanwhile, in the training area, the anti-prophecy unit duo is training hard. Akane wields multiple weapons while Hanada focuses on blocking her attacks. However, no matter how much they push themselves, they know that reaching Kanagi's level is nearly impossible. As they continue practicing, Midori suddenly walks in, announcing his arrival with chocolates from Peru. To his shock, they completely ignore the chocolates and rush toward him, eagerly asking how long he will be staying in Japan. When Midori reveals that he will be there for a week, the duo immediately insists on training under him during that time. They refuse to let Kanagi surpass them without a fight. Taken aback, Midori hadn't expected them to be this determined. He agrees to train them but then asks about Suo, wondering if he wants to join. Just as he finishes speaking, Suo arrives, his expression filled with sheer determination as he confirms that he will be joining as well. Meanwhile, in the hall, Kanagi keeps pace with Makoto's fast strides as he leads the way. Back in the training room, the group is shocked to see Suo just as determined to join them. Suo reveals that Kanagi has been scouted by his older brother to temporarily join his squad. This revelation stuns the duo, making them realize just how far Kanagi has progressed. Being personally recruited by Makoto is no small feat. However, Suo sees this as a sign of his own shortcomings compared to Kanagi, believing he must improve himself even more. Meanwhile, in the hallway, Kanagi, growing curious, asks Makoto about the meeting. Makoto reveals that it concerns their next mission, for which they will depart the following morning. As they walk, Makoto suddenly stops and asks if Kanagi is close to his younger brother. Recalling their last battle together, when Suo lent him his sword, Kanagi excitedly confirms that he is. Though Makoto acts indifferent, he secretly worries about his brother, but never shows it. This has led Suo to mistakenly believe that his brother hates him and doesn't care about him. The truth is, when Makoto visited them before, he didn't ignore Suo. He simply couldn't bear to look at his wounds. However, this misunderstanding made Suo believe his brother was disregarding him, fueling his determination to risk his life and grow stronger just to get Makoto's attention. On the other hand, Makoto doesn't want Suo to become stronger. He just wants him to be safe. This deep misunderstanding drives Suo's resolve to surpass Kanagi, believing that only then will his brother acknowledge him. One day, he hopes to defeat Makoto himself. Meanwhile, Kanagi, still curious, presses Makoto further, and Makoto finally admits that he truly does care about his little brother. Kanagi finds this heartwarming. Back in the training area, as Suo explains everything to the group, Akane finds it confusing. Even though Suo talks about surpassing his brother and proving himself, he still respects him deeply. Continuing her training with Hanada, Akane remarks that, in the end, Suo just wants his brother's attention. Hanada finds this touching, but Akane's words trigger something in Suo, making him enraged. Meanwhile, in the meeting, Kanagi learns about the 3 core rules of the squad. First, be swift. Second, maintain offensive pressure. Third, overcome weaknesses. Within the Counterforce division, Makoto's squad is considered the strongest in terms of combat ability. The squad operates with a minimum of 7 members, designed to be a small but elite force. Their primary targets are rank 1 and above level threats, aboard the helicopter. As Makoto's squad is escorted to their mission, a squad member named Koriyama Jakaru casually remarks that 90% of the team's power comes from their captain, while the rest are just extras. Since Kanagi is only a temporary member, he isn't expected to do much. However, while Jakaru is explaining this, Kanagi is distracted, busy on his phone. Jakaru points this out, prompting Kanagi to apologize, explaining that he needs to contact his friends. Jakaru, confused, asks what he means by contact. Kanagi is trying to contact the other members of the anti-prophecy group as the founders keep nagging him about it. While the group is training, they receive his message and reading it shocks everyone, especially Suo, who wonders what the hell Kanagi is thinking by sending it. They immediately show it to Midori, who discovers that the message contains 3 separate pieces of advice, each tailored for a different person. The detailed guidance on how to get stronger impresses Midori. With a smile, he extends his hand and asks if they will follow the advice or reject it. Seeing it as a challenge, everyone accepts, especially Suo, who is enraged that Kanagi has essentially salted their wounds. Back on the plane, Jakaru informs Kanagi that they have arrived at their destination. Wiping the window, Kanagi is amazed by the sight of a vast snowy mountain terrain with enormous crystal spikes jutting out of the ground. Their mission is to deal with a Rank 1 prophecy, Frozen Earth. This disaster threatens to freeze the entire planet as the affected areas are expanding at an alarming rate. If left unchecked, the whole Earth could be consumed, ending all life. This phenomenon is occurring simultaneously in 17 different locations across multiple countries, many of them in urban areas, which only worsens the crisis. Vice Captain Kashi briefs the squad on the situation, stressing that they cannot afford any delays as reports indicate the freezing effect is spreading faster than anticipated. Leading the mission, Makoto orders the squad to jump from the helicopter's back hatch as it can no longer proceed safely. Before they jump, he reminds them that no human life should be harmed. To motivate everyone, he commands them to chant the 3 squad rules, and they all shout them in unison. Standing at the back, Kanagi reflects on his last battle, where he once again relied on Hinoki in the end. Determined to grow stronger during this temporary mission, he sees this as a valuable opportunity to learn from the other members. As everyone leaps from the helicopter, Kanagi resolves to complete this mission on his own. This is his first Rank 1 prophecy. At 10:17 a.m., everyone lands safely on the ground. The air is freezing, and despite being an awakener, Jakaru catches a cold, questioning how the temperature is affecting him. Kashi explains that the cold is far worse than the reports indicated, which might be the reason. He also informs the squad that the area is vast and suggests setting up a camp midway. Hearing this, Makoto considers something, but keeps it to himself. Meanwhile, Kanagi asks Jakaru if the prophecy of Frozen Earth is recorded in any prophecy book. Jakaru denies it, revealing that the anti-prophecy unit predicted it using their unique skills. While many prophecies exist, this is the first time a member has successfully identified a Rank 1 prophecy. This is why Makoto's squad was chosen for the mission, given its severity. Kanagi's question is answered, but Kashi notices that he seems slightly nervous. Kashi reassures him that nervousness is better than letting his guard down, but he shouldn't let it become a burden. Jakaru places a hand on Kanagi's shoulder, repeating Kashi's words and reminding him that he is moving with the best crew of the anti-prophecy unit. Kashi yells at Jakaru for being too relaxed, prompting Jakaru to apologize instantly. Suddenly, Jakaru raises his hand, reporting that his radar has detected enemies at 2 o'clock, approximately 200 m away. Kashi acknowledges the report and vanishes in an instant, only to reappear moments later. She confirms that she scouted ahead and saw 30 monsters with an estimated rank of S++. These creatures belong to the ice gargoyle race of the Tai tribe. Hearing this, Makoto immediately orders his unit to annihilate the enemy. The squad charges toward the incoming monsters in a highly coordinated manner. Their teamwork and situational awareness leave Kanagi in awe. They operate on an entirely different level compared to trainees, making him realize that these are elite warriors far beyond the regular members. Eager to join the fight, Kanagi asks for permission, which Makoto grants. Dismissing the enemies as nothing more than S++ rank. With permission secured, Kanagi launches forward and kicks a monster in the head. However, to his shock, the creature explodes, sending shards flying in all directions. Kashi, skillfully evading a flashy monster's attack, warns everyone that some extremely powerful monsters are mixed in with the rest. Meanwhile, Kanagi activates his fire-cutting blade and completely obliterates a monster with a fiery attack, sending it flying. Witnessing this, Jakaru is stunned that someone like Kanagi used a Fury Sword skill. Kashi is impressed, while Makoto, with just a few swings of his sword, effortlessly slices through the remaining monsters. He also takes note of Kanagi's fiery sword and realizes that the blue light beam he saw earlier must have come from it. With the monsters defeated, the squad sets up camp in the mountains and begins eating. During their meal, Kashi asks Jakaru what else he saw on his radar. Jakaru reports that there are no boss-level threats within a 10 kilometers range. Hearing this, Kashi sighs in relief, confirming that they can spend the night there. However, she soon wonders where Kanagi and the captain have gone. On the other side, Kanagi sits by his own campfire, attempting to fuse his spells together just as he did before. However, as he focuses on the process, the captain suddenly arrives from behind and calls him out for his enthusiasm about training. Caught off guard, Kanagi nearly jumps out of his skin as Makoto scared the hell out of him by approaching so silently. After calming him down, Makoto sits beside Kanagi and asks if this is his first time camping and whether he finds it difficult. Kanagi enthusiastically claims that he's fine, but to his surprise, Makoto casually states that he just wants to go home and smoke. Kanagi is taken aback. He never expected someone like the captain to talk about smoking. However, to Kanagi's shock, Makoto then reveals that he's desperate to smoke his cat. Confused and alarmed, Kanagi misinterprets his words, thinking he's talking about drugs. He immediately questions the captain about his cat, to which Makoto, getting uncomfortably close, pulls out his phone and shows him a picture. Kanagi asks for the cat's name, and Makoto reveals it's Oribe. As Kanagi examines the picture, he notices the cat's ferocious gaze, but instead asks if Makoto really misses him. To his surprise, Makoto denies it, revealing that Oribe is a complete menace, always scratching his stuff, vomiting everywhere, and being an overall nightmare. Yet, despite all of that, Makoto admits that the cat is still adorable, just like his younger brother Suo. Kanagi finds it strange that Makoto is talking this way, but he listens as the captain, in a hopeful voice, expresses his wish to one day talk with Suo the same way he's talking with Kanagi now. Kanagi, being an only child, admits he can't relate, but he offers a suggestion. Perhaps Makoto should treat Suo the same way he treats his cat. Hearing this, Makoto smiles and agrees. He then shows Kanagi some videos on his phone, shocking him with footage of the captain treating his cat like a baby. Amused, Makoto questions whether that kind of behavior is really okay. Then, with a soft expression, he looks at Kanagi and asks if they can practice together. In his mind, Kanagi doesn't really want to, but before he can answer, Kashi arrives searching for them. She requests that they return to camp, reminding them that they have to depart early the next morning. Makoto agrees without complaint. That night, however, Makoto and his crew remain unaware of a mysterious figure venturing into the snowy land. The person, casually dressed as if heading to the beach, moves deeper into the frozen terrain. When stopped, he claims to be on a mission to fulfill the prophecy of that place. Holding a small book in his hand, he declares it an important mission. He is a solo awakener heading toward the very same mountain as Makoto and his squad. At the camp, as Kanagi sleeps, he finds himself training in his dreams with the founders. Today's lesson is archery, meant to improve his concentration. He practices with a heavy bow under the guidance of Margit, who is instructing him. Noticing Kanagi sweating, Margit asks if it's painful to keep his focus steady. As they train, Hinoki loudly complains about why it isn't a sword training day, but the mage quickly silences him, reminding him that it was his turn the previous day. Despite the noise, Margit is impressed that Kanagi remains undisturbed, showing significant improvement in maintaining his concentration compared to their first session. Kanagi explains that he is currently on a mission with an amazing team, which motivates him to give his best. With his focus locked on the target, he releases the arrow, hitting the bullseye with perfect accuracy. Margit is amazed by the precision. While Kanagi drops to the ground, sighing in relief, Margit reminds him not to forget the feeling and calls it a day for training. Realizing that the session is over, Hinoki gets excited, immediately drawing his sword and ordering Kanagi to get up for sword training. However, just as they are about to start, Kanagi is suddenly awakened by his crew as it's time to continue their journey. Before setting off, Makoto briefs everyone, stating that today they will slay the boss tied to the prophecy. As they venture ahead, they encounter more monsters, this time a flock of bluebirds. As the squad charges toward them, the founders within Kanagi comment on how easy this mission should be, given the team's strength. However, the mage notices that one of the older founders appears uneasy, sensing that something is off about the fight. After a battle, the crew successfully clears the monsters, clearing their path forward. Makoto then orders Jakaru to scout ahead. Jakaru reports that approximately 2,000 m from their position, there is likely a major boss, and it is heading straight for them. He then delivers horrifying news that the monster will reach them in just 10 seconds. Within moments, a towering figure known as the unknown god Cometus comes rushing toward them with a ferocious, maniacal expression. Her aura is completely different from any monster they have faced before. Makoto immediately orders his crew to engage, and they all flash toward the boss in perfect coordination. Jakaru uses his abilities to shackle the creature while Kashi slashes at it from all angles. However, to their shock, their attacks leave no visible damage. The boss remains completely unscathed despite their well-executed combo. Just as the boss is about to counterattack, it suddenly senses something approaching from above. It's Kanagi descending with a powerful sword strike. Remembering what Akane and Hinoki taught him about executing a vertical slash, he unleashes his strongest attack first, ready to strike with full force. Combining his power, Kanagi attacks with his blazing fire-cutting blade, sending a beam of fire toward the boss. However, to his shock, it has no effect. The boss immediately counters, swinging her own sword and sending Kanagi crashing into the ground. Hearing the powerful impact, Jakaru momentarily believes Kanagi has just died. However, Kanagi survives, having landed on an ice crystal that cushions his fall. Meanwhile, Kashi, still fighting, realizes why this boss is ranked number 1. She glances toward Makoto. It is now up to him to save them. Makoto draws his sword, and as he does, Jakaru instantly shackles Kanagi and lifts him out of the fight, claiming that if they interfere, they will only get in their captain's way. As they retreat, the boss swings at Makoto with all her might. The sheer force of the attack creates a powerful shockwave, making Kanagi worry for Makoto's safety. However, to his astonishment, Makoto stops the attack inches away from hitting him. The boss swings again, and once more Makoto blocks it effortlessly. Without hesitation, he counters with a devastating slash, severing one of the boss's arms. Watching this, Hinoki is beyond impressed, exclaiming that he wants to do the same. However, Kanagi, growing concerned, firmly refuses to let Hinoki take over his body. Meanwhile, standing before the wounded boss, Makoto calmly declares that he had wanted his crew to gain experience fighting a boss of this level, but now he will end it himself. Hearing this, his crew quickly deploys a barrier around them for protection. As soon as the barrier is up, Makoto channels his Red Dragon skill into his sword, unleashing blazing flames all around. He then combines it with Crimson Light, sending a massive inferno straight at the boss, which obliterates nearly half of her body. Kanagi, witnessing this, is utterly shocked. Makoto used a sword flame technique similar to his own, but it was far stronger. Without the protective barrier, they all might have been reduced to ashes. Kanagi quietly apologizes to the boss, saying it was his duty to protect the world. Then out of nowhere, he meows like a cat, causing an unbearable wave of second-hand embarrassment to wash over everyone. Observing the battle closely, Kanagi realizes that Makoto's technique is vastly different from Hinoki's. His skills are truly on another level. Amazed, Kanagi now deeply desires to learn from him. Meanwhile, Makoto delivers a final follow-up slash, cutting the boss completely in half. However, in an instant, a flash of light streaks through the battlefield. Makoto's arm is suddenly severed. In disbelief, he turns only to see a gaping hole in Jakaru's body. Kanagi frantically looks around, horror gripping him as he realizes what just happened. One by one, his comrades' bodies are being torn apart, blood spilling onto the ground. They are all dropping dead before his eyes. Kanagi, seeing Jakaru falling, rushes to help him, but with the last of his strength, Jakaru pushes him away. Stumbling backward, Kanagi watches in disbelief as the comrades he fought alongside just seconds ago are now collapsing before his eyes. Despite being on the brink of death, Jakaru is filled with regret. His radar failed to detect the incoming attack, leading to this devastating loss. As he falls, he apologizes to his captain and crashes onto the ground, hoping his team has at least seen where the attack came from. Kashi is safe, but several other members are struck by the same beam, piercing straight through them. Makoto, clutching his severed arm, yells at his team to take cover in the terrain, calling it a skill attack. Without hesitation, everyone obeys and runs for their lives. While fleeing, Kashi calls out to a fallen comrade, urging him to follow. However, he hesitates, worried about their captain, who is severely wounded. The attack that severed Makoto's arm cannot be blocked, not even by a barrier, because its properties allow it to annihilate everything it touches. Suddenly, another beam hurtles toward Makoto, but he narrowly dodges it by leaping into the air. Kashi watches in growing fear as the boss unleashes a relentless barrage of attacks while simultaneously regenerating. Realizing they must take down the boss in one decisive burst, she turns to Kanagi only to find him kneeling on the ground, frozen in shock. Kanagi stares at the remains of his fallen comrades, his voice barely above a whisper as he pleads with the founder, Valentine, asking if she can resurrect them. However, with an embarrassed expression, Valentine apologizes. She cannot bring back the dead. Kanagi falls silent for a moment, then takes a deep breath. He calls upon all the founders, admitting that while he wanted to handle everything himself this time, he now realizes he may need their help once again. Without hesitation, Hinoki steps forward and takes control of his body. Meanwhile, Makoto, analyzing the attack, realizes that it completely bypassed Jakaru's radar. Since Jakaru's radar can only detect threats within a 3 kilometers range, the attack must have originated from beyond that distance. This single strike not only killed Jakaru, but also severed Makoto's arm, proof that their hidden enemy is at least as strong as he is. Determined not to let his fallen comrade's sacrifices be in vain, Makoto pushes beyond his current limits. Channeling power far beyond his normal capacity, he focuses his energy, using his heightened senses to pinpoint a location over 3 kilometers away. Despite the obstacles concealing the enemy, clenching his sword, he remembers those who have fallen today. Their deaths fuel his resolve. With unwavering determination, Makoto charges his blade with crimson light and unleashes a devastating blaze of fire. The scorching inferno rips through the ground, obliterating everything in its path until at last it reveals the enemy who cast the deadly spell. It is the same boy who arrived there alone, casually dressed. He is impressed that Makoto managed to track him down after his attack, just as expected from the captain of the strongest squad. However, Makoto is shocked. His attack was completely consumed by this man. The boy claims that if Makoto still had his left arm intact, that attack would have killed him. He is using a spell called Darkness to channel dark orbs around him. As he walks toward Makoto, he launches one of the orbs with the intent to kill. In response, Makoto swings his sword, conjuring an ice barrier. He then counters in an instant, vanishing and reappearing behind the boy, slashing at his neck. But before Makoto can process what just happened, the same devastating beam attack strikes again, tearing a chunk off his torso. The boy remains unharmed, calmly stating that he had anticipated Makoto's attack. However, he adds that Makoto is the one truly close to death. That comment ignites Makoto's rage. With what little strength he has left, he lunges forward, swinging his sword. But the boy effortlessly sidesteps and counters with a powerful kick, landing a direct hit on Makoto's open wound. However, Makoto is one step ahead. Using the opening, he strikes with the back of his sword, sending the boy crashing into the ground. As Makoto watches, he becomes curious. Why did the boy stop using his beam attack after only a few shots? Despite its overwhelming power, it seems he cannot sustain it indefinitely. Realization dawned on him. The boy cannot use his spell continuously. In terms of endurance, they are evenly matched. The boy, after crashing, manages to land on his feet, confirming Makoto's suspicion but pointing out that they are not in the same condition. Makoto is at a clear disadvantage, one arm severed, half his body missing. However, our Makoto refuses to acknowledge the concept of a disadvantage. He recalls the 3 rules of the Makoto squad, drawing strength from them. Determination floods his body as he readies himself to fight until his last breath. With unwavering resolve, he channels electric fiery energy, burning his own wounds to cauterize them and stop the bleeding. As he does, he roars the squad's 3rd rule into the battlefield: overcome your weakness. With those words, he unleashes Scarlet Blaze. The boy's eyes narrow. He realizes that Makoto is burning away his own life force to amplify his power. In response, he does the same, fueling his darkness spell with his very essence. Makoto, calling upon the spirits of his fallen comrades, glares at his opponent. His voice booms across the battlefield, warning him not to look down on his squad. Meanwhile, in the back, as Kannagi calls upon his funders for help, his hair turns white as Hinoki takes control of him. The other squad members who are still running are suddenly stopped by the boss, who remains strong as she regenerates her arms. Kashi, witnessing this, grows concerned, realizing she cannot subjugate the boss alone. She calls out to Kannagi, who is still kneeling in the back. To her, it seems as though his fighting spirit has completely faded after witnessing his squad members' deaths. It is only natural. He was just an ordinary person who recently joined the squad. However, to her shock, Kannagi rises from the ground. In a blinding flash, he dashes forward and lands a devastating kick on the boss, sending her flying. On the other side of the battlefield, Makoto and his opponent continue their fierce exchange, trading blow after blow. Makoto, wielding only half of his sword, unleashes Scarlet Light. The opponent barely dodges by leaning to the side. Despite evading the attack, he grows uneasy. It is getting harder. Makoto's flames, which should have been erased by his darkness spell, are re-emerging and striking him again. Furthermore, there is a limit to how much he can control his darkness manually, and that limit is approaching. Realizing this, he sends a barrage of darkness orbs at Makoto. But Makoto swiftly dodges, seizing an opening to lunge forward and slash his opponent's arm clean off. Now their positions are reversed. However, despite losing his arm, the opponent leaps forward and drives his knee into Makoto's wounded arm. Makoto collapses to the ground in pain as the opponent slowly approaches. Looking down at him, he claims that losing an arm means nothing. After all, there is still a hole in Makoto's stomach. He then reveals something chilling. He had already anticipated Makoto's strategy from the very first attack. He knew Makoto would engage in close combat. He acknowledges Makoto's strength, admitting that he always makes the best decisions and never wastes time. However, he also points out Makoto's flaw: he is too predictable, that he declares is the reason why Makoto will lose. Reaching into his bag, he pulls out a book. Holding it up, he claims that Makoto's defeat has already been decided by its contents. Makoto's eyes widen in shock as he recognizes it as the Book of Doom. The opponent opens the book, revealing a startling truth. The guy claims that if there is an organization that exists to stop prophecies, then it is only natural that another exists to fulfill them. Makoto is stunned, as he never knew such an organization existed. The opponent then makes his final revelation that he is one of the 12 apostles of the apocalypse. He introduces himself as the 12th of darkness, the one destined to fulfill the prophecy. Makoto, still in disbelief, questions the reason behind his obsession with bringing about destruction. The opponent, flipping through the pages of the book with a smirk, mockingly asked whether Makoto would forgive him. Makoto is enraged by the mockery. Without hesitation, he swings his sword with all his might, nearly severing the opponent's shoulder. Makoto is confident that he can win this battle as his opponent appears to be out of mana and his body seems to be reaching its limit. Makoto channels the Red Dragon form, convinced that it will secure his victory. On the other hand, the guy with his shoulder nearly severed is still standing, declaring that this is Makoto's end. With that, he takes out a potion and drinks it, unleashing a flashy burst of light. The light blinds Makoto, and suddenly within that brilliance, a powerful fist strikes Makoto's face, sending him crashing to the ground. As the dust settles, Makoto is in disbelief, seeing that all the damage he inflicted on the guy has been healed, and his opponent is back to full strength. The guy claims that the potion he used is an artifact that allowed him to heal completely. With one arm, Makoto uses his Scarlet Light Blade again, sending a sword wave toward the guy. However, the guy disperses it with his darkness orbs and counters with a barrage of attacks. Makoto is left in shock as the artifact the guy used is supposed to be controlled by countries due to how overpowered it is, and no ordinary organization should be able to possess one. The guy kicks Makoto in his gut wound, sending him to the ground, where he takes his final breaths. Seeing Makoto beaten, the guy lets out a sigh of relief, believing he has finally defeated him. Meanwhile, Makoto, remembering his childhood and his comrades, tries to reach for his sword. He also recalls Kanagi's words about treating his brother like his cat, which brings a smile to his bloodied face. With renewed determination, he picks up his sword, but as he is about to swing it, a dark beam hits him, completely severing the hand holding the sword. The guy with a confident tone bids Makoto his final goodbye. However, just as he's about to deliver the finishing blow, someone arrives, parting the crystal behind him. It's Kanagi, backed up by all the founders, ready to get their revenge on the guy who made their disciple cry. Makoto notices Kanagi's presence and is initially worried, but soon realizes that it's not just Kanagi. Something else is emanating from him. The guy also notices the abnormality in the aura radiating from Kanagi. The boy in front of him no longer appears as a vulnerable target, but as an existence that will fiercely defend itself. Growing worried, the guy warns Kanagi not to move, threatening to kill Makoto if he does. However, as he speaks, his arm is severed from his body in a flash. The guy is shocked, unable to comprehend how it happened so quickly. Meanwhile, Kanagi simply swings his sword from a distance, the force of the strike even dulling his blade. The founders notice this, surprised that the sword dulled after just one strike. The alchemist founder steps in, transmuting multiple weapons for Kanagi to use in the fight. With pure vengeance in his eyes, Kanagi orders every founder to unleash hell on the guy. Meanwhile, the guy completely regenerates his arm, which shocks Hinoki. The mage founder explains it as reversal, a skill she didn't expect a modern awakener to possess. She speculates that the artifact he used continuously heals his wounds until its effect wears off. As she speaks, Kanagi launches an arrow that strikes the guy directly in the head. The guy didn't see it coming, but he regenerates the wound instantly. Seeing this, one of the founders asks the mage how they can kill the guy. She reveals that they must kill him repeatedly until he eventually dies. The guy uses his darkness spell as Kanagi loads another arrow. When Kanagi releases the arrow, the darkness spell tries to intercept it, but the arrow pierces through, striking the guy in the chest and head. The archer founder mocks the guy, asking if he truly believed he could stop his arrows. The guy regenerates his wounds and counters with a darkness orb attack. Kanagi, using the founder's evasive powers, dodges the attack and flashes toward the guy, kicking him in the face. He then grabs the guy's hand and delivers a palm strike to his face. One of the founders notices that the guy can't use his annihilation beam attack if his vision is blocked by his own orbs, which works in their favor. Dodging the attack becomes easier because of this. Kanagi delivers a powerful blow to the guy's gut, sending him crashing to the ground. The founders wonder how many times they'll have to watch the same guy die and regenerate. Meanwhile, Kanagi walks over to Makoto, who, in his beaten state, asks if he is truly Kanagi. Kanagi denies it, explaining that the founders are using his body as heroic spirits. Using Valentine's healing power preservation, Kanagi begins healing Makoto's arms. As he heals, Kanagi reveals that they are in a hurry and must act quickly. Seeing Kanagi leave, Makoto understands that it's the founders who are in control. A short distance away, the guy gets back up, shocked that his spells are being dodged and countered so effortlessly. Without giving him time to think, Kanagi attacks him with a spear, piercing straight through his heart. The guy is relentlessly attacked, dying repeatedly without a moment to recover. One of the founders asks the mage if keeping the spear in the guy's heart will prevent him from regenerating. However, the spear passes through his body and he begins to regenerate again. As the guy starts to recover, Kanagi delivers a powerful kick from above, crashing him back to the ground. Kanagi wonders which body parts regenerate first if they completely destroy his body. The guy begins regenerating from his hand, but by the time his full body is restored, he is gasping and exhausted. He is being obliterated, but refuses to let a boy stop him. Deciding to kill Makoto and escape, he rushes toward him only to find Kanagi already sitting there guarding Makoto. With a maniacal smile, Kanagi reveals that he is too late. Hinoki then takes control of Kanagi's body and, using his sword style, completely cuts the guy's body into pieces. Even though the guy is obliterated, he doesn't fear death, as he believes he is fulfilling a prophecy. However, his resolve begins to waver in the face of something as terrifying as Kanagi. As the guy regenerates again, he tries to remind himself of his mission to fulfill the prophecy, refusing to let fear overcome him. He reaches for another artifact in his bag, but before he can use it, Kanagi cuts off his arm. The artifact scatters the ground, creating a powerful golden cage around Kanagi called the Sand Cage of Time. The regeneration effect on the guy ends, and he is unable to regenerate his arm. Relieved, the guy believes he has barely made it. The founders, seeing the cage grow concerned, wondered what to do next since the guy's regeneration is nearly over. The guy standing outside the cage claims that even his darkness can't destroy the cage, so Kanagi can't kill him from within. With a nervous expression, he declares that he's going to leave. But before he can finish his sentence, Hinoki yells at him to watch closely. Suddenly, the guy feels a strong aura behind him and turns to see Makoto standing on his own 2 feet, still regenerating. How is Makoto that much of a Chad and overpowered? Well, it all goes back to his childhood when he trained with the best Midori. Even Midori lost to Makoto in a sword fight, which led him to suggest that Makoto find a better master to continue his training. Following the advice of the world's strongest awakener, Makoto searched for masters to become a disciple of those at the highest level. However, he surpassed every master he encountered. Whether they taught him swordsmanship, magic, or agility, every master gave up on him in less than a month. One of the masters recommended him to the strongest swordsman they knew at the time, Hinoki Ichika, the little sister of Hinoki. Ichika became Makoto's final master, and he trained under her for about 3 years. One day, while training with Ichika, Makoto asked about a sword technique mentioned in a book called Indomitable. Even Ichika couldn't figure out how the technique worked, claiming that it was a skill only Hinoki, the founder, could use. Makoto found it fascinating as he had read about it in the book. However, Ichika soon realized she had nothing left to teach Makoto as he had already mastered Hinoki's one-handed sword style. Makoto wanted to grow even stronger, but Ichika didn't know how he could progress further. She compared him to an unblooming bud, stating that even with all his training, blooming in this lifetime would be difficult for him. She hoped that one day a stronger swordsman would appear before him. In the present, Makoto realizes that this moment is happening right before his eyes. He notices Kanagi using sword techniques he didn't even know existed. According to Ichika, such an opportunity might come only once in a lifetime, and he shouldn't miss it. Grateful for the chance, Makoto thanks Ichika in his heart and begins touching his severed arms together. Seeing this, all the founders are confused about what he's trying to do. Kanagi is also worried about his captain, who is outside the cage with the enemy. Makoto begins emitting the same aura as Kanagi. Meanwhile, inside the training ground of the anti-prophecy faction, Midori, who is training with Suo, senses a powerful aura. Suddenly an explosion rocks the area, and as the dust settles, they are shocked to see a massive hole in the wall, and Midori is gone. Back on the battlefield, the guy is confused. Seeing Makoto able to perform such a feat despite his condition, he is certain that he will be cut down. Witnessing this, Hinoki explains to Kanagi that people are like flowers blooming at their true potential when they reach their peak, whether physically, spiritually, or through mastering an ultimate technique. For Makoto, this is the moment of his true potential. Hinoki, standing behind Kanagi, advises him to engrave what he sees deep in his mind. Kanagi realizes what Hinoki is trying to say. Like a blooming flower, Makoto lifts his arms as if holding a sword and with unwavering determination manages to use Hinoki's one-handed sword style's lost technique, Indomitable. The very technique he read about in the book. Even though the guy's darkness defenses are flawlessly activated, his body is cut in half without Makoto even wielding a physical sword. The guy wonders if this is the time and place where he will meet his end. As his body falls apart, Hinoki praises Makoto for materializing a sword that existed only in his mind. Meanwhile, Makoto, though standing in a state of confusion, feels that he has finally become the swordsman he always aspired to be. He considers it a blessing to have spent time with his family, friends, comrades, and subordinates. Every experience he's had has made him stronger. Even if this is his end, he remembers his little brother and his cat, apologizing to them in his heart. As he is about to lose consciousness, he sees Kanagi walking toward him, lending a hand with a smile. Seeing this, Makoto realizes that this death might not be the end, as he can still leave his legacy to the next generation through Kanagi. Grabbing Kanagi's hand, he thanks him and collapses to the ground. As the cage vanishes after the guy's defeat, Kanagi rushes toward his captain, feeling a deep connection through the crest of nothingness. All the other comrades lie lifeless on the ground, but as Makoto is about to join them, Midori comes flying in. He grabs Makoto just in time as he falls. Makoto dies in Midori's arms at the age of 23 after the battle with the Darkness User. Holding Makoto's body, Midori is in despair, unable to believe what has happened. He remembers a time when he asked Makoto why he became the captain of the squad while they were training. According to Midori, in the anti-prophecy unit, Makoto was the second strongest after him, and if he were to go all out, no one would be able to match him. Midori had asked Makoto if, with all that strength, he thought it was better to fight alone. This question surprised Makoto, and he asked Midori if he thought he wasn't suited for teamwork. However, the team was more important to Makoto than anything else. He wasn't sure how to express this to Midori, but suddenly his comrades called him through the security camera in the group. Jakaru was excited because one of their comrades, Kuzushiro, had just passed the level 2 assignment he had been working on. Kuzushiro was also happy, saying he wanted to tell the captain first. Jakaru, thrilled about the news, suggested they all go out for lunch. Seeing their camaraderie, Midori was taken aback. As Midori listened, Makoto revealed that he was fond of his comrades, and that even if he fell wounded in battle, he would be happy knowing he had his comrades by his side. Coming back to the present, Midori holds his friend's body and tells him that his wish of fighting for his comrades has been fulfilled. Even though most of his comrades have fallen, 2 of them are still alive. With tears in his eyes, Midori closes Makoto's eyes, stating that, as a leader, Makoto has fulfilled his duties. It's something Midori knows he couldn't have done, but Makoto did it, and with honor. On the other hand, Kanagi is on the ground, while all the founders stand behind him. Darkness begins to cloud his consciousness, and the mage explains that it's likely due to Kanagi taking all the blame for the station's destruction and his perceived weakness. All of the founders have also experienced the loss of their comrades, friends, and families. Their hearts were broken as they watched their comrades depart. And in most cases, like Hinoki, they couldn't move on from their wounded hearts. Hinoki walks up to Kanagi, who is kneeling in despair. He calls out to him, but in a hopeless tone, Kanagi reveals that he doesn't want to fight anymore. His heart feels torn apart, and he believes that if he had let the founders fight from the beginning, no one would have died. He now understands that in his attempt to become strong for others, he ended up becoming merely a vessel for the founders. Hinoki, hearing Kanagi's words, tries to say something, but Kanagi is too overwhelmed by his thoughts. He feels the hand he shook with Makoto in his consciousness, burning like fire. Kanagi knows that Makoto entrusted him to carry forward his legacy. This brings tears to the founders' eyes. But what Kanagi says next shocks them. He declares that he now not only wants to surpass the founders, but to surpass them with every moment he has. Suddenly, a beam of bright light hits Kanagi as he declares his determination. From now on, he will not let anyone else die. 1 month later, in Nagano Prefecture at Mitake Mountain, Suo is practicing hand-to-hand combat with Kanagi. He sends blow after blow toward Kanagi, who dodges them all. Kanagi then counters with a penetration attack, which Suo blocks, but the attack creates a shockwave behind him. Kanagi is shocked that Suo redirected the force of his penetration spell so effortlessly. As he processes this, Suo counters, but Kanagi is ready and uses Aikido to swing Suo around. Suo tries to kick midair, but Kanagi blocks it and counters with a powerful kick of his own. Just as he's about to land the hit, a loud shout stops them both. It's Ichika. How did it all happen? Well, the annihilation of the squad has left a deep scar on the anti-prophecy unit. During the funeral of the fallen, everyone was in grief. But Suo stood frozen in front of his brother's picture the entire time. Later, as Kanagi was heading to his room, he saw Suo coming out of Makoto's room holding some books and a cat. Kanagi recognized the cat as an Oribe, the one Makoto often talked about. Suo was shocked that Kanagi knew about his brother's cat, something even he hadn't been aware of. Before entering his brother's room, Suo didn't know about the cute cat, the books, the clothes, the food, or even the thoughts his brother had. He only discovered these things when he went through Makoto's belongings. Kanagi noticed that Suo had a bunch of diaries with him, which he planned to take. These diaries were left by Makoto so that his brother could read them in case he lost his life. All of Makoto's daily training and missions were recorded inside. However, Suo noticed something else. Every sentence in the diaries ended with Makoto worrying about Suo. He wrote about how Suo was doing, how the weather was cold, and even about Suo's achievements in life events. Reading this alone in his room, Suo broke down in tears, curling up on the floor as he realized that everything his brother wrote was about him. As Suo revealed all this to Kanagi, Kanagi also shared that Makoto always talked to him about Suo and his cat Oribe. Hearing this, Suo teared up, declaring that from now on, he wants to get stronger so his brother won't have to worry about him from heaven anymore. With that, they both went to Hinoki Ichika to train. At first, she was cautious of them until they revealed that Suo was Makoto's brother and that Makoto had fallen in battle. This shocked Ichika, but she kept her composure. In sync, both Suo and Kanagi requested her to train them to become stronger. Coming back to the present, Ichika is amazed at how much they've both improved, especially Suo, who has progressed remarkably. Kanagi asks about his own progress, to which Ichika responds with an annoyed sigh, claiming she has nothing left to teach Kanagi since he already knows everything. She jokes that it should be her asking him to teach her instead. She then kicks a stick toward both of them and with a maniac grin declares that she is the sword, challenging them to come at her. With that, they both charge at her. Suo strikes from the front while Kanagi attacks from above. As they fight, Kanagi is determined to get stronger and is confident that he will become the strongest awakener in the world. Meanwhile, in England, London, a man wearing a hat and coat walks down the night streets alone. As he turns a corner, someone recognizes him as one of the 12 apostles of the Apocalypse, Quatre. Quattro also recognizes the person approaching him. It's Midori. Midori straight up demands that Quattro reveal the location of his base and comrades, warning him that if he says anything else, he will die. Hearing this, Quattro instantly summons his weapon, a strange heart-shaped pike, and challenges Midori to come at him. Suddenly, a burst of blood sprays from the alleyway, followed by Midori walking out unscathed. Outside, other members of the anti-prophecy group are waiting. Midori hands them the book, turns and leaves, stating that 7 people are left. They now have 5 books, meaning they've killed 5 members of the 12 Apostles of the Apocalypse, and Midori is now heading to the next target. Within the hunt for everlasting secrets, the anti-prophecy's top secret facility. A book collected by Midori is presented to an elderly woman. She is introduced as Io, the superintendent of the anti-prophecy unit. The man delivering the book confirms it is indeed from Midori, revealing that these are the prophecy books of the 12 Apostles of the Apocalypse. This man is Tengen, the assistant to the superintendent. Another assistant, a lady named Shiki, is also present. She suggests that the books might be parts of a single larger book that has been dismembered. Io opens the book and remarks that eliminating the apostles and retrieving the books aren't the main problems. The real issue is that Midori is acting on his own. And it seems like Makoto's death has left a deep scar on him. Shiki, hearing this, wonders what they should do. Io, with a smile, orders them to leave Midori to her, assuring them that once he returns, she will prepare tea for him. Tengen and Shiki then propose that since Makoto's squad has been eliminated, leaving a gap in the anti-prophecy unit, they are willing to form a new squad under their leadership. Hearing this, Io falls into deep thought. Meanwhile, somewhere around Tokyo, a rank 2 prophecy, the Rebellion, is unfolding. The boss of this prophecy is the God of Dawn. Members of the anti-prophecy unit are fighting the troops of the prophecy, but are struggling to defeat even a few of them. In their nervousness, they call out for their captain, Hibiki. Hibiki, the captain of the Hibiki Satsuna squad, steps forward. To her, the troops are boring and easy to defeat. She then looks back at Akane, who has joined her squad, and asks if she can handle it. Akane uses her Trismegistus spell, creating a massive blob of mercury. She warns everyone to stand back as she flows the mercury onto the ground toward the troops. Once every troop has their feet submerged in the mercury, Akane uses her gasification spell, converting the mercury into gas. The troops begin coughing and suffocating. Akane then follows up by converting the gas back into liquid mercury, which is now inside the troops' bodies. She uses crimson heat to boil the mercury within them, and finally, she solidifies the mercury, instantly killing all the troops by forming spikes inside their bodies. The entire squad is shocked as Akane has just wiped out all the troops in a matter of seconds. Akane snaps her fingers and turns toward the group, announcing that she's finished. Hibiki walks toward her, clapping and praising Akane for using all 3 states of matter and executing 4 attacks in a single skill. She holds Akane's chin and remarks that it's a shame Akane is only a temporary member of their group. Hibiki proposes that once Akane finishes her training, she should join their squad permanently. Akane, excited, replies that she'll think about it. The other squad members are also impressed by Akane, wondering if she'll really join their squad given how cute and strong she is. However, to their surprise, Hibiki wants Akane to join because she wants their battles to be even easier. As soon as Akane leaves, she calls Kanagi, informing him that she has completed Lesson 7 about controlling the 3 states of alchemy, and asks him to send her the next lesson. Kanagi, who is trying to keep his lunch safe from the cat, agrees. The founder alchemist, hearing this, is amazed that Akane has finally mastered level 7. Kanagi requests that the founder prepare 3 more lessons for Akane, which he gladly agrees to. Kanagi informs Akane and she thanks him. She also mentions that Hanada has reached Lesson 8. In Saitama Prefecture, Tokorozawa City, an A-Rank 2 prophecy, an earth beast with the boss Sphinx has occurred. Hanada, sent to eliminate the boss, uses his lightning kick and completely destroys the boss with a single strike. With this, he completes his level 8 lesson on the lightning kick. The captain of the Todoroki squad praises Hanada and proposes that he join their squad. Hanada, like Akane, wants to think about which squad he should join. He asks Akane for advice, and she, excited to compete with him, claims that no matter which squad he chooses, she'll win against them. Kanagi, who is on a joint call with them, is happy that they're both getting stronger and declares that he should get up and start training too. As Kanagi is talking, Suo gets annoyed that Oribi the cat always clings to Kanagi and not him. He yaps about it, and as he tries to pull the cat away from Kanagi, Akane asks if they've heard the rumor about a new squad forming. Kanagi hasn't heard about it, so she explains that a new squad is being formed to fill the gap left by Makoto's squad. The captain of this new squad will be selected from the member with the highest achievements. Kanagi takes the news lightly, but Akane has something else on her mind. She reveals that the real question isn't who will become the captain, it's whether Kanagi wants to form his own squad. At first, Kanagi brushes it off as a joke, but then he freezes. Realizing the weight of what she's saying, Kanagi asks Akane why she said that. She reveals that there is a certain desire within the anti-prophecy, as there exists a force in the world capable of eliminating all prophecies. Kanagi is taken aback by this revelation, and Akane adds that she too desires such a force. She explains that everyone in the squad is searching for a strong-willed leader, and she believes Kanagi has the qualities to be a capable squad captain. Just then, Akane's squad captain calls for her, prompting her to excuse herself from Kanagi and say goodbye. This conversation leaves Kanagi deep in thought about the possibility of becoming a squad captain. Meanwhile, Ichika asks Suo about Kanagi, to which he reveals the discussion about him potentially becoming a captain. Ichika also believes that if Kanagi wants to, he could easily take on the role, and Suo agrees with her. Lost in thought, Kanagi seeks answers from the founders, who appear just as uncertain about what to advise him. Since they had all devoted their lives to following a master, they lack experience in leadership. The mage founder, realizing this, calls them useless teachers for being unable to guide Kanagi in this situation. Hinoki then turns to the founder of military strategy, Ryan, and asks for his opinion. Ryan, however, refuses to intervene, stating that it is not the right time, as there is already someone qualified to guide Kanagi. Before Kanagi can process this, his thoughts are abruptly interrupted by a wooden spear striking the ground inches away from him. Looking up, he sees Ichika approaching, urging him not to waste his time overthinking and instead to continue his training. With a maniacal grin, she challenges him to use his flash step against her. Kanagi agrees, leaping down from the rock and using flash step in combination with ripple step to land softly. Ichika watches in amazement, wondering about Kanagi's true identity. To her, the level of skill he has attained in just 6 months is impossible for a normal awakener. Recalling Hinoki's rigorous training sessions where he failed countless times while learning flash step, Kanagi lets out a laugh. However, before he can dwell on the memory, he senses an aura of energy surging toward him. Noticing Ichika charging at him with her wooden staff infused with energy, he swiftly dodges. The staff strikes the rock behind him, splitting it cleanly in half. Suo, witnessing this, is stunned. Ichika, undeterred, reminds Kanagi that she doesn't care whether he is focused or not. She will force him to be. Kanagi, now slightly nervous but fully attentive, holds his stance. Inside him, Hinoki realizes that Rion was referring to Ichika as the qualified person to guide Kanagi. The mage founder also comes to understand that Ichika is remarkably strong for a modern awakener as expected from Hinoki's descendant. However, Hinoki denies having children, claiming it might be his brother instead. He acknowledges Ichika's strength, noting that since she trained someone as powerful as Makoto, she might be a living successor. However, as he says this, he notices her using a technique called Skyfall, something he has never seen before. This technique launches an electric zap toward Kanagi, who barely evades it. Realizing the sheer strength behind the attack, Kanagi understands that Ichika is going all out against him. Ichika charges forward and follows up with her Purgatory Sword technique, unleashing a powerful strike at him. Meanwhile, Hinoki watches in excitement, realizing that Ichika has developed a new technique by refining all the knowledge passed down to her. Outside, as Kanagi dodges the attack, Ichika is impressed. It's a technique he has never encountered before, yet he still managed to evade it. She praises Kanagi's one-handed sword style, noting that it closely resembles the techniques of the founder. This comment shocks Kanagi, and before he can respond, Ichika adds that he might be worrying about whether he could ever become as strong as Makoto. Kanagi is stunned, as this is exactly what has been weighing on his mind. Suo, overhearing this, is also taken aback. Kanagi's grip on his sword tightens as he recalls witnessing Makoto's strength firsthand, how he was an extraordinary squad captain. This is the very reason Kanagi keeps questioning whether he can ever reach Makoto's level. To his surprise, Ichika tells him that he doesn't have to be like Makoto. She suddenly yells at him to pay attention, channeling her energy as she executes her sword technique, Tang Dance, creating a powerful water tornado. She explains that this technique was developed by past masters who built upon the founder's techniques. While these techniques may never match the founder's power due to the immense difference in strength, the masters never stop trying, gradually getting closer over time. Hearing this, Kanagi finally understands what she means. Ichika then reveals that she doesn't know exactly how great a Captain Makoto was, but from what she knew of him, he must have been an incredible leader. She adds that it won't be the same for Kanagi in the beginning, but if he has skills, he definitely has the potential to reach that level. Pointing her wooden stick at him, she advises Kanagi not to try to become like Makoto, but instead to focus on the path entrusted to him. Hearing this, Kanagi remembers when Makoto shook his hand. Thinking back on that moment, he realizes he must look toward the future instead of dwelling on comparisons. A smile appears on Ichika's face as she declares that for the sake of that future, she will train him herself. With that, they both engage in intense training, pushing each other to their limits. 2 weeks later, at the Anti-Prophecy headquarters, Hibiki and Todoroki, two squad captains, review the list of newly recommended squad candidates. The list submitted by the superintendent themselves includes Kanagi and Ichika. Some members find the selection odd. Meanwhile, outside the HQ building, a dark figure speaks on a cell phone, informing someone that they have successfully infiltrated the facility and that the new squad captain exam will take place in 3 days. This figure carries the Book of Doom and boldly declares that they will soon become the new squad leader of the Anti-Prophecy. This figure is none other than Eva, a member of the 12 Apostles of Apocalypse. Eva possesses a skill called Heavenly Demon, which allows her to replace the existence of anyone she kills. Her goal is to become the captain of the newly formed squad of the Anti-Prophecy and destroy the organization from the inside. As Midori continues his killing spree against the 12 Apostles, more than half of them have already fallen. Since they cannot defeat Midori head-on, they have decided to sabotage the Anti-Prophecy from within. Their motto is that they will do anything to fulfill the prophecy. 3 days later, at the grand training field of the Anti-Prophecy, the selection examination for the captain of the new squad is underway. As all participants gather, the instructor announces that there will be 4 tests with only 4 people advancing to the final stage. The exam follows a point system. First place in each test earns 3 points, second place earns 2, and third place earns 1. In the end, the candidate with the highest score will be elected as the captain of the newly formed squad. The superintendent watches as the instructor urges all participants to give their best effort. In unison, they shouted their agreement. Among them, Kanagi feels the weight of everyone's gaze. There are 8 candidates: Koki from the Yaguruma squad, Akihina from the Yoryuza squad, Sonobe from the Yushima squad, Hisagi from the Makabe squad, Sakazaki from the Tsurusaki squad, Shikami from the Todoroki squad, and Iryu from the Hibiki squad. However, the real danger lies in the fact that one of them is actually Eva, one of the 12 apostles, an imposter hidden in plain sight. And then there is the special recommendation, Kanagi. Unlike the others, Kanagi stands alone as his squad captain. Ichika is nowhere to be seen, oversleeping as usual. However, she sends him a message warning that if he doesn't win, she will personally make him regret it. Determined to avoid elimination before Ichika arrives, Kanagi steels himself for the competition. Meanwhile, Ichika rushes toward the training ground, riding on Suo's back. She yells at him to go faster, knowing that if they don't hurry, they might miss the crucial moments. She has complete faith that Kanagi will win and refuses to miss his victory. Back at the training field, the first test begins, which is mana measurement. To everyone's shock, Kanagi releases an immense amount of energy, shattering the measurement device and securing first place. Akihina from the Yoryuza squad, who ranks 5th in the test, is stunned by Kanagi's overwhelming power. Sakazaki takes 3rd place, while Sonobe secures 2nd, both realizing that Kanagi is an anomaly. Sakazaki remarks that such irregularities occasionally occur when a genius in either physical strength or mana appears in the exam. He speculates that Kanagi is a mana prodigy, much like another participant, Shikami, who ranks 7th. On the points table, Kanagi takes the lead with 3 points. As the instructor announces the second test, hand-to-hand combat, the real battle begins. Each participant must face an opponent, and a victory will earn them 2 points. As the instructor announces the first participant, Shikami voluntarily raises his hand, requesting to face Kanagi. Shikami is the strongest regular member in hand-to-hand combat and is also considered an irregularity. When he was just 2 years old, he was caught in the emergence of monsters from another dimension. However, even as a baby in a cart, he single-handedly killed all the monsters, shocking his own mother. He protected her and became a legend. In the audience, Hibiki accuses Todoroki of cheating by sending Shikami into the hand-to-hand combat test. Todoroki argues that there is nothing wrong with choosing his strongest member, as Shikami is blessed with both magical talent and immense physical strength. He boasts that he has been training Shikami since he joined his squad, and to this day, no one has ever beaten him in hand-to-hand combat. Hearing this, Hibiki wonders if the match will end instantly, considering Shikami's combat abilities are practically unbeatable. As the fight begins, Shikami approaches Kanagi and asks if he has really been giving lessons to Hanada. Remembering the founders, Kanagi replies that he is merely a messenger. Shikami doesn't understand what he means, but continues claiming that someone out there is advising and teaching Hanada, who is already a super genius. He adds that even without Kanagi's guidance, Hanada will surpass his current level on his own. Instead of arguing, Kanagi simply agrees with him, which only annoys Shikami further. Enraged, Shikami activates Violent Bite, transforming into a monstrous form. In an instant, with blinding speed, he lunges at Kanagi. Kanagi ducks just in time, but Shikami follows, up with a powerful claw attack. Watching this, Todoroki is thrilled to see his fighter going all out. As Shikami swings with all his might, Kanagi sidesteps the attack. Seizing the moment, Kanagi shifts into Kuru's stance, grips Shikami's wrist, and with tremendous force slams him into the ground. The impact erupts in a massive shockwave, sending rocks flying across the field and startling everyone. As the debris settles, both Kanagi and Shikami are airborne. The other participants are in awe. Despite Kanagi merely redirecting Shikami's attack, the sheer power of it was enough to devastate the entire battlefield. Even Kanagi himself is impressed by Shikami's strength, though Shikami assumes he is being sarcastic. Despite the powerful blow, Shikami lands safely on the ground, shocking everyone that he managed to do so despite the destroyed terrain. Sakazaki, analyzing the situation on his laptop, remarks that this outcome was inevitable. Shikami's physical boost is irregular, and the sturdiness of his body far surpasses that of a normal awakener. Regaining his composure, Shikami charges at Kanagi once again. Kanagi realizes that simply countering Shikami's attacks won't be enough to win. He needs to try something different. Activating his founder power, he delivers a light kick at the charging Shikami. He then multiplies the attack using the penetration technique, Luminance Kick, striking Shikami multiple times while he is still airborne. Everyone watches in shock as Shikami crashes to the ground, defeated. The instructor quickly intervenes, stopping the match before it escalates further and declares Kanagi the winner, awarding him 2 additional points. The other squad members are amazed. This guy just physically overwhelmed Shikami despite Sakazaki's earlier claim that he was an irregular. Sakazaki, now furiously typing on his laptop, hadn't expected Kanagi to be so exceptional in hand-to-hand combat. He initially assumed Kanagi would be eliminated naturally if left alone, but now it's clear that Kanagi is becoming an obstacle in his plans. As Shikami regains consciousness and opens his eyes, he is shocked to see Kanagi casting some kind of spell on him while he lies on the ground. Kanagi reassures him that he is healing his wounds, which only astonishes Shikami further, and irregular in both mana and physical prowess, now capable of healing too. It seems almost unbelievable. Shikami is still processing what's happening and asks Kanagi if there's anything he can't do. This question makes Kanagi recall the time he desperately tried to bring back his fallen Makoto squad members but failed. After healing Shikami for a while, Kanagi tells him he should be able to stand now. As they speak, a loud bang suddenly erupts nearby. Kanagi looks over and reveals that it marks the final match of the hand-to-hand combat exam. Shikami, now alarmed, wonders how long he's been unconscious, realizing it must have been quite some time. Kanagi calmly tells him it has only been 5 minutes. According to Kanagi, after their fight, the other battles started simultaneously. 2 of the pairs finished instantly, but Sakazaki and Hisagi are still fighting even after 5 minutes. Both remain determined, exchanging a relentless barrage of blows with full force. As Hisagi charges at Sakazaki, she pushes him back with a powerful attack, mocking him for lacking any special abilities. She taunts that without unique skills or traits, he is unfit to be a captain. Sakazaki studies himself and counters her remark, stating that he is not the type who seeks to stand out. According to him, even if an ordinary person were to take on the captain's role, death would be the only outcome for them. He believes that a captain must have the ability to adapt to any situation in order to increase the survival chances of every squad member, even by just 1%. Sakazaki declares that this is his goal, ensuring that he does not suffer the same fate as the Makoto squad. This statement strikes a chord with Kanagi as Sakazaki is speaking about his fallen comrades in such a manner. Shikami also takes offense and warns Sakazaki to watch his words. Back in the fight, Hisagi executes her disciplined chainsword technique, generating an energy whirlwind as she charges straight at Sakazaki. Even though Sakazaki blocks the attack, the sheer force sends him crashing to the ground. Hisagi quickly follows up with another strike, but just as she is about to land the hit, Sakazaki unexpectedly surrenders. The instructor immediately stops the match, declaring Hisagi the winner, leaving her in shock. Another squad member quickly restrains her as she fumes with rage, furious that Sakazaki gave up so easily instead of putting up a real fight. Sakazaki, on the other hand, claims that he expected the battle to last longer. So he chose to preserve his energy for the upcoming tests. As he walks away, he knows that he could have defeated Hisagi if he had tried, but he does not want to reveal his full strength just yet, especially with Kanagi closely observing the fight. The second stage of the exam, hand-to-hand combat, concludes with Kanagi leading the scoreboard with 5 points, followed by Tsunobu with 3. The instructor announces a 30-minute break before the start of the third examination. He also reveals that in the next round, the 4 participants with the lowest scores will be eliminated. As the lunch break begins, Kanagi wonders about Ichika and Suo, who should have been there, but are still missing. Meanwhile, outside the Anti-Prophecy headquarters building, Suo finally arrives, carrying Ichika. Exhausted from the effort, he is confused when she starts heading toward the courtyard instead of the training ground. When he questions her, Ichika reveals that she can smell traces of an aura, one that suggests someone has recently died there. According to her, it appears to be the residue of an awakener who was killed by an overwhelmingly powerful monster. Hearing this, Suo is stunned. If an awakener was truly killed here, it means someone may have infiltrated the anti-prophecy headquarters, despite this place being a well-kept secret. Ichika argues that the 12 apostles are strong enough to have figured out how to find this location, shocking Suo even further. When he asks about their possible motive, she ignores the question and instead suggests they head to the training venue. In her mind, however, she knows that whoever died was likely at the level of a squad captain, but with no official reports of such an incident, the situation is becoming more intriguing. Now, not only Midori, but also Ichika, Suo, and most notably, Kannagi are all working toward the same goal, avenging Captain Makoto's death. During the lunch break, as everyone patches up their wounds, eats their meals, and casually converses, Sakazaki sits alone, focused on his laptop. Meanwhile, Kannagi, who is sitting with Shikami, becomes excited when he notices his comrades, Ichika and Suo, arriving. The atmosphere shifts as others grow nervous upon recognizing Ichika, one of the 5 elite members of the Anti-Prophecy Special Task Force alongside Suo. Suo, observing the gathered captains, feels uneasy. Ichika had claimed that a captain had been killed, yet all 7 captains are present on the training ground. Hearing this, Ichika smirks and calls Kannagi over to share something important. She tells him everything, shocking him with the revelation that one of the captains might actually be a member of the 12 Apostles in disguise. According to Ichika, the probability is high based on the aura residue she sensed in the courtyard. The individual who died was undoubtedly at a captain's level. Yet all captains are accounted for, making the situation highly suspicious. Logically, it should be impossible. But if someone is disguising themselves as the victim, then there is an imposter among them. Realizing the potential danger, Kannagi grows tense, and Suo agrees. The person who just killed a captain-level individual is standing among them. Suo fears that if they don't solve this problem soon, there may be more victims. If they leave it as it is, there's a possibility that a prophecy at the level where human extinction is certain. Ichika, with an evil grin, suggests a far more ruthless approach, killing everyone there to eliminate the threat entirely. Suo and Kannagi immediately oppose the idea, arguing that they only need to find and eliminate the one member of the 12 apostles lurking among them. Ichika, now excited, points out that if they are dealing with the 12 apostles, this might be their chance to avenge Makoto. After all, they are the ones responsible for his death. She asks Kannagi if he feels the same, and as he recalls what happened to Makoto and their squad, he confirms. Suo, clenching his fists, also remembers everything that happened to his brother. Kannagi then turns to Azure, the founder of the detectives, for his opinion. Azure suggests that he should first examine the crime scene, but given that they are in the middle of an examination, he knows that isn't possible. Kannagi considers hurrying there since there's still some time left before the lunch break ends. However, Azure warns that this might alert the culprit. If the apostle they are dealing with is as strong as the one they faced at the Snowy Mountain, he could easily wipe out everyone here if he wished. They need to be prepared if that happens. Taking this into account, Kannagi decides to head to the training ground after today's test, but asks if there's a possibility that even the founders wouldn't be able to detect any aura residue at the crime scene. Hinoki then reveals that they have been near a volcano for the past month, where he trained and mastered his one-handed sword technique. He explains that the volcano might be interfering with the flow of their chi, potentially making it difficult to access any residual energy. Mage also reveals that if the aura can only be sensed at close range, it is almost certainly from a 12 Apostles class enemy. Azure, annoyed that they are taking over his detective work, is about to protest, but Hinoki shuts him down, suggesting they focus on catching the culprit so he can kill him. Returning to the interrogation, Azure tells Kannagi to ask Ichika a question. Kannagi then asks if there is a possibility that the apostle infiltrated as a candidate rather than as a captain. This catches Ichika off guard, but after a moment she confirms that it's possible if they are talking about the captain candidates. However, she insists they cannot rule out suspicion on the squad captains either. Kannagi understands but quickly forms an idea that he plans to use in the next test, assuming it involves combat abilities. However, just a few minutes later, the instructor announces the start of the 3rd stage of the examination, revealing that it is a written test, completely shocking Kannagi. The candidates are seated in private chambers where no phones are allowed, making it impossible for Kannagi to gather any information about the infiltrator. The test focuses on the rules of the anti-prophecy, something Kannagi doesn't understand at all. However, he refuses to give up, determined to push through. When the test ends, the instructor announces the results. Kannagi fails to earn any points, while Sakazaki jumps to 2nd place with 3 points. The last 4 candidates, including Shikami, are eliminated. Kannagi feels embarrassed about getting the lowest score in the writing exam, but as he stands there frustrated, Shikami walks up to him and encourages him, telling him that he did well. Both Kannagi and Shikami received 0 scores in the writing test. But Shikami is especially frustrated about Sakazaki earning full marks. Despite this, he praises Kanagi for maintaining first place and assures him that he will be cheering for him in the second half of the exam. He wonders who will be selected as the new captain and adds that after the captain is chosen, the superintendent will also evaluate whether the newly formed squad will function properly. Shikami explains that the minimum number of members in a squad is 7, meaning the captain must recruit at least 6 more members. He advises Kanagi to start considering which candidates he will recruit once he becomes a captain. Placing a hand on Kanagi's shoulder, Shikami offers himself as a squad member, emphasizing his strong physical abilities. Then, with a grin, he walks away, wishing Kanagi the best for the rest of the exam. As Shikami leaves, Azure approaches Kanagi and tells him to visit the crime scene. However, something in Azure's confident tone makes Kanagi realize that he has already identified the culprit. Azure confirms this, but states that he still needs solid evidence to make an official deduction. He then declares that they will now go on the offensive against the 12 Apostles. The mage explains everything that has happened so far and mentions that Detective Azure assists Kanagi with his deductions and methods. This annoys Hinoki as the mage speaks in a roundabout manner, but she does so intentionally to lighten the mood with her narration. They are at the crime scene where Azure takes over for Kanagi and begins examining the area. As expected, everything aligns with his suspicions. With the victim's identity confirmed, he now also knows who the culprit is. Hearing this, Hinoki realizes that their opponent is indeed one of the 12 Apostles, which means he might have obtained the Book of Doom, the same one the last apostle possessed. The mage then asks what they should do next. Just as Kanagi is about to respond, he suddenly feels a surge of energy and is transported into a cloudy realm. There he encounters an old lady who, when asked, simply claims to be a random granny passing by. She inquires about his investigation, and Kanagi reveals that a murder has been committed. The culprit has taken on someone else's form and appears to be highly skilled. Upon hearing this, the granny asks if they should find the culprit now. However, Kanagi explains that they already know who it is, not by mere guesswork, but with solid proof. Despite this, he admits that he cannot expose the truth just yet. The granny is confused, as she believes that revealing the culprit and eliminating them immediately would be the best course of action. However, Kanagi argues that while it may seem that way, there are actually 2 culprits instead of 1. He insists that it would be better to take them both down at once when they are in the same place. He decides to deal with it in the morning, but requests that the old lady, who is actually the superintendent, refrain from interfering and simply observe. She smiles, wishes him luck, and reiterates that she is just a passing granny who will not interfere. As she is about to leave, Kanagi reveals his name to her, prompting another smile from the old lady. Suddenly, a strong surge of energy rushes through him and he regains control of his body. In a top-secret location, the assistant questions the superintendent, asking if it was wise to leave things as they are. The granny, however, assures her that she doesn't mind, as Kanagi seems close to the truth and appears to have a plan. She claims that she is merely interested in seeing what he will do next. She then orders the assistant to instruct the other officers to provide backup for Kanagi if anything happens. The assistant agrees, but admits that even after walking near the residual traces, she didn't find anything particularly interesting. Still, the superintendent places her trust in Kanagi's words. The assistant is puzzled as to why the superintendent has so much faith in him. In response, the granny reveals that it is because of the confidence and determination she saw in his eyes. The next day, as Kanagi walks through the woods, Shikami joins him, explaining the next test. This test will evaluate their performance based on how well they would function as a squad captain. Shikami already expects Sakazaki to rely on his strategic skills, but he expresses his support for Kanagi instead. Kanagi thanks him, but suddenly, out of nowhere, asks why Shikami deliberately dropped out of the examination. After a brief yet sinister pause, Shikami turns to him and claims that he changed his strategy midway. Instead of becoming a captain himself, he now prefers to operate in his own way under the command of a strong captain. Kanagi narrows his eyes in suspicion and accuses Shikami of doing it so he could eliminate all the promising members of the squad. Ichika is also present, hiding in the trees just in case. Hearing Kanagi's suspicion, Shikami openly admits that he has no problem killing someone if it is necessary for a replacement. He explains that during the third test he struggled to write anything because his brain could only process and retrieve the information already stored in it, which is why he ended up with a score of 0. Calling himself a fool, he accepts that it would be better for him to simply eliminate Sakazaki's body instead. As they step into an open field, all the squad captains and members surround them. In the center, Todoroki is chained to the ground while Hibiki and another captain stand beside him. With her usual casual and cocky demeanor, Hibiki refers to Shikami as Mr. Apostle and asks him to introduce himself. Realizing his disguise has been exposed, Shikami deepens his voice and reveals his true identity, Eva, the 9th Apostle. Eva then explains her ability, adding that she can also extract information directly from a host's brain. She claims that she killed Shikami because he possessed the strongest physique among the contenders. Hibiki smirks and asks if Eva's goal is to sabotage the anti-prophecy from the inside. Eva confirms this, but admits that since she has failed, she now has no choice but to kill everyone present. However, before doing so, she wants to know who first discovered her true identity. Hibiki points toward Kanagi, who is standing right beside Eva. With an evil grin, Eva glares at him and remarks that she never expected him to have the audacity to stand so close to her. Turning to face him, she radiates immense energy and demands to know who the hell is he. But how did all of this happen? Right before Shikami's body was taken over by Eva, Todoroki had told him that he would recommend him as a candidate for the new squad captain. This news excited Shikami greatly, though Todoroki cautioned him that the information was still a secret and would only be officially announced the next morning. Getting even more excited, Shikami joked that despite it being a secret, they were practically yelling it out loud, which would definitely inform others. Todoroki then reassured him, stating that Shikami was one of the strongest individuals there in terms of physical power and would undoubtedly make a great captain. Seeing this level of confidence in him, Shikami agreed, feeling determined to do his best. However, just as he was fist-bumping Todoroki, something slashed him into pieces. In an instant, Shikami was cut down right in front of Todoroki, leaving him utterly shocked and unable to process what had just happened. Suddenly, a deep voice echoed through the air, mocking Shikami's weakness and questioning if this was truly the standard for a squad captain candidate in the anti-prophecy unit. The figure then answered its own question, claiming that the squad had only grown strong thanks to artifacts and the one who had provided them. Stepping forward, the figure introduced herself as Eva, one of the 12 apostles, and declared that she was looking forward to their future. Walking up to Shikami's lifeless body, Eva activated his heavenly demon skill, taking complete control over it. As he is channeling her power, Todoroki with his mighty punch, Vajra smashes his entire body into a splatter of blood. Tearing up in rage, Todoroki breathes heavily. But to his shock, he suddenly hears applause from behind him. The same Shikami he had just seen die is now clapping, praising Todoroki for managing to kill a 12 apostle with a single hit, just as expected from his master. Stunned, Todoroki turns around to see Shikami standing there, seemingly alive. However, before he can even react, his body is instantly sliced in half by Eva, who had taken on Shikami's form. With a wicked grin, Eva then activates the necromantic artifact, resurrecting Todoroki as a corpse slave bound to his will. Now under Eva's control, Todoroki agrees to serve him, addressing her as Eva, but before he can say anything else, he slaps him so hard that his head does a 160-degree turn. Correcting him, he demands that he call her Shikami, ensuring that no one grows suspicious of her disguise. Todoroki nods, complying, and the two share a dark, twisted laugh. Meanwhile, at the crime scene, Kanagi and Azure investigate. Using his unique skill, Theatrical Detective, Azure rewinds time to witness everything that transpired there. This powerful ability allows him to replay past events at a crime scene, giving him a first-hand view of what truly happened. The only condition is that Azure himself must possess the evidence and personally deduce the culprit, not just by looking at the clues, but by reaching a conclusion on his own. Additionally, this ability allows him to predict future crimes before they happen. However, there is a significant drawback. If Azure ever fails to deduce a case correctly, the skill will be permanently lost. This means that for the rest of his life, he will never be able to use it again. As Azure explains this ability to the founders, they are disgusted by how underhanded Eva's technique is, killing someone and taking control of their body. However, the room falls into shocked silence as everyone turns their gaze toward Kanagi, who is overflowing with mana, his rage uncontainable. With fiery determination, he vows not to forgive the apostle. Back in the present, still burning with fury, Kanagi launches a devastating attack, a flash reflection punch enhanced by his penetration spell aimed directly at Eva. He also uses Luminance Fist, and as he strikes Eva's face, a massive energy blast erupts, sending her flying. She tries to land, but the force is so immense that she skids backwards, struggling to regain her footing. However, as the dust settles, Kanagi is shocked to hear her laughing out loud, calling him cruel. Despite being struck by multiple techniques, she still talks, mocking him by bringing up his friendship with Shikami, questioning why he attacked her so mercilessly. Kanagi, already expecting this, knows he can't defeat Eva with his current strength. Eva, still reeling from the punch's recoil, claims that it's nothing, and mocks him, saying his attacks feel like he's just playing around. As the recoil fades, Eva yells that these kinds of attacks won't do anything against her. Kanagi agrees but reveals that he was never the one meant to defeat her. All he was doing was buying enough time for the mage founder to take over his body. As the founder takes control, she claims everything, and Kanagi's body becomes engulfed in energy. Seeing this, Eva realizes that Kanagi might be the person the satellites warned about, someone who has become completely different. But instead of feeling fear, she becomes even more excited. With a wicked grin, she summons hundreds of mummies from the sky, their terrifying screams echoing. She declares that life is boring until one faces death, so they should fight with all their heart's content. Azure, watching the mummies descend, remarks that they seem like nothing more than empty shells controlled by Eva using the bodies she has taken before. Laughing out loud, Eva boasts that all of these mummies possess the same physical strength as Shikami and challenges them to come at her. Looking around, Hibiki notices that there are roughly 100 bodies, all on the same level as Shikami, which shocks a candidate standing nearby. Kanagi, witnessing this from his consciousness, finds it disgusting that Eva is using the bodies of those she has trampled over. The mage, who is standing beside him, notes that he has changed, and maybe the founders too. As the mummies shoot toward the ground, the mage, controlling Kanagi's body, declares that Eva has underestimated him. With that, she unleashes multiple electric zaps, electrocuting all the mummies midair and shocking Eva. Mage takes it personally as Eva summons her minions and lets them free fall in front of her, forcing Mage to strike them before they land. As the burning mummies rain down from the sky, Eva is left confused, wondering what Kanagi just did. There are people who master unparalleled accuracy through intense training, but Kanagi simply used his skill without batting an eye and managed to hit every single target without missing. The mage instructs Kanagi to stand beside her and study her actions. Our boy finds it amazing that even though she is using a weak body, she can still cast all of her spells efficiently. Calling him closer, Mage explains that while Kanagi was only seeking power for himself, the founders, on the other hand, were eager to use their power through his body. Kanagi is confused, unsure of what she is talking about. Mage continues, stating that, even after everything, Kanagi, drunk on immense power, still felt closer to his goal, which was simply to become stronger. Meanwhile, all the founders are also drunk on Kanagi's unparalleled talent. However, after experiencing the tragedy of losing a friend, someone who trusted Kanagi with the future, Mage concludes that Kanagi is angry from the bottom of his heart. Pointing at the founders who are all excited, Mage claims that they all like the current version of Kanagi. Eva, hearing this, is confused. She charges at Kanagi, yelling that the rule of the world is simple: the weak get trampled by the strong. Just as she's about to strike, an electric spark erupts in front of her, stopping her mid-charge. Eva, bewildered, looks around and notices the sky raining down with thunder strikes. Mage reveals that many people think like Eva, but he remembers witnessing an existence powerful enough to destroy the tower, only to be toyed with and devoured by beasts from another dimension. Mage, who observed her comrades fall, now stands for those who were weak, vowing to avenge them. As she walks toward Eva, Mage, still in control of Kanagi's body, calls Eva frustrated, mocking her for lacking the strength to fight. Eva, on the other hand, can't get back on her feet as she is continuously blasted by the thunder strikes. Mage knows that even though Kanagi trained in the mountains, laughing on the outside, deep inside, he wanted revenge. She ensures that all the founders share the same belief, that Kanagi will one day reach the same peak as them. Extending his hand forward, Mage assures him that if he ever needs help, they will lend it to him. And if he feels sadness, he should point to what caused it, and they will put an end to the prophecy. Without hesitation, Kanagi points at the airborne Eva, and suddenly she is struck by lightning bolts that tear her body into pieces. Everyone is left in shock, while the instructor realizes that Kanagi resembles Midori when he was a child, a monster in the making. As Eva lies in pieces on the ground, she can't comprehend how this young boy not only destroyed all her minions, but also obliterated her body. Kanagi, walking toward her, asks if she now understands their strength and states that he has a lot of questions to ask her. He adds that he knows many people skilled in interrogation and wants to talk to Eva about everything that happened. However, in a deep voice, Eva reveals that she can't fight Kanagi in her current form and admits that her boss was right about it. Suddenly, a coffin emerges from the ground and Eva calls it her trump card. Kanagi is shocked while Eva explains that hundreds of years ago, one of the founders, known as the 10,000 Man Army Slasher, was responsible for destroying the tower. To Kanagi's horror, Eva unveils the body of Hinoki Rishu inside the coffin. All the founders, especially Hinoki's spirit, are stunned that she has possession of his corpse. Without a word, Mage casts a thunderbolt spell, striking down the coffin. This shocks Hinoki, but Mage states that this is now the real deal. As Eva has already taken control of Hinoki's body in front of them, Hinoki's corpse stands, gripping his blade. Eva, thrilled by her newfound power, declares that she can now fight them on equal footing. Kanagi, taken aback by the overwhelming pressure filling the air, realizes that this aura is even stronger than what he felt while training with Ichika. But that's not all. With a snap of her fingers, Eva summons hundreds of minions from the ground, calling it the second wave. Kanagi begins to worry, but Mage reassures him that it's nothing. As Eva continues summoning her minions, a sudden explosion erupts behind her. Turning around, she sees Kanagi's friends arriving. Ichika, Suo, and the others are standing ready for battle. He is not alone. Eva feels annoyed, believing Kanagi to be alone in this ordeal. As she observes him speaking, Kanagi realizes that the corpse's voice and speech pattern are identical to Hinoki's. Despite their friends joining the battle, they struggle to defeat the minions as Eva remarks that these ones are far stronger. This time, the minions possess a physical hardening skill, and even when one of the members unleashes their full power, the attack leaves the minion unscathed. To their horror, each minion possesses a unique skill, making them formidable opponents. With their overwhelming numbers, the Anti-Prophecy members find it increasingly difficult to fight them head-on. Hibiki, who has been closely observing the battle, activates her sound visualization release skill, summoning a sound phoenix that obliterates a group of minions in an instant. However, despite her powerful attack, she remains wary, realizing that each minion's strength is enhanced by their individual skills. As if things weren't chaotic enough, Todoroki suddenly breaks free from his chains and slam dunks one of the younger members with crushing force. However, Hibiki reacts just in time, rescuing them from certain doom. Amidst all that, Eva is reveling in the chaos, thoroughly enjoying herself. She smugly declares that in a battle like this, only the squad captains have a chance of survival. Hearing this, Kanagi turns to the other founders for their opinions, but they all remain silent. He then faces Mage and asks her to let him take control of the body for a moment. She is surprised by the request but ultimately agrees. Taking control, he confidently mocks Eva, accusing her of underestimating his friends, something she should not have done. Meanwhile, Hinata finds himself surrounded by minions, but he recalls Lesson 7 from Kanagi. Channeling his fist technique, he summons a dragon, using it as both a power source and a foundation for his attacks. With explosive force, he kicks the hell out of every minion charging at him. A while ago, founder Spirit Wantak had observed Han's muscular yet flexible build, noting his tendency to rely on single-point concentrated strikes paired with his agility. Another founder, Eilerson, had argued that while it was not a bad technique, it could be far more effective with their guidance. Now, in the present, Hinata flawlessly integrates all the techniques they have taught him, moving like a coiling snake, striking from every angle and obliterating the minions with precision. At the same time, Akane stands her ground, ready to face the horde of minions rushing toward her. She remembers Kanagi's advice about the transmute technique, which converts an imperfect substance into perfection. In the past, she could only produce cheap, low-quality weapons. But now, she uses her alchemical prowess to defy limitations, crafting stone golems from the earth itself. This is something she mastered in Lesson 8, and with it, she can even destroy the hardened physiques of the minions with ease. Kanagi asks Hinoki about Suo, but Hinoki assures him that Suo is holding his own. While he may not be as brilliant as his brother, he has his own talents. At this moment, he is skillfully wielding Hinoki's one-handed sword style, combined with the Skyfall skill, cutting down a swarm of minions with a single powerful swing. He then enhances the attack by merging it with Calendula, creating a flower-shaped slash that strikes the minions in a wide area of effect attack. Watching this, Ichika feels a sense of pride, impressed by how her student is seamlessly combining techniques and skills. However, in her opinion, Kanagi's feats remain unparalleled due to the complexity of his combinations. As she continues cutting down minions lost in thought, she suddenly notices a massive fire tornado forming before her. The sight startles her, as this can only mean that the battle between Kanagi and the 12 apostles has already begun. However, as she focuses on the fiery vortex, her shock intensifies when she realizes that Kanagi is fighting none other than the legendary founder, Hinoki. Eva charges at Kanagi, wielding Hinoki's one-handed blade style combined with the wave-cutting blade technique. However, our boy effortlessly sidesteps the attack with the precision of Goku in Ultra Instinct. Despite missing her target, Eva's strike completely obliterates the ground beneath them. Kanagi immediately counters with Mage's Thunderbolt attack, but it barely phases someone as powerful as Eva. She retaliates with her devastating Dice Slash skill, slicing the entire battlefield into countless cubes, even cutting down her own minions in the process. However, our boy survives, leaping onto one of the floating cubes and recalling that he has endured this very skill with his own body before. Meanwhile, as the battlefield is reduced to shifting cubes, the other members struggle just to stay upright. One member desperately clings to another who is about to plummet into the abyss, but before he can pull her up, the Dice Slash severs his arm, sending Hizagi tumbling down. As she free falls, still clutching her comrade's severed arm, Kanagi notices them just in time. Without hesitation, he casts a bubble spell, lifting them all to safety. Mage Spirit, growing increasingly worried, turns to Hinoki and asks what they should do next. However, Hinoki simply leaves the decision up to her, telling her to do whatever she wants. She agrees, and just as Eva unleashes Splitting Cloud, a powerful beam blast that engulfs the entire battlefield, even Hibiki, a squad captain, is left stunned by the sheer madness of it. Meanwhile, Eva is thrilled by the capabilities of a founder's body, marveling at how perfectly suited Hinoki's body is for battle. However, despite this, Eva feels the need to use an even stronger skill. Activating Hinoki's secret technique, Indomitable, she prepares to strike. But to her utter shock, Kanagi catches her sword with his bare hand. Hinoki's spirit watches unimpressed while Mage mockingly claims that even though Eva is using Hinoki's body, he is still weak. Hearing this, Eva shouts in frustration, demanding to know how a founder's legendary body could possibly be considered weak. Desperate for a stronger skill, she frantically searches through Hinoki's memories, trying to extract something more powerful. As she forces his way deeper into Hinoki's mind, her eyes begin to tear up, as if she has just seen something truly terrifying. Eva's tears stem from the overwhelming memory of Hinoki's past, back when he was still alive during the time of the towers. Just witnessing this memory pushes Eva to the brink of madness. In the vision, Hinoki slices through an entire tower with a single swing of his blade. However, despite this awe-inspiring feat, he grows colder and more detached with each passing battle. Eva struggles to comprehend how a mere human's wisdom and skill could reach such an unfathomable level. Hinoki's memories are filled with countless acts of destruction, severing human bodies, cutting down monsters, slicing through the sea itself, and even wounding the planet. The sheer weight of these memories crushes Eva's spirit, leaving her crumbling under the pressure. She desperately wonders where she should go, how she can possibly grow stronger, but the weight of it all is unbearable. Her very soul begins to fracture, feeling as though it's about to shatter into nothingness. Hinoki's spirit, unbothered and relaxed, simply remarks that Eva's spirit should just break apart. However, another founder quickly warns that if it does, it will go berserk, slaughtering everything around it, and to their horror, that is exactly what happens. Eva's spirit shatters. It lets out a piercing scream so powerful that it is felt even in the distant city of Takasaki. The force of the scream triggers an immediate evacuation as residents check their phones and discover that the source of the aura is coming from Nagano Prefecture, a staggering 100 kilometers away. Yet, despite the distance, the shockwaves still reach them. Panic spreads as people fear that the end of times has arrived or that a monstrous entity has emerged. Back on the battlefield, as Eva's scream echoes, the very rocks begin to levitate off the ground. The overwhelming aura crushes down on everyone present, weighing heavily on their shoulders. Weaker members begin coughing violently, their bodies pinned to the ground under the sheer force of it. Kanagi, witnessing this, shouts for Hinoki, but the spirit remains unbothered, still relaxing as if nothing is happening. He simply replies that he has left everything to the mage, and Mage agrees. Meanwhile, as Eva steps toward Kanagi, Mage raises her sleeve, revealing the seal of truth on her arm. With unwavering confidence, she declares that if she must use Kanagi's body, she will end this in just one strike. As she unleashes the seal of truth, Kanagi's body begins radiating with immense energy. Witnessing this, Akane is in complete disbelief. The alchemist spirit within Kanagi speaks, telling him that he and Akane must watch carefully. He explains that whether it is magic or alchemy, they are the pursuers of truth, and in this moment, Kanagi will reach one of those truths. As he continues speaking, Kanagi's arms become marked with the same seals that Mage once bore. The alchemist spirit wonders if Kanagi's body can withstand the fragments of truth or if it will crumble under the weight of such power. Meanwhile, Eva's soul is already shattered into pieces, and the only thing driving her body is the lingering residue of her spirit. Yet, the body moves instinctively, as if guided by primal urges, just like a wild animal. Hinoki, who was once mature and composed, abandoned his body to this state long ago. And to describe that phenomenon, they call it truth ignorance. As Eva grows more enraged, she unleashes a surge of dark energy. Her aura was twisting and distorting the air around her. Mage, witnessing this, foresees a future where the energy becomes so overwhelmingly powerful that it destroys everyone, including Kanagi, and even affects people far across the continent. Eva could very well be the end of the world in that moment. Kanagi, realizing the severity of the situation, recognizes the danger in the vision. Mage then activates one of her skills, Magus of Truth, a technique designed to counter the skills of its target. The technique is so powerful that the world itself can hardly bear its immense force. As Eva loads dark energy into her arm and swings it at Kanagi, he effortlessly stops the attack. To her shock, he grips her hand firmly. In that moment, Mage channels a burning light attack, creating a powerful burst of light between them, engulfing the entire area. As the dust settles, Eva is reduced to nothing more than a charred skeleton. While Kanagi still grips her hand, Mage, using Kanagi's body, calls out a final goodbye to Eva's dying soul as her ashes are swept away by the wind. The other founders watch this with determination, but Hinoki rises, clearly annoyed by the fact that his soul and body are now completely separate entities. Mage smiles and turns toward Kanagi, asking if what he has just witnessed will help him in his training. As Kanagi takes control of his body again, He is shocked to see that the field is clear with all of his comrades cheering for him, as if he had won against the monster. Ichika, however, is worried that he didn't use his sword at all, making her teaching seem to have had no impact. Hanada sighs in relief, while Suo praises Kanagi, saying that he burned that powerful enemy with just one attack. However, Akane has a deeper insight. She understands that Kanagi completely analyzed his opponent's skills and rendered them useless. This makes Akane's hands tremble as she wonders if it's even possible for a human to reach that peak. Despite the uncertainty, she gains confidence, motivating herself that she will do the same. The instructor is now worried about the massive hole in the field as it was only an examination. But things went south quickly and spectacularly. Even Todoroki is dead, which makes the instructor annoyed, knowing that he now has to conduct another exam like this. As the members are gathering themselves, one notices a strange bright circle and becomes terrified. The instructor is also shocked, but to everyone's surprise, it's the superintendent. On seeing the superintendent, Kanagi remembers that it's the old lady from his consciousness earlier. The lady's assistant, who is with the superintendent, is also a bit confused about why she's there. However, the superintendent suddenly kneels in front of Kanagi, claiming that she has been waiting for his return. She says that she has waited hundreds of years for the founders and now they are finally in front of her. Suo and the others turn to Ichika for answers, but she simply states that they should have known, though this might be their first time seeing her. According to Ichika, the old lady is one of the founders of the anti-prophecy and holds the highest rank in the Japanese branch. Suo, frustrated, exclaims that they already know that. But what's truly confusing is why she is kneeling before Kanagi. Ichika admits she doesn't know either. Meanwhile, Kanagi is just as bewildered, wondering why the old woman from earlier is bowing before him like that. The founders within him are also deep in thought, trying to recall what's really going on, but they can't seem to find the answer. Suddenly, Kanagi is struck with shock as he senses her overwhelming aura. The old lady stands up and asks if Kanagi remembers her, remarking that she has grown old. To make things clear, she turns around and starts shaking her back, calling out to Hinoki to witness her performing the waist dance. All the founders are confused, but suddenly they realize that the old woman is Io. Hinoki quickly asks Kanagi to switch with him, and as he does, he greets her. This shocks everyone around, and the assistants immediately take an offensive stance, seeing it as disrespectful behavior toward their superintendent. Enraged, they declare their intent to kill Kanagi and redo the examination. However, Io, still dancing with Hinoki, tells them to stand down, assuring them that it's fine. Hinoki playfully rubs Io's head, joking that she has already become a granny. Hearing him speak, Io suddenly remembers that he used to talk the same way in the past when she was with them. After a while, all the members begin repairing the training grounds and gathering themselves. Meanwhile, deep within the anti-prophecy at a top-secret location known as the Hut of Everlasting Vision, Kanagi is stunned by the sight of its garden. Io explains that since she cannot reveal her appearance often, a barrier is normally set around the place so she can live there undisturbed. Kanagi asks if she knows all the founders, to which Io begins to explain her story. She reveals that she was an orphan, having lost her family during the era of the towers. The founders saved her and raised her. Kanagi is shocked to realize that she was just a child during that time. When Io mentions that it was 300 years ago, he is even more stunned, realizing that she is over 300 years old. She then reveals that she has been able to stop time using an artifact that freezes time as long as she remains inside the headquarters. Hearing about the artifact, Kanagi suddenly remembers them. Meanwhile, Hinoki's spirit explains to Valentine that the artifact functions similarly to her preservation skill. Valentine agrees, stating that in her prime, she could have achieved the same feat with her skill. However, she wonders where Io obtained such a powerful artifact. Io explains that within the anti-prophecy, there is a secret division tasked with collecting artifacts, and their existence is kept hidden. However, she reveals that the facility storing these artifacts was recently attacked, resulting in the loss of a large number of them. In response, a special task force, including Midori, was formed to reclaim the stolen artifacts. The detective founder within Kanagi wonders if the attack was carried out by the 10 Apostles, which would explain why they are so powerful in the modern era. Kanagi is shocked at how quickly the detective deduced that from such a brief conversation. The detective then reveals that when Io mentioned her boss as the one who provided her artifacts, he looked into her memory and confirmed it. Another founder explains that instead of recruiting 12 Awakeners stronger than Makoto, it would be much easier for the enemy to use artifacts to enhance mediocre Awakeners. Hinoki agrees, noting that the two enemies they previously encountered were not as strong as Makoto. Io also agrees, stating that they were unaware of the 12 Apostles' existence until they raided the facility. She explains that the Apostles now possess the same power as the anti-prophecy's greatest enemy, making them too dangerous to ignore. She adds that they are doing their best to track down their leader, but it seems that Midori will reach them first. This shocks Kanagi. Meanwhile, in Detroit, Michigan, the streets are eerily empty. In an area that looks like a battleground, a turbulent spell suddenly creates a tornado, slamming into the ground with immense force. At the center of it all is Midori, who has just made a shocking discovery. They had assumed the 12 apostles consisted of 12 individuals, but there is also a 13th member. Watching him through an orb, a man lounging on his couch smirks, impressed that Midori has arrived earlier than expected. With a sinister tone, he casually asks whether Midori prefers a cup of coffee or black tea. Without hesitation, Midori chooses him to die, calling him by his true title, Number Zero. Midori launches another turbulence beam toward the floating Number Zero. The beam is so massive that, far away, another member of the task force, Nishina, notices it. Mikado, who is also with him, remarks that the city is already abandoned, so they should be fine. But he is puzzled as to why Midori is using such a powerful attack. As they discuss, they suddenly sense a strong attack coming their way. Just in time, they leap off the building, which is instantly sliced in half. The structure completely shatters into pieces. Landing on the ground, they decide to leave Number Zero to Midori while they focus on handling Kumaragi, one of the 12 apostles. Meanwhile, Midori grows frustrated, unable to pierce the bubble surrounding Number Zero. Even after using his strongest wind attacks, he wonders if it's the effect of a skill or perhaps an artifact. Finishing his tea, Number Zero steps out of the bubble himself, mocking Midori and asking if he's done. Without hesitation, Midori instantly casts Wall of Cutting Pearls, launching massive attacks toward Number Zero, triggering an explosion. However, to his shock, Number Zero emerges unscathed, casually comparing himself to a whale among fish in front of Midori. Midori quickly realizes that Number Zero has other means of defense, even without the protective bubble. Seeing Midori standing before him, Number Zero begins to taunt him. He claims that under normal circumstances, Midori would be so powerful and terrifying that he wouldn't even consider him an enemy. Yet now, Midori is grieving the death of his friend. To Number Zero, this makes him a pathetic creature. He goes on to say that from the moment Midori was born, he was nothing more than a monster designed for battle. And yet, despite being made for war, he still failed to protect his precious friends. These words ignite a deep fury within Midori. Enraged, he lunges at Number Zero with overwhelming power. His eyes are burning with killing intent as memories of the past flood his mind, memories of what happened 23 years ago. At that time, deep in the mountains, Shinonome, a special task force member, stood in shock, staring at a brilliant surge of energy erupting from a massive crater. Yelling in disbelief, he realized that this was all that remained of the Midori family mansion. Superintendent Ayo is also there, witnessing the remains of the destroyed mansion. At the center of the devastation, something emits a tremendous amount of energy. As she steps closer, she realizes the source. It's a baby radiating an overwhelming aura. The intensity of the energy makes them believe that the entire disaster was caused by this child's birth. Without hesitation, Superintendent Ayo rushes toward the baby, enduring multiple cuts on her body due to the sheer energy pressure surrounding it. Despite the pain, she pushes forward, finally reaching the child. She gently picks up the baby, whispering words of comfort, assuring it that everything is fine now. Feeling the warmth of Ayo's embrace, the baby slowly stops crying. As a result, the violent surge of wind around them dissipates, revealing Ayo, bruised and bloodied, yet firmly holding the child in her arms. She declares that this child will be raised by the anti-prophecy. Later, the baby is given a name, Midori. 9 years pass and Midori, now a young boy, is preparing to leave the facility. A teacher named Hinoki Kiyuro, along with a 12-year-old Ichika, tries to stop him, warning him not to cause any trouble. The man warns Midori that if he goes through with this, the anti-prophecy will hunt him down. Unfazed, Midori agrees, but as the master turns away, he cryptically states that this was the very reason he let Kiyuro live. Ichika, standing nearby, feels the tension in the air, but suddenly starts laughing. The master, annoyed, questions why she's doing that. Midori has always been exceptionally strong, breaking every record and considering everyone else weak in comparison. However, one day, he meets Makoto, who casually tosses a wooden stick toward him and asks if he wants to be his partner for sword training. Midori is confused, but Makoto simply smiles and holds his sword forward in invitation. At that time, Makoto was the same age as Midori. With that, they begin training together, but Midori was unable to defeat Makoto in sword fighting. It annoyed him, but he kept trying, constantly asking Makoto to spar with him one more time. Makoto, wanting Midori to learn his lesson, fights him again, and the result is the same. Midori loses. Frustrated, he yells, demanding to know why he can't win despite trying his hardest. Nishina, who is also present, reveals that Midori is too strong, which might be the reason. Midori doesn't understand what he means, as he is always losing to Makoto. A voice from outside chimes in, saying that it's a compliment for Midori. The voice belongs to Mikado, who at the time was 14 years old. Midori keeps breaking his wooden swords while fighting Makoto, so Makoto explains that even if Midori wins, he will still break his sword in the process. To illustrate the point, Nishina shows him an egg, explaining that when someone exerts their full power, it's difficult not to break the eggshell while holding it during a fight. Midori remains confused, so Mikado picks up the egg and throws it with full force. However, he gets shocked to see that despite hitting the ground, the eggshell doesn't even crack. Picking up the egg, Mikado explains that Midori just needs to balance his offensive aura with the aura that protects the shell, and it's not a skill, but something that comes with time. While he is explaining, Nishina throws all the eggs at the wall, and even after hitting it, none of them break. Midori is amazed, seeing that not a single eggshell shatters. Mikado hands an egg to Midori and explains that if he wants to win against Makoto in swordsmanship, he needs to adjust his aura. Once he does that, even with his overwhelming aura, he won't hurt anyone around him. As Mikado starts to leave, Makoto calls him out, but is hit by an egg on the head. Makoto turns and sees it was Midori who wants him to join him in the adjustment. Makoto, returning the favor, asks him to apologize to him first. He then kicks the egg crate and uses his power to make them levitate. However, when Midori tries the same, all the eggs explode or shatter around him. However, after trying for a while, Midori manages to create a hole in the wall with the egg, and it doesn't even break the eggshell. They both then start training in swordsmanship, and now that Midori knows how to control his aura, they can spend a whole day sending blows at each other. Seeing this, Nishina and Mikado are also excited and ask him to fight them next. 4 years later, Midori is taken into the special task force and Makoto leaves for his own ventures. Midori is heading towards a prophecy to support the European branch, as he heard there is a special rank prophecy called the Pandemonium. Midori then asks if Makoto is still looking for a swordmaster to teach him. Makoto confirms it, reminding Midori of his own words about finding a master by himself. Makoto puts his fist forward, claiming that he wants to stand equally with him. Midori, with a smile, fist bumps him, revealing that he will be waiting for him. After that, Midori does everything for his friends. As long as they are alive, Midori has the determination to keep doing what he's doing for their sake. He just wanted friends, but the 12 apostles took that away from him. Coming back to the present, remembering all that, Midori charges toward number 0 with full-on killing intent while the guy stands there nonchalantly. However, just as he's about to strike, number 0 pulls out a golden egg artifact and breaks it in front of him. It unleashes a berserk life stampede spell, creating a massive sunlight glow between them. Other Special Task Force members also notice it and wonder if Midori did it. As the glow lightens a bit, they see Midori emerge from it, radiating a strange yet powerful aura. Seeing Midori, Makoto asks if he has already defeated number 0. However, Midori doesn't say a word. They call out to him, but to their shock, Midori reveals that he doesn't know them. Nishina instantly realizes something worse has happened and yells at Makoto to back off, but it's already too late. As Midori has his hand on Makoto's forehead with an evil smile, he uses the turbulent spell, creating a strong whirlwind. After the 3 members of the Special Force Japanese branch go missing, another Special Task Force from the USA branch, including Marquis and Ashton, is sent to investigate the matter. Upon arriving, Ashton touches the ground and realizes that the residual energy in the area is extremely strong, indicating that it was the epicenter of an explosion. Maris is amazed by the size of the crater Midori created and understands why he is called the world's strongest man. However, he is confused about why someone as powerful as Midori suddenly disappeared along with his team. Ashton also has no explanation for their disappearance. The news of Midori's disappearance reaches the Japanese branch, causing the situation to descend into chaos. At the Everlasting Vision Hut, the assistant superintendent grows nervous upon hearing the reports and struggles to believe the news. Io, equally worried, asks if there is truly no information about Midori's whereabouts. She questions Midori's assistant Rin, but even Rin is unaware that the artifact that connected her to Midori has been destroyed. Io finds the situation deeply unfortunate. As they discuss the matter, Kanagi arrives, now officially a squad captain, wearing the captain's cape. He feels slightly embarrassed about his new role, but the assistant superintendent reveals that his promotion came from the unanimous recommendation of all the other squad captains and the superintendent himself. Kanagi had even fought Eva, leading everyone to believe he is the only one capable of filling the gap left by Makoto. Kneeling down, Kanagi recalls his vow to surpass the founders as soon as possible and to prevent any further deaths. He thanks them for their trust and, with the founders' legacy behind him, confidently declares that he will do his best to meet the expectations of the anti-prophecy. Hearing this, Io becomes excited, claiming that she always believed he was the best-suited candidate for the captaincy. However, she suddenly grows serious and gets straight to the point, asking for his opinion on a pressing matter. A while back, Kanagi, who had been pursuing members of the anti-prophecy to offer them positions in his squad, now finds himself sitting in front of the superintendent being asked for his opinion. The situation feels like it has escalated quickly. As Io summons a door with a tiger drawing, the sudden appearance shocks Kanagi. And as the door opens, Io introduces two members of the Special Task Force, Nishina and Mikado, both in a severely beaten-up state. Io reveals that Nishina and Mikado were part of the same Special Task Force as Midori, and are the only ones who know what truly happened. Makoto begins to explain that while in Detroit, Midori's body was taken over by the leader of the 12 Apostles. This revelation leaves Kanagi utterly stunned. Makoto continues stating that the ability used to control Midori seems similar to the one Eva had previously employed. He speculates that it is likely caused by an artifact, though the specifics of the artifact are not important at the moment. The critical point Makoto emphasizes is that Midori, once a protector of his friends, has now been turned into an enemy of humanity. This horrifying reality shakes Kanagi to his core. Makoto adds that Midori resisted the control as much as he could, buying time for Nishina and Mikado to escape. Before fully succumbing, Midori apologized and made a final request. He asked Kanagi to defeat Number Zero on his behalf. Hearing this, Kanagi is left speechless, overwhelmed by the weight of Midori's words. The assistant superintendent places a hand on Kanagi's shoulder, expressing his high hopes for him. However, he reminds Kanagi that he still hasn't met the minimum requirement of 7 members for his squad. Currently, Kanagi has Hanada, Akane, and Suo, but he needs to quickly recruit 3 more members. This, the assistant superintendent states, is Kanagi's immediate task. Hearing the urgent need to recruit more members for his squad, Kanagi rushes out to find suitable candidates. He spots a young boy from the Hibiki squad and immediately begins chasing him, pleading for him to join his team. The boy, however, is visibly nervous and runs around in a panic, shouting that he will never leave the Hibiki squad under any circumstances. Just as the boy thinks he's escaped, he comes face to face with Akane, who is standing calmly in his path, holding a permission letter signed by Hibiki himself. The boy is stunned, unable to believe that his captain, Hibiki, would allow him to leave. However, after reading the letter, his disbelief turns to shock as he realizes it's genuine. Reluctantly, he agrees to join Kanagi's squad. With this, Kanagi and Akane successfully secure their 4th member. Meanwhile, outside, Hanada is attempting to recruit Sakazaki for the squad. His approach, however, is anything but conventional. He performs a strange, exaggerated leg-stomping gesture as an invitation, which Sakazaki finds utterly bizarre. Hanada insists it's an order from the captain and declares that he wants Sakazaki on their team. Sakazaki, however, refuses outright, explaining that his goal is to participate in the next captain's exam as a position has opened up following Todoroki's death. Undeterred by the rejection, Hanada suddenly launches a powerful kick towards Sakazaki, testing his reflexes. To Hanada's surprise, Sakazaki effortlessly dodges the attack, showcasing his unique evasion skills. Impressed but not defeated, Han presses on. Sakazaki, now intrigued, proposes a challenge. He agrees to join the squad on one condition. Hanada must land a single touch on him within 60 seconds in the courtyard. If Hanada succeeds, Sakazaki will gladly join their team. Hanada confirms if he can use any means necessary to achieve this, and upon receiving Sakazaki's approval, he summons the glowing dragon around himself. Determined to win the challenge, Sakazaki starts the timer on his laptop. Somewhere inside the limestone cave of the Anti-Prophecy Unit, Sakazaki meets Captain Tsurusaki, who appears to be fishing in a 17th-dimensional crack called the Underjaw. Tsurusaki reveals that sometimes he catches big fish there. Noticing Sakazaki, he asks if he is applying for the replacement exam for the Todoroki squad. Sakazaki confirms it, but states that he wants to be a captain who doesn't want to die. Tsurusaki responds by telling him that his goal is still achievable without even becoming a captain. This shocks Sakazaki, who asks if the captain thinks he's not suitable. Tsurusaki, reeling in a monster shark, claims that he believes Sakazaki is lacking something. Coming back to the present, Hanada is charging at Sakazaki, who is trying to avoid any physical contact. Despite getting inches close to him, Hanada isn't able to touch Sakazaki even once. Hanada is amazed, realizing that Sakazaki is using some kind of evasive skill to dodge his attacks. Sakazaki is using Omni-Egos, a skill he has tried to hide from everyone for a long time. His Omni-Ego allows him to teleport to a designated location within a 100-meter range, although he needs to visit the target location at least once before the skill can be used. Once it's set, he can teleport there with fast and high precision. Despite Hanada sending blow after blow, Sakazaki manages to dodge every single one using his skill. This proves challenging for Hanada, but he takes it as practice, knowing that in the future he'll have to fight against Midori. While teleporting around and evading blows, Sakazaki asks Hanada what kind of redeeming quality he sees in Kanagi. Hanada, continuing his attacks, reveals that he doesn't know anything specific. He flies into a kick towards Sakazaki and admits that he knows about Akahina's ideal squad captain image to increase his squad's survivability by 1%. Hanada finds this admirable, but claims that he wouldn't put his life in the hands of a captain who prioritizes the chance of survival over everything else. This comment annoys Sakazaki, but Hanada explains that if someone always thinks about themselves, they won't be able to achieve the goals they're meant to. As he says this, Hanada recalls his childhood when he saw his family's bodies lying around, killed by a prophecy. This event instilled in him the determination to shut down all prophecies. With that motive, he finally understood that Kanagi has the capability to do just that, which is why he decided to become his subordinate. Hearing this, Sakazaki realizes what he's lacking to be a captain, the ability to be relied on by others. As he focuses back on dodging, he knows he's winning the fight and hopes to use this conversation as a reference in the future. With the countdown at 5 seconds, Hanada starts messaging someone on his phone, claiming that someone is just on time. Sakazaki is confused when Suo suddenly uses his Chundula spell, combined with Skyfall strikes from above, destroying the entire courtyard where they were standing. This completely removes Sakazaki's ability to teleport, and Hanada seizes the opportunity. He leaps off the building and uses a flash kick to tear off a piece of Sakazaki's clothing. The clock hits 0, but tearing off the cloth counts as a touch, making Hanada the victor. He lands down while Suo asks if destroying the entire courtyard was worth it. Hanada brushes it off, praising Suo for his help. Meanwhile, in the background, Sakazaki is furious. But after typing something on his laptop, he calms down and agrees to join Kanagi's squad. Hearing this, Hanada and Suo high-five while Kanagi and Akane bring in another member, Iryu, who is chained up. Kanagi, noticing the destroyed courtyard, is in shock. But Suo reveals that he's counting on Kanagi to write an apology letter for the damage. Hanada tries to calm everyone down, suggesting that Rin could fix the courtyard, but the main problem is that they still need one more person for their team. Akane doesn't know anyone else and asks if Kanagi has any recommendations. Kanagi points toward the special task force members, Ichika, Mikado, and Nishina, and reveals that he has already accepted them into his squad. From that day on, they are temporarily Kanagi's subordinates and will fight in his squad. Somewhere else at the Watchtower, the remaining members of the 12 Apostles of the Apocalypse hold a meeting. Only 5 of them are left, but they are confident because they have the world's most powerful weapon, Midori's body. To them, it seems like they are one step closer to wiping out the anti-prophecy unit. Number 0 reminds everyone of their motto: everything they do is for the sake of the emergence of prophecy in this world. Inside the prophecy research room of the anti-prophecy, the assistant superintendent asks the director if he has obtained what was requested. The director confirms and reveals that the Book of Doom, once possessed by the 12 Apostles, is actually a single book torn apart. Based on the 8 books that Midori brought, they determined that the recent incident is part of the prophecy, specifically one concerning a special rank called Bhagavad Gita. According to him, in order to destroy the world, the 12 Apostles need Midori's power, which alone is sufficient. Meanwhile, over the sea, Midori and Hajime, a member of the 12 Apostles, are flying toward an unknown destination. Out of nowhere, Midori asks Hajime if he has ever read the Gita, to which Hajime denies. Midori explains that it is one of the Hindu scriptures, emphasizing that humans should fulfill their duties with a selfless heart. According to Midori, whoever wrote a prophecy like the one currently unfolding likely harbored a deep hatred for humanity. As they fly over New York's Times Square, a family notices them, and a child excitedly recognizes Midori as the world's strongest awakener. The crowd quickly followed suit, cheering and clamoring for pictures. They also notice Hajime referring to him as a samurai. As the gathering swells with excitement at the sight of their heroes, Midori gives Hajime the order to begin their mission. Without hesitation, Midori starts channeling an energy ball in his hand while the crowd continues to cheer, unaware of what is about to unfold. As a father captures a picture of his child with Midori in the background, Midori suddenly unleashes the energy ball into the air, engulfing the sky completely. The ball transforms into a massive tornado, and from within it, the real Midori desperately yells at Number 0 to stop. However, it is already too late. Number 0 has already cast the spell of turbulence upon them. At the cafeteria of Anti-Prophecy, Kanagi is busy lecturing when Suo rushes toward him, urgently showing him something on his mobile. It is breaking news. New York is burning like hell due to Midori's attack. The report claims that an awakener has attacked and destroyed the city. Meanwhile, at the Everlasting Hut, the American branch superintendent, Vice, is screaming at Io to do something, furious that Midori has just erased an entire city. Io tries to calm him down, but the tragedy has taken countless lives in the heart of the world's economy, New York. She reveals that it is not Midori who caused the destruction, but rather the leader of the 12 Apostles who is controlling his body. She further explains that they have already identified him as Warren Hastings, an Englishman. Io theorizes that he might be collaborating with invaders from another dimension. Vice is shocked by this revelation, while Io discloses that the 12 Apostles are using artifacts beyond the supervision of Anti-Prophecy. According to her, someone or something is backing them. Despite her reasoning, Vice counters that the responsibility still lies with Io, since the man who leveled an entire city came from their special task force. He warns her that the White House is even considering using nuclear weapons against Midori. However, Vice knows that even nuclear weapons will have no effect on Midori and asks Io what she plans to do. Back at the cafeteria, Kanagi asks Suo if he has completed Lesson 15 along with the others. Suo confirms, and to his shock, Kanagi appoints him as the vice captain of the Kanagi squad. He then orders Suo to instruct everyone to continue their lessons until deployment orders are given. He notes that Iryu and Sakazaki always argue, so they must focus on teamwork to achieve perfection. Suo wonders what Kanagi himself will be doing with his free time, to which Kanagi reveals that he will be sleeping, and this time it will be a deep sleep. He commands Suo not to allow anyone to wake him, and since it is Kanagi's command, Suo accepts the order, placing his trust in him. Back at the Everlasting Hut, Io reveals she is planning to face Midori head-on with their strongest elite unit. Over at headquarters, Kanagi reaches his room and instantly falls asleep. In his dreams, he takes out his sword and starts practicing with Hinoki, while the other founders stand ready to teach him. However, to Kanagi's shock, Hinoki slashes him into pieces in a single flash. He regenerates immediately, only for Hinoki to cut him apart once more. Hinoki reminds Kanagi that he was the one who insisted on not holding back in training, so now he will devour him. Saying this, he charges at Kanagi with his full force. Another founder attempts to intervene, but Wanak and Mage stop him. Other founders argue that while short-term training might demand such extreme measures, Kanagi is dying too frequently, and his soul could soon be dispersed. Still, they all understand that Midori is the strongest awakener of this era, and the current Kanagi has no chance against him. It might be a desperate training method, but it is their only path to victory. The founder from before warns that there may be a limit to how much Kanagi can endure, but the alchemist reassures her, saying there is no need to worry. Kanagi is not a delicate man. Mage, witnessing Kanagi being sliced apart again and again, still believes that he will overcome this. Kanagi apologizes to Hinoki, feeling an immense pressure just by standing in front of him. It feels as if he's been thrown into a blizzard at the top, a frozen mountain. Regaining his breath, Kanagi stands against Hinoki once more, only to be slashed in half instantly. To his surprise, however, he manages to cut a single strand of hair from Hinoki's head. Before, he couldn't even reach a single hair. But now, he has succeeded. Despite being killed countless times, Kanagi remains determined to grow stronger. He rises again and again. Meanwhile, in Mumbai at the Gateway of India, Aradib of Anti-Prophecy's Indian branch becomes excited upon seeing Midori. He reminds Midori that without him, the special rank prophecy boss would have turned Mumbai into charcoal. With a smile, he asks if after they once protected the city together, Midori is now here to destroy it. Midori dismisses his words as futile, explaining that while it is his body, it's being controlled by Number Zero. Mocking Aradib, Number Zero scoffs at the idea that Midori could regain control. To toy with him further, he projects Midori's entrapped thoughts directly from his mind. Midori's voice, apologizing and urging Aradib to run. However, Aradib refuses to flee. This is his hometown, and he is prepared to fight until his last breath. At the Everlasting Hut, Io explains the century-old war between humankind and beings from another dimension to the superintendent's assistants. During the Founders' era, the Tower appeared first, followed by the Crack and the Prophecies. Throughout the long history of war, there have always been humans who collaborated with these beings to destroy the world. As she explains, one of the assistants watching the news of India's fall grows alarmed, realizing the enemy now seems to be heading toward Europe. Io expected this, but remarked that it would have been preferable if they had gone straight to Japan. When the assistant asks why, she reveals that since Number Zero only recently took control of Midori's body, he shouldn't be able to fully harness its power yet. Io then turns to Tengen, her assistant, and informs him that he will also be deployed to the battlefield. Tengen responds with a joke about how they only use him for manual labor during peacetime. However, the real shock comes when Io announces that she will personally join the fight as well. Meanwhile, the Kanagi squad is in the final stages of preparation. They are the only true hope of defeating Midori, but until they are fully ready, Io orders the other squads to stall him. Hibiki and the other squad captains, visibly tense, ask how long the preparation will take. Io reveals that according to Kanagi, he needs 2 days. She then announces their destination, the Pacific Ocean, where they will attempt to stop Midori. There, the entire Japanese branch of Anti-Prophecy gathers, preparing for battle. As Midori charges toward them, he casts his powerful turbulence spell directly at the group. However, it is stopped dead in its tracks by Io's own defensive spell. Midori, visibly surprised, narrows his eyes, while Io smirks and mocks him not to underestimate them. A while back, as the captains were heading to the ocean, Hisagi and her squad members ran to their captain, pleading to be taken along to face the leader of the 12 apostles. The captain refuses, but Hisagi, tearing up, insists that even if they can't make a significant impact, they can at least serve as shields to protect the captains. The captain, along with the others, turns to face them, and asks if they understand why the captains have chosen such an unreasonable battle. He explains that even though they know they won't return as the power levels are vastly different, they still hold on to the hope that their subordinates will survive and carry on. The captains place their trust in their subordinates, believing they will take on the responsibility of protecting the world. Saying this, the captains leave their subordinates behind. While some break into tears, others steel their resolve, determined to protect the Kanagi squad until their preparation is complete. Even though their eyes are filled with sorrow, they know they must act instead of merely crying, and they must act quickly. The squad captains, along with the superintendents and assistants, teleport to the ocean where they now stand face to face with Midori. As Io effortlessly blocks Midori's spell, the other captains watch in amazement at her immense power. Midori too is taken aback by this unknown ability. Number 0. Reading through Midori's memories recognizes Io as the superintendent of Anti-Prophecy, a mother figure to Midori who has always kept her true strength hidden. Io, standing before him, declares that this is the first time in 100 years she has used her abilities on the battlefield. None of the captains have ever seen her unleash her full power before. But now, before their very eyes, she activates her 8-ATA Mirror spell. This spell has 2 stages. The first allows Io to completely nullify any ability as long as she understands its effects, granting her a 100% defense rate. The nature of this ability is a direct countermeasure, combining perfectly with a mage's advanced analytical skills. Wasting no time, Midori follows up with his blazing turbulent spell, unleashing a barrage of powerful tornadoes toward Io. Seeing them, the captains realize this is the same skill that burned all of India to the ground. Fortunately, Io knows this ability and effortlessly deflects it. The second stage of her skill allows her to copy an ability once she has reflected it. As she sends her own tornadoes, they collide with Midori's and completely destroy them. Midori, now focusing on the battle, understands how her skill works, but grows annoyed as he senses someone trying to attack him from the side. One of the captains launches his infinite fist attack, bombarding Midori with a barrage of punches. Each time a punch lands, Midori feels his body growing numb. However, despite delivering countless blows, the captain is shocked to see that Midori remains unfazed. Suddenly, the captain grabs Midori in midair and signals the others to attack while he restrains him. Hibiki instantly activates her sound visualization release Phoenix, while the other captains follow up with their own powerful abilities, striking Midori all at once. However, Midori counters them with his Wall of Cutting Pearl spell, generating a massive blast of tornadoes that crashes into all the captains. As the smoke clears, Midori emerges unscathed, mocking Io for bringing weaklings to fight him. But just as he speaks, he senses a powerful aura above him. Looking up, he sees the superintendent's assistant summoning a massive sun-sized energy ball, preparing to unleash it upon him. Midori immediately realizes this ability grows stronger the longer it is channeled. As he attempts to summon his own energy ball to counter it, the female assistant uses her artifact Slavemaker spell, shackling his hand. Midori is stunned. He hadn't expected them to have an awareness. He is unable to cast his spells. Meanwhile, the male assistant finishes channeling and hurls the massive fiery sphere toward the immobilized Midori. Seeing the attack closing in, Midori realizes he can't dodge it. However, if he unleashes his most powerful wind-based attack at the last moment, he might be able to lessen its impact. But just as he processes this plan, he notices another identical fireball coming from the opposite side, created by Io using her mirror spell. The lady raises her arms toward Midori, saying that for the sake of everyone's future, he must die. He is trapped in an energy chain and curses the old woman. Someone is watching from afar with the help of binoculars. 2 flaming spheres collide and cause a sinister explosion. Like a huge atomic bomb, the mushroom cloud rises into the sky, and that explosion takes over the entire landscape. The soldier using the binoculars gets worried about the situation. He lowers his tool. An aircraft carrier and several military ships are approaching the target rapidly. In disbelief, one of the soldiers handling transport asks them to look at the situation. The white light must be at least a few thousand degrees, and he doubts anyone could survive that, whether they are an enemy or an ally. Pointing at the screen, he says he believes that should be enough to handle the situation. A very stern man with crossed arms observes the situation, and they call him Mr. Richard. With a grim face, he says that this isn't over yet. The light energy that formed in the sea begins to glow with a violet star at its core, and looking closely, a silhouette of a man can be seen in the middle of it. The long-haired blonde man is shocked to see that. No one can believe that someone was able to survive the gigantic explosion that just occurred. Midori puts his hand on his head and asks if they sacrificed their own people to try to kill him with that explosion. He knows he owes them praise for catching him by surprise with all their efforts and for making such an elaborate plan to manage a successful explosive blow against him, but he bets they didn't imagine what was coming next. He grits his teeth, trying to contain all the emotion in his chest. Then he starts yelling, telling them to look at him because he is completely unharmed. Midori opens his arms and says he was just hit by a 1,000-degree fireball, and there isn't even a scratch on him. While the Midori boasts about surviving the situation, a crosshair begins to lock onto him, and at that exact moment, a troop of several planes starts hitting him with multiple direct shots to his body. Missiles are also launched from the aircraft carriers and planes toward him. Some pilots are injured in this operation, and they begin to notice the loss of troops. The sea rocks with all that explosive war happening more so than in a storm. With the force of a massive wave, the aircraft carrier shakes in the sea and the planes start getting hit too. The boy is in a state of euphoria and starts to laugh while various explosions and deaths happen behind him. Another larger ship begins to approach the battle site. Mr. Richard yells for Marquis to act according to the plan. A golden aura ascends through his body. The ship they are on then gains a protective shield, but it doesn't last long, and soon it starts to take damage and crack. Marcus is dumbfounded by such power. He says he can barely hold on even from this distance. He knows that with the power of this magnitude, this guy would be capable of destroying the entire world if he wanted to. Mr. Richard clenches his fist, getting very nervous, and says no. He insists that this isn't over yet, and they cannot give up under any circumstances. Midori starts to feel an uncomfortable dizziness and puts his hand on his face. In his thoughts, he begins to hear voices saying they knew he would use too much energy at once. Now he is in the company of a white-haired lady who asks if he has finally ran out of energy. She holds an empty vial and calls the boy number 0. In another location, we see a small house with a thatched roof and a few people gathering. Setsuna asks if they have no chance against the guy, but a blonde man with glasses tells her not to ruin their morale. She asks if she always needs to sugarcoat things for him. The boy gets annoyed, but the lady warns that they probably won't be able to defeat him anyway. Setsuna asks Io how she intends to stop him. She says that even without winning the battle, they can still achieve their goals, and to do that, they will need to use an artifact they possess. She picks up a vial with a liquid. This artifact is the Sandlass cage, and it is now imprisoning Midori. He observes the bars of that prison and feels that it looks very familiar. Io bets that he recognizes that cage as it's just like the artifact he gave to his henchman. Number 0 memories come rushing back. He really has seen that cage before. It was used by the man who ended up losing his arm in that situation. He didn't imagine there was more than one of that artifact, but he maintained his posture and argued that it did not matter. If he wanted to get rid of that cage, he would need to use a massive amount of aura, and since he had practically drained all his power, that would be impossible. With a dark look, number 0 stares at the old woman, and you can feel the hatred in his eyes. He lets out a small smile and asks if they are just finding a way to buy time. But this confuses him because he says that trapping him for a moment won't change anything. The lady is confident and says he wouldn't say that if he knew what was on her mind. He has no idea what is coming. Io continues saying that if he just waits a few days, he will certainly witness something very interesting. Placing a hand on his chin, number 0 asks if she really thinks he doesn't know what they are planning. Number 0 asks if it's something related to a boy named Kanagi Minato. Io's expression changes instantly. She is shocked to hear that question. Pointing to his head, number 0 says he had enough time to fish out some memories from her brain. He asks if the lady knows what Midori Ichihara thinks about him and reveals that he thinks the boy is the one who will end all prophecies. Io's eyes go wide, and she thinks that Midori said that about Kanagi. Feeling extremely impressed, number 0 says that the moment he took control of his body, Kanagi became the top of his target list. He clenches his fist and repeats with hatred the phrase he just said about the boy being the end of all prophecies. With an outraged expression, he questions if they should allow this and that Kanagi must be stopped at all costs. Io now has a very unfriendly face and curses the blonde man in her thoughts. But he says he still has something else to say, and she is surprised again, accumulating a violet energy inside the cage. Number 0 says that she is the one who doesn't know the half of it. Even now as they talk, Midori Ichihara continues to get stronger. The woman is now in a panic, not knowing what to do. The amount of aura he has used so far is nothing compared to the total power in his body. All they have done so far is melt the very tip of the iceberg. The more number 0 fights, the stronger Midori's body gets, and the more aura he can command at once. A yellow energy begins to come out of the Io's body, the Yata mirror. She feels the force of a blow hitting her straight on without her being able to dodge. Number 0's hand goes through her body, causing a huge wound. The cage in the background explodes into 1,000 pieces. Io had no chance to defend herself, and the blow was a direct hit to a vital point. And now that he has dealt with his opponent, number 0 wonders which way Japan is. While that battle was happening, our protagonist was sleeping and the symbol on his hand began to glow very brightly. The Japanese HQ did everything it could to try and imprison Midori, but their plan ended up failing miserably. Number 0 ended up learning how to release massive amounts of aura using Midori's body. A vortex of violet energy begins to form and can be seen even from Earth's orbit. Leonis's power has grown significantly stronger. Meanwhile, in Japan, Suo and Ichika are training, and he says he could feel a gigantic wave of dark aura approaching. Scratching her head, Ichika thinks the plan has failed. Midori is training, and they decide to return to the headquarters. Akane is also in the middle of a fight but can sense the different energy. Everyone at the academy becomes apprehensive and worried about what is happening. Ichika says they need to prepare to face the enemy. Suo already readies himself to grab his sword. Meanwhile, at the HQ headquarters, inside the monitoring room, Rin is desperate, asking if they are still waiting for the video images from the American fleet. Her assistant is working on the computers and says the American fleet was practically wiped out by the enemy, so she asked to see the satellite images. Rin is extremely apprehensive. She knows she can't use Raven Eyes at sea, and she wonders how Io and her team are doing. A group of people appears behind her, and they call for her. She looks back, yelling for Shiki in a cry of concern. The group is badly injured. There are many people, and the Setsuna says they need her recovery techniques urgently. Rin quickly approaches everyone, running as fast as she can. Her expression changes. She panics when she notices one thing, that Commissioner Io is extremely injured, unconscious. Shiki has tears in her eyes and says it's a very critical condition. Observing Io, it's possible to see that life is unfortunately already draining from her body. In recent memories, Superintendent Io asked Shiki to listen carefully. She said that their survival on that mission would depend on the girl. After going over the entire plan again, she said she needed the girl's help to stun the enemy while she and Tengen used the heavenly descent. Shiki gave a respectful bow and said she would give her life to ensure it. But as she was about to complete the sentence, she received a slap on the head which startled her. Io got angry and said she was a fool and had misunderstood everything because she needs to stay alive no matter what to bring everyone home safely. She asked if Shiki understood that because it is very important that she survives no matter what happens to her. Not accepting this, the white-haired girl tried to argue, but Io made such a frightening face that it would silence even the bravest of stubborn people. With tears in her eyes, Shiki tries to express herself with a trembling voice. She remembers when she was just a child, and Io took such good care of her and the others. She said she doesn't want to lose her. The girl recalls the woman's reassuring smile at that moment and that afterward she put her hand on her head trying to calm her down, saying that everything would be okay and she wouldn't let anyone die. Smiling, Io said that this was the main point of the mission they were about to execute. But now that calming smile is gone and the lady is on an oxygen mask and extremely injured. The group mobilizes to try to heal her and save her life. Shiki yells for Superintendent Io not to leave them. She tries to pressure Rin, who is doing her best to help, but it's a complicated task. Her healing ability isn't working properly because of that artifact that stopped time for her. The woman with glasses and long hair tries everything to help, but says the most she can do is keep her alive for now. However, time only stays stopped for Io if she is inside the HQ, so the idea of taking her outside comes up, but she is in a very critical state. But a very loud noise interrupts everyone's conversation. Tengen, Shiki, and the others are surprised. Tengen looks up and realizes they have already arrived. Outside the HQ building, someone with their head covered by a turban can be seen observing everything. He is accompanied by 3 other people besides Number 0, who is wearing a frightening smile. Shiki has fire in her eyes and yells that she will end the life of every single one of those bastards. Rin warns her not to do it, but it's already too late and the girl is gone. She appears near all those beings that emerged outside the HQ. With hatred in her eyes, she joins her hands and uses her spatial division ability. Shiki Kitamori's ability instantly connects different parts of space, allowing her to teleport between different places with extreme precision. But in large open areas, this ability becomes very unpredictable and results in damage that can be catastrophic. Space and time begin to distort. The image of everything becomes confusing. Tengen is furious with the girl's recklessness and says that the commissioner lady is still there. Number 0 concentrates on observing the girl who has just arrived at the battle. Then he calls for Hajime, who has already prepares his next attack. Holding his sword, he uses the artifact Relic of the Abyss, firmly gripping his sword in its sheath. Drawing his blade, he cuts space and uses the Kulika strike ability, causing a beam of light with his slash. This catches Shiki by surprise and her eyes go wide. A part of the location is shattered like crystal, scattering various shards through the air. The girl's arm is severely injured by this blow. The girl in red lets out a little laugh and says that Hajime is truly relentless, making the villains almost feel sorry for the good guys. But while still holding his sword in a battle stance, Hajime tells them to stay alert. The swordsman looks out of the corner of his eye, suspicious. He realizes the good guys haven't been defeated yet, and he manages to locate Shiki. She is badly injured, but her friends have arrived to help her, and Suo holds her in his arms, asking if she is okay. The white-haired girl doesn't let the injury shake her, and asks about the Kanagi unit. Number 0 notices that more enemies have arrived for him, and he says he is getting really tired of swatting these little flies around him. Special Agent Ichika Hinoki holds her sword and already prepares to draw it from its sheath. All the enemies watch attentively at what she is preparing, and energy starts to come from the girl's body. She apologizes and says that her captain happens to be a sleepyhead and begins to approach. So until it's time for him to wake up, they will gladly be their opponents. Number 0 makes a disgusted face at Ichihara's statement. Number 0 Vault is looking down on all the movement of the determined good guys, finding it very strange. He can understand why Makoto's younger brother and special agent Ichika Hinoki are fighting him. His eyes scan over all his opponents, analyzing them one by one. He stares at Iryu and Sakazaki and wonders why they are willing to fight him. There's nothing recorded about them in Midori's memories, so he believes they aren't a threat, so he questions why they would be risking their lives to this extent to save someone who is so far from their level. Iryu meets his gaze and gives a very suspicious little smile. This causes a peculiar unease in Number 0. He then begins to notice the boy's aura shining strongly. Number 0 gets in front of all his fighting partners and stretches his hand toward the two. He uses his turbulence ability and in the blink of an eye they disappear. Shiki, who is injured on the ground, yells to everyone about what just happened, but the teammates also disappeared along with the disciples. She wonders if this is some kind of teleportation ability and who was responsible for it. Iryu is overjoyed and strikes a pose asking how he is, but suddenly Sakazaki reappears and says he sent them somewhere else. He is holding a first aid kit and says he did this teleportation with his ability. Shiki is surprised by the young man's technique and asks how he managed to do that. Sakazaki and Iryu start arguing because he says he helped too. It was a combo of abilities. Shiki just wants them to explain. Basically, it was a combination of the My Sweet Home and Extended Self abilities. Iryu's ability increases the range of the ability of someone he is touching. Normally, Sakazaki's ability only applies to himself, but with Konami's help, it was possible to teleport everyone who was near him at that moment. Sakazaki may not have the same range as Shiki, but he can teleport any object he chooses. Hajime was teleported near Ichika. He already prepares for the confrontation. Sakazaki managed to teleport everyone so that the fights would be fair. The only ones left were the 3 of them, but the rest of the team prepares for the next fights. The white-haired girl is surprised by this strategy. Sakazaki adds that he made a point of sending Number 0 to a special place just for him. We see Number 0 floating in a mysterious place surrounded by what looks like a red liquid. He is extremely confused and can't tell where he is or even which way is up or down. But something special catches his attention. A group of sea monsters appears in his field of vision. Shape-shifting sharks, octopuses, and even sinister fish are there. They begin to approach Number 0 rapidly, forming an aquatic ambush. A man in a uniform holds his sword and looks at a kind of lake. He believes Number 0 must be in the limestone cavern inside the HQ facilities now, specifically in the 17th rift known as Shimoa Hito. The rift is a passage to another dimension that grows approximately 4 in every year, and there is no way to stop this growth. Not even Midori figured out a way to stop this prophecy. So they'll see how Number 0 fares while he's trapped there. Meanwhile, on Mount Nagano on Mitake, Hajime and Ichika are face to face. The white-haired swordsman looks up and wonders what this place is, questioning if someone teleported him there. Ichika can't hold back her laughter and starts to chuckle. As she approaches the young man, she says that apparently the divide and conquer operation worked. Hajime asks what they did to his boss, and she explains that they sent him to a place he will never be able to leave. While holding the sheath of his sword, the young man says that if that's the case, they should have sent everyone else to that place too. Ichika waves her hand and tells him not to be a fool, as one of them could have an escape artifact and ruin the whole plan. They needed to be sure there was no chance of him returning, since nothing can happen to the commissioner's lady. The boss might even have an artifact, but anyway, she preferred the idea of dealing with as many of his minions as possible. Hajime starts to concentrate energy in his body and asks if the girl thinks she is a match for him. Smiling, the woman says it will be like taking candy from a baby because only their boss is a real threat. The rest would be nothing if they didn't have the artifacts. That remark from Ichika makes the young man extremely irritated. He furrows his brow and with agility he uses his Kurakara strike attack, cutting the space between them with several beams of light. Some beams seem to have hit Ichika's body, but her eyes glow red. Cherry blossoms appear in her gaze, and she uses the Dawn Solitude ability. The woman's eyes shine with a neon light. Dawn Solitude is one of Ichika's natural techniques, which she was born knowing. On the surface, this ability seems quite simple and was considered useless for many years, but there is much more to it than meets the eye. The ability can block all internal and external influences, allowing Ichika to maximize her mind and body potential. She continues her movements, her eyes still glowing like a pink beacon. In short, the ability gives her 100% concentration in any circumstance, no matter where she is or who she is fighting. The girl can summon her full strength to deliver a lethal blow. She approaches her opponent and everything goes dark. Only the pink glow coming from Ichika's eyes can be seen. A single cut is made on Hajime toward his chest, but this single cut is enough to throw him back forcefully, unbalancing and destabilizing the young man. She finishes her attack. Transcendents specialized in martial arts spend countless hours honing their physical skills so they understand better than anyone the value of a perfectly trained body like hers. With a serious and superior look, the girl says he doesn't even compare to Makoto. Meanwhile, back at the HQ's large-scale practice area, a pair of good guys and a pair of villains face each other. With a mocking look, the girl in the red hat, Seta says it won't make any difference to change to a 2-on-2 battle. The pair of HQ warriors doesn't look frightened or anything like it. Seta turns to Asura and asks what their plan is now. It starts to rain at the location, getting all the warriors there wet. With his eyes closed and a sad expression, the man says he can fight them if she holds them, but a fist is already approaching his face. The punch hits him hard, and Asura flies far away from the force of the blow. Midori asks if he thinks they will just wait while they get trampled. Set watches the white-haired warrior advance on her teammate. While she is distracted, her opponent's long hair grabs her. He starts to recall memories of when he was a child. Makoto gently cutting his hair, and with hatred in his eyes, he asks if she is one of the bastards who killed Makoto. Already almost completely wrapped up by the boy's hair, she says she understands now. And with a smile on her face, she asks if he is still mad about that. Red lightning begins to appear in the sky, turning it dark red. The two good warriors have to dodge the lightning bolts that seem to be trying to hit them. With a maniacal look and surrounded by playing cards, Sai starts to laugh while her eyes widen. She uses her Queen of Hearts ability, and her cards start to grow legs and arms. The long-haired man notices that this ability seems to be some kind of telekinesis. She orders her loyal minions to disperse. A gigantic army of cards begins to appear, and she asks them to find Kanagi Minato for her, but her opponent is not willing to let her go after Kanagi. He starts to charge energy, and again a Scarlet Thunderbolt tries to hit him, but he manages to dodge quickly. The pair of HQ combatants is reunited side by side again. Asura appears through the mist and smoke and says that his ability allows him to physically manifest emotions. He puts his hand in front of his face and uses the Mask of Thousand Faces ability. With a sinister voice and a frightening aura, he tells them to prepare to die. Now his eyes are black. His face is unrecognizable. That is the face of anger ability. Dozens of lightning bolts begin to fall on the battlefield, causing a deafening noise all around. Meanwhile, in Tokorozawa, Saitama Prefecture, loud noises can be heard. Akane is using her Even Menace ability in a challenging battle. Her partner is fleeing from the unrestrained blows of the man with the bandaged head. With one of his arms much larger than the other, he throws several punches toward the blonde man who tries to defend himself. The villain's punches end up hitting the rocks and mountains around, causing a loud noise and a lot of destruction, and the big-armed man doesn't give up, persistently going after his enemy. But a familiar voice interrupts that distressing chase scene. It's Suo who appears using the Soaring Tengu ability. A smokescreen forms, and the enemy starts to try to clear a path through it with his giant hand, and he quickly succeeds in getting rid of that sand whirlwind. There are 3 HQ warriors down below, and they observe the enemy. Akane looks worried. She imagined this battle would be difficult, but the enemy manages to be even stronger than she imagined. He stares at them with empty, dreadful eyes. That bandaged man is named Dre, one of the 12 disciples of the Apocalypse. He deduces that since they survived his attack, they must be very strong warriors. But to him, the 3 of them are just a minor annoyance at best, so he prefers to save energy and finish this quickly. Hanada gives a small smile and says he seems pretty confident for someone who's about to lose his life. Suo starts to prepare an attack and says he will teach this idiot a lesson he will never forget. Akane notices that Suo is starting to lose his patience and fears he will act without thinking. Of course, she can understand why. She starts to remember the day of his brother's funeral, and that it was the 12 disciples who were responsible for Captain Makoto's death. Dre observes more carefully and says he noticed the red-haired boy might be related to the weakling Makoto Suo. With a provocative voice, he asks if he is that boy's younger brother. Suo just widens his eyes, feeling a chill run through his entire body. While showing his disgusting tongue, he asks what it feels like to have a pathetic brother who couldn't defeat a loser like them. That infuriates Suo, who really starts to lose his composure. Without thinking and consumed by mortal hatred, he charges toward the enemy, holding his sword. Dre's gigantic hand begins to transform into a strange flesh-like cannon. He is preparing his La Traviata ability, and from the tip of his anomalous arm, a purple energy ball begins to charge. The 3 good guys are caught by surprise by that move. They all look surprised in the direction of the ability. Meanwhile, at the HQ headquarters, a tense situation is happening. The women are still trying to heal Io with everything they have. They start to be able to feel a pulse. Rin takes the lady's hands and can feel her heart beating. She is relieved, unable to contain her emotions. A tear of relief and happiness starts to run down her face. The other woman yells for the Yushima unit to give an update on their situation. The girls reply that they have almost finished healing the captain's wounds. So, 4 other powerful warriors are ready to join the Kannagi unit, but the young man with the cap and sunglasses asks them to wait a bit. They will need to deal with one little thing first, and several cards appear in the location, looking for Kannagi. Tengen orders everyone to take their positions and says they need to keep Kannagi safe until he wakes up. So while one team fights to heal Superintendent Io, the other part of the warriors prepares to deal with the cards, but the man with the goatee notices an extremely large amount of energy that has managed to hit an entire area. Sakazaki and Iryu can also feel a tremor that closely resembles an earthquake, but Sakazaki knows this isn't just a mere earth tremor. A gigantic purple vortex appears in one location, messing with the energy of the entire environment. The man in the uniform who was watching Number Zero's prison realizes he has escaped and says that guy is a real monster. Iryu panics and starts yelling, saying that he was trapped in a rift forever. Sakazaki knows they don't have much time and asks the boy to help him send that bastard somewhere even farther away. Iryu seems a little reluctant, but Sakazaki insists because they need to save the captain. But before he can try to convince his friend to help him further, something catches his attention and he looks up. His eyes are wide and he can't believe what he is seeing. A beam of blue light is coming from inside the HQ building, and now helping the girls heal Io Kannagi Minato is there, passing energy to her. With tears in her eyes, still overcome with emotion, Rin watches the boy who just woke up. He is focused, his eyes fixed on Io, determined to heal her, while helping with Io's recovery. Kannagi asks how long he was out, and Rin replies that it was for a few hours. She fixes her gaze on the boy, curious to know how he managed to wake up so quickly. While they are with Io, Number Zero is escaping from his prison, and she asks if he is capable of defeating him. The protagonist looked at the girl and assured her that he would defeat him for her, but first there was one thing he needed to do, and his hair starts to change color. Now, with white hair, he continues to pass energy to Io. He asks her for forgiveness and says he didn't want to leave her waiting for so long. Believing that Kannagi must be strong enough to do it now, with the woman's help, he uses his sacred medical tome ability. An energy so strong it almost liquefies begins to flow from his body toward the lady. Sacred medical tome is an ability of Warren, the sovereign apothecary. It allows the user to instantly activate the supreme healing ability inside the imaginary medical tome in Warren's mind. The wound that was previously very severe on the woman's chest now begins to close little by little, and finally it closes completely, leaving her intact. The women who were trying to heal Io earlier are impressed with the demonstration of the technique. The girl with glasses is dumbfounded because she realizes the wound didn't just close completely, but it also healed entirely. Even the woman's organs are intact. She really wants to know what the mechanism of that ability is, and it doesn't take long for the woman to slowly begin to regain consciousness. Rin's eyes fill with tears again. She starts to call the lady by her name. Io moves her eyes toward the protagonist, showing she is well and conscious. Her vision is a bit blurry, but she can identify that it is Kannagi who is there, smiling at her. She smiles back, saying that he finally came. With the little strength she has, the lady raises her arm toward him, and suddenly she no longer sees Kannagi, but rather Warren, the woman who healed her. The protagonist holds the lady's hand with both of his hands very gently. Smiling calmly, the boy says she should be more careful. Io says she tried her best but wasn't much help and apologizes, but he says that on the contrary she was spectacular. Warren asks her to rest now that her wounds are healed, and as soon as she wakes up later, they can all have a meal together like in the old days. Then the memories of the two of them when they were very young surface, having fun and eating together. That memory makes Io emotional and her eyes well up. She agrees with her old friend's plan. Warren observes the situation from a screen and addresses the other souls who are there. So everyone is ready to continue the protagonist's actions. Meanwhile, a shower of cards with legs and arms begins inside the HQ building. One of the young men there grabs his sword and uses the metal reinforcement and thousandth blow abilities. With this, he uses his body's momentum to use the sword like a baseball bat, knocking the cards away as well as cutting them. Some little cards are chopped into several pieces, being defeated. The blonde woman uses her martial arts skills and the lethal chain blast ability. The two join forces to defeat those minions. The girl is giving it her all but only managed to knock out one card. This is very similar to when they fought Eva. Each of these minions is as strong as En Shikami. In fact, they are much more powerful than that. She fixes her eyes in a direction behind her, trying to protect herself. A 3 of clubs card lands a direct kick to the girl's face, sending her flying from the force of the blow. But with perseverance, she manages to regain her balance and hold on. Determined, she thinks that she refuses to give up without a fight. A flood of cards approaches her, but the woman does not intend to be defeated. She remembers Captain Makabe with a smile on his face, saying he is counting on her to save the world. Since he is counting on her, that is why she will battle until the end of her days. Then, while she is trying to attack the cards with her martial arts ability, she feels she is not alone. It's Captain Makabe who is helping her using his stone punch ability and decimating some little cards over there. Not believing what her eyes are seeing, the girl starts to shout the captain's name to make sure it's really him there. He looks at her with a smile on his face and apologizes for coming back, since a true warrior should die in battle. Suddenly, someone using the Golden Bat ability manages to defeat a bunch of cards all at once. The boy in the cap looks at this somewhat confused. It's Captain Yorizuya who is holding his pose and all pompous, defeating several cards while moving with his bat. With a serious expression, he asks everyone to listen to him. He needs to finish off all these cursed little cards and asks them to help him finish every last one. The two young people are much more energized, and their morale is much higher with the presence of their captains there. But before starting to move, Captain Makabe asks them to wait a bit. He can see Kanagi up high near the armored batter. The protagonist is holding his sword in the middle of several cards, and Makabe thinks he is about to do something. Then the boy changes his stance and holds the sword as the cards notice his presence and begin to approach. Concentrated, he charges the energy in his body, letting it flow to his arms like a drop of water falling into a river. It is the Hinoki style, the sword technique. And finally, he unleashes the Shadow Vortex ability with all his strength, quickly cutting down all the cards there one by one. Spinning his sword, he forms a true vortex with his blade, which covers the sky and leaves the boys down below impressed. A shower of paper begins to fall. All the little pieces of the cards he chopped up are now inanimate as they should be. Meanwhile, on the other battlefield, several red lightning bolts are still falling all over the place. C suddenly gets startled by something, her eyes widening. Asura asks his partner what is happening there. She can't believe her eyes because there were over 500 cards in total, and yet they were eliminated in the blink of an eye. With pure hatred in his eyes, the white-haired man asks if this is the work of Kanagi Minato, their main target, and now he promises he will kill him. Then his gaze turns to the opponents on that battlefield. The two are dodging the lightning bolts, and he says he has better things to do than fight with these little worms. He yells at them to stop resisting and just die already. Midori lets out a long sigh and prepares to act. Changing his stance, the man begins to charge his next attack. He holds one arm with the other and points at the two enemies right in front of him. And as his arm begins to emanate energy, he says they are the only ones there who are about to die. The veins on Ashura's face begin to pop, such as his rage. While staring at him, he asks what Midori thinks he is doing. But before he can do anything, a mark on his arm appears and begins to glow. It is the powerful ability of the man in sunglasses, the holy seal of exorcism, unleashing a ton of projectiles at Asura and Seth. The two are worried about the attack coming toward them, but at the same time they take solace in the fact that the attack is pretty slow. This gives them time to dodge, and Asura wastes no time calling Mikado a fool for launching sloppy projectiles at them. But he hasn't finished saying this when he realizes that the projectiles are aimed at the divine seal on his body. He realizes too late that Mikado put the seal on him the first time he hits him, and the projectiles are now basically tracking the marked target. Nonetheless, Asura is not worried, since the projectiles are slow, but he hasn't finished this thought when Mikado appears behind him and punches him so hard that he is sent flying into the distance with a scream of pain following him. He angrily unleashes an energy blast to push Mikado back when it finally dawns on him that the projectiles are a trap to create a gap in his defense, so Mikado can get the chance to punch him to death. Mikado figures out that Asura has a lot going on in his head, and he lets him know that whatever he is thinking is wrong. Suddenly, other seals appear on his body, and Mikado tells him to turn around to check behind him. Asura does this, and he is shocked to see a bunch of projectiles coming his way fast. He manages to leap out of the way in time, but this only leaves him open for Mikado to land another hit on him. The dude is sent flying into the distance while the projectiles are still locked on him. Mikado mocks him, telling him that he should have realized the bitter truth at this point, and this is the fact that every attack allows him to put an engraved seal on him. In turn, every engraved seal increases the speed of the projectiles by double, and just as Mikado is explaining this with his mouth, Asura is feeling the effect. He tries his best to run, but before he knows it, the projectiles end up catching up to him. The projectiles hit him so hard that he screams in pain, and he also realizes that each of the projectiles carries just as much damage as Mikado's melee strike. In the end, Asura gets overwhelmed by the projectiles, and they totally crush him, leaving a bright, explosive light. When everything finally calms down, Asura is seen crawling on the ground, and Mikado walks up to him, asking him if he is finally done throwing tantrums. Seeing just how dangerous Mikado is, Asura figures out that he is going to be in more trouble if he touches him, and he frantically unleashes a corrosive skill, the Face of Fear, to release deadly gases to surround himself. On the other hand, Seth is already in Q's grasp, and he is screaming at him to let him go because he is not ready to die like a rotten dog. However, Q tells the dude to keep his mouth shut while tightening the grip he has on him. Before he knows it, he gets totally encompassed in Q's hair, and his mana also slowly dissipates as if Q is swallowing it with a straw. With his mana unreachable, his cards also start falling apart, and in no time, Q totally has Seth under his thumb. On the other hand, Mikado is still explaining how his skills work to Asura. He lets him know that the projectiles are slow at the beginning, and it has a speed of 5.56 meters per second at that time. This is basically about the speed of an average bowling ball, but the homing projectiles have the same firepower as one of his full-power close-range strikes. In addition to this, these projectiles increase the number of seals, and Mikado shows him an example of this by unleashing the seals on his body. Mikado reminds him that he took a total of 20 hits in close-range strike and long-range strike projectiles, which have resulted in about 5,800 kilometers per second. Mikado taunts the already weak Asura, urging him to try to dodge the projectiles, and all Asura can do in that moment is scream in pain as the attacks descend upon him. With a powerful force, Asura is punched so hard into the ground, thus ridding the air of his corrosive materials. After defeating Asura, Mikado takes a moment to remember when he was training with Suo's brother, and the dude tells him that his skill is amazing because it is more or less a cheat code. Suo tells Mikado that the moment he is hit, it is all over for him. However, Mikado argues that it is hard to use because the stronger the opponent, the harder it is for him to land a strike. In addition to this, it takes more than 10 seconds for the first seal to appear, which is really slow. Midori teases Mikado, asking him if such an enemy exists when he is practically dodging all of Mikado's strikes, proving the dude's logic right. Mikado talks about how weak his technique is, and Midori teases him, telling him to just get more muscle, but Mikado knows Midori doesn't know how it feels, since he is a freaking genius. At that point, Mikado yells his determination at Midori, telling him to wait until he becomes part of the task force. Midori, being Midori, teases Mikado, telling him that he can't wait till then, and he even suggests that they all have a fight together once everyone has gotten stronger. Now in the present, Mikado believes he finally has what it takes to hit Midori, even if it is just once. Mikado then walks up to Q, and Q admits that Mikado helped him shut down the thunder, but he lets him know that he is also done with his opponent. Lying beside him is the mana-dried-up body of Seth. Mikado then tells Q that it is time for them to go help Suo and the rest because it is hard enough to face an enemy at that level, even with 3 people. Q agrees with him, but lets him know that Akane said something strange. Meanwhile, Dre is still battling it out against Suo's squad, and it appears that Akane has something she is cooking, even though it is quite slow. It turns out that she has plans to destroy Dre's annoying cannon. Dre, on the other hand, is having fun with his cannon as he fires a massive attack on the squad. The attack is so fast and powerful that even Suo says it is hard to predict where the attack is going to hit. When the attack finally hits, Suo gets caught in it, and his colleague screams out his name to check if he is still alive. The attack clears off, and Suo assures his friends that he is fine because he was able to deflect the hit. However, Suo is worried that they don't have the capacity to continue blocking Dre's attack, which means Akane has to sort herself out really quickly. Dre notices that the squad is struggling, and he starts making fun of them, asking them just how much more they think they can take. Dre lets them know that he is going to show them what it feels like to be hopeless. It turns out that Dre has one more weapon in his arsenal, which his boss told him to keep as a last resort, but he believes it is finally time for him to unleash this weapon. Dre then whips out an ugly artifact with an ugly eyeball that several other eyeballs too. Dre assures them that this artifact is going to end them, and even the squad is terrified by the mere sight of the artifact since they have no idea what it is. Instead of explaining what it does, Dre decides to show them instead, and a ton of blasts emerge from the artifact. Dre lets them know that the artifact releases satellites, and they produce the same skill as the owner of the artifact. Suo and his squad look into the sky to realize that the satellite has the entire area covered, and Dre explains to them that his next attack will come from all of the satellites as well. Just then, Dre releases a massive firepower from the cannons, and he assures them that everything in the airspace is going to get fried by his cannon. As the attack descends on them, Suo realizes the bitter truth that he can't dodge all of the attacks. The yellow-headed guy also knows this, and he screams out Akane's name, and Akane comes in for the rescue, while telling them that she can finally see it. However, Dre lets her know that he can also see through her. In the end, all of Dre's attacks come together to form one giant ball of fire, and it lands on their location, ultimately frying whatever resides there. Dre confidently declares the squad is dead, and he boasts about how his boss gave him the coolest power. Dre remembers when his boss approached him to give him the artifact to replace his severed arm. The artifact merges with his arm and ultimately fuses with his body to imbue him with power, while destroying his body and making him ugly, which is why his sorry ass is forced to wrap his body like a mummy. Dre is raking in the joy of victory when he notices a green light in the distance where Suo and his squad are supposed to be lying dead. When the dust clears off, he gets to see Akane reflecting green light from her hand, and everyone on the squad is safe. Dre is pissed that he didn't get to kill them once, and he angrily unleashes a massive wave of cannon fire, but Akane nullifies this with her green skill. Dre is left in shock that his fire cannon didn't work, and Akane decides to explain the new reality of things to him. She lets him know that the skill she is currently using, which is known as Mephalazale, is a skill that allows her to change the nature of a skill that she has managed to analyze. Akane lets Dre know that she just changed the property of his attack into a healing skill. Suo and the Yellowhead confirm this because all of their injuries are fully healed. Akane tells them that she used the excess residue to strengthen them, which means their physical abilities would be enhanced for about a minute. Dre hears this and panics because Akane just rendered him ultimately useless. Akane smiles at him, telling him that he can't understand, but it is pretty obvious that it is over for him. Dre is wise enough to know that he is done for, and he tries doing the best thing he can do, which is to run away. But Yellowhead is not just going to let this happen. Before he can even make his move, he attacks him, delivering repetitive attacks to punish him. Dre gets hit all over his body at the same time without being able to reply to the attack, and by the time the Yellowhead is done, Dre is already bleeding all over. The Yellowhead admits that his body is lighter than it was, but since he is done playing around with Dre, he leaves the rest to Suo. Using Hinoki's one-handed sword style, the diced slash in combination with Autumn Thistle, Suo brings out a powerful matter annihilation skill. This unleashes a large area of lasers that sinks into Dre's body and ultimately turns him to dust. Suo mocks Dre for calling his brother trash, while telling him that he would have to face his dead brother again in the afterlife, if there is nothing left of him to go to the afterlife, that is. With this, Dre is defeated by Suo, Akane, and the Yellowhead, Hinata. After everything settles down, Akane is hit with a blowback of what she just did, and she collapses to the ground. Suo and Hinata rush over, and while she is unconscious, all she can think of is her desire to apologize to Midori. 7 years earlier was when Midori and Akane first met. Akane's house was on fire back then, and when Midori finally showed up, she scrutinized him for not coming early. Apparently, there is a special rank prophecy, the Bud of Nightmare. On the other hand, Akane's father is connected with the anti-prophecy, but he accidentally stumbled upon the cursed painting, and when the painting was activated, it turned the whole world into another dimension that converges around his mansion, which resulted in a freaking nightmare. Midori rushed over to the scene and entered the painting to prevent the prophecy from beginning, but both Akane's parents, guests, servants, and everyone were killed, leaving Akane as the sole survivor. Akane criticized Midori for being the world's strongest awakener but failing to stop the prophecy that ruined her family from being fulfilled. With tears and frustration, she screams out, asking Midori why he had to come late, and Rin, who was with Midori back then, wanted to speak, but Midori stops her from saying anything. They just stood here, taking in every insult and blame Akane could project towards them. It was later that Akane found out that on that very day, Midori was on the other side of the world, dealing with a prophecy. He had saved hundreds of thousands of people, but Akane had no idea, and she ended up saying hurtful things to him. To make it worse, he was only 16 years old back then, and he already had a huge responsibility on his shoulders. Later on, Akane asks Midori during training if he doesn't hate the fact that he can't enjoy his personal time because he is always out there stopping prophecies from happening. Deep down, Akane is also surprised that Midori is willing to save people who are selfish like her. Midori replies that he is with his friends, and the special task force always goes into missions alone, so it is not like they always fight together in the same place, but their hearts are always united. Midori tells Akane that with this, he is not always alone, because he has everyone with him, and they are basically his support, which is why he has everyone on the team as his wallpaper. Back then, Midori tells Akane that he is going to understand the meaning of what he is saying in the future. When Akane finally regains consciousness, she asks Suo and Hinata how long she was out, and they let him know that it wasn't even up to a minute. Akane then gets on her knees, and with a sincere heart and pain, she tells her comrades that she really wants to apologize to Midori. She hasn't finished saying her words when Suo lets her know that he would also like to say his gratitude towards Midori because he was an irreplaceable friend to his brother, Suu Makoto. Hinata also mentions that he would like to surpass Midori one day, which is why they all cannot allow Midori to die. Since they are all in agreement that they can't allow Midori to die, Akane tells them that it is time for them to go and save Midori. At the same time, Kannagi arrives at the limestone cave and Captain Tsurusaki is shocked to see him. Tsurusaki asks him if his training is complete as they planned, but Kannagi urges the captain to leave the area. Kannagi lets the man know that Number Zero is planning to destroy the anti-prophecy with the highest firepower of turbulence, and before stepping into the rift, Kannagi tells Number Zero not to try to run away. With no sense of fear in him, Kannagi steps into the rift, shocking the captain, who watches in shock. Number Zero welcomes Kannagi into the rift, telling him that he is surprised that he actually shows up. Number Zero asks Kannagi if he is there to defeat him, but Kannagi corrects him, telling him that he is there to save Midori. Number 0 is shocked to hear this, since he remembers Io telling him to stay in the cage for 2 days because she would have had something interesting for him by that time. Midori wonders why Kanagi is already out when his preparation to defeat him should have taken at least 2 days. With this, Midori believes that Kanagi is still not ready to fight against him, and he is still trash-talking Kanagi when Kanagi dashes at him with a combination of skills. Kanagi lands a kick on his body, but he soon realizes that his attack didn't actually hit because Number 0 was able to stop his momentum with his defense. Number 0 makes fun of Kanagi, but commends him for being pretty fast. However, he lets him know that he is going to finish him. Number 0 then starts to take in a bulk load of power so he can unleash a massive turbulence. Kanagi figures out that Number 0 is trying to escape from the rift by using all of his accumulated aura to create turbulence. This is a skill that kills everything it comes in contact with, and in order to counter this, Kanagi unleashes his own turbulence. Meanwhile, the other founders are trying to get their comrade, the founder of Wind, Skirnir, to get active in the fight. While he is busy enjoying himself in the calm state of mind, Rowan, the founder of Dragon's Claw, bites him to get him off his lazy arse. This is when it finally dawns on Skirnir that he is going to be in trouble if Kanagi dies, which is why he has already taught him his divine wind. Back on the battlefield, Number 0 is left in confusion when he sees Kanagi using turbulence. In the vast space of his large turbulence, Kanagi remains safe in a pocket of turbulence he created himself. Kanagi lets him know that all he needs to secure is a small safe space around him, but Number 0 angrily increases the tempo of his attack. However, to his surprise, his attack gets cancelled out by Kanagi's skill. Ryan then tells his colleagues that Kanagi fighting Number 0 in long distance is disadvantageous, and she suggests that they get close to Number 0 with Mel's skill so that they can end the fight as fast as possible. He lets them know that this is possible for Kanagi because of his skill combinations. Before Number 0 knows what is happening, Kanagi has closed him down, and he tries to create another distance between them. Kanagi then unleashes Hinoki's one sword-style wave, combined with Thunderbolt from Hadad, to create Violet Thunder. This flies straight for Number 0, hitting him so hard that he is pushed out of his turbulence. With Number 0 on the defense, Kanagi unleashes the Spear of Annihilation, which he combines with the Deadly Bow to create a deadly skill, the Moonring Annihilation. With nowhere to run, Number 0 gets hit with multiple skills all at once. This leaves Number 0 wondering what type of person Kanagi is because he is basically fighting with different attributes without even using any artifacts. It finally dawns on Number 0 why they call Kanagi the one who ends all the prophecies. Nonetheless, Number 0 remains unharmed even with everything Kanagi has thrown at him. He mocks Kanagi, asking him if he thinks he can injure him with his trash attacks. At this point, Kanagi is already sweating from exhaustion, and he hasn't even been able to damage Number 0. Even Ryan becomes worried because he wasn't expecting Midori's growth to be this crazy. Number 0 starts to make fun of Kanagi, telling him that he is going to lose because he didn't have enough time to prepare. Number 0 is about to attack when Kanagi says something shocking. He mentions that Io is still alive, and the moment Midori's body hears this, he automatically tries to resist Number 0's influence over him, stopping him from firing off his attack. Kanagi lets Midori know that basically everyone is alive, and he calls out their names for Midori to hear, so he knows that they are waiting for him. Kanagi also screams out, telling Midori that he hasn't even paid back his debt for all the favors he did for him. With Kanagi's declaration, Rion immediately calls Pantajali forward, telling her to carry out their plan. Pantajali then places her hand on Kanagi's back to activate a skill, Full Release, ultimately pushing all of his skill points into overdrive, leaving Kanagi brimming with an overwhelming energy. Number 0 is shocked when he sees this, and Kanagi lets him know that he is about to give the fight everything he has. Even though Kanagi appears to have gotten a power-up, Ryan doesn't look pleased, and the reason for this is revealed. While Kanagi was training with Hinoki, the founders were busy discussing with Ryan about the upcoming battle against Number 0. In the end, they came to the conclusion that, with Kanagi's current strength, it is going to take them at least 1 week to train him properly, and anything asides that puts them at a low chance of winning the battle. The rest of the founders are shocked when they hear this, and Ryan lets them know that Midori is still growing and at an alarming speed for that. He mentions that, based on the footage that they have while Kanagi and Hinoki were fighting against Midori and the testimony of the Special Task Force about his childhood, including the scale of the destruction he caused in Detroit, they have been able to come to the conclusion that Midori will eventually reach the same level as the founders. Ryan mentions that even with Kanagi's growth speed, he still won't be able to reach the same level in a short period of time. The founders are shocked to hear this, leaving them to ask him what they are supposed to do about it. Rion then mentions that they have a method, but it is quite a heavy price. Pantajali, the founder of Support Buffs, says in the event that Kanagi wasn't able to contend with Midori's strength, she will have to open all of his chakra flow. She says the chakra points are the energy of humans' lives, and they can increase Kanagi's output power tremendously in a short space of time. However, his body and soul will suffer overwhelming damage as a result of this. Pantajali says in the worst-case scenario, the damage caused by this method might be irreversible. The founders are hesitant when they hear this, but Kannagi hears them even though he is busy training with Hinoki, and he urges them to carry out the method if needed. Hinoki is blown away that Kannagi is able to listen to the other founders, while keeping his focus on him too, and this is a sign that he is growing stronger. Kannagi lets them know that he is indebted to Midori, which is why he has to save his life no matter what. Since this is what Kannagi wanted, they had no choice but to follow his wish. With Kannagi's body overflowing with power, he is able to reach number 0 before he knows it, and he punches him in the face, sending him flying into the distance. Number 0 cannot believe his eyes when he realizes that he actually received damage, which means Kannagi actually penetrated his defense. Before he knows it, Kannagi is already dashing towards him again, and number 0 unleashes a big wave of turbulence, but Kannagi cancels it out. However, number 0 screams at Kannagi, telling him not to underestimate him, and he starts trading power blows with Kannagi. Moments later, Kannagi places his finger on number 0's chest, and he fires off a powerful skill, Tranquility, that shoots through his body. Number 0 is shocked when he tries to make his own move, but realizes that he is totally incapacitated from Kannagi's last attack. Kannagi then follows through with Hinoki's skill, the wave-cutting blade, and other attack techniques from Hinoki. Kannagi combines all of these to cut number 0 really hard. Midori's body is riddled with painful slashes, and number 0 screams out in pain, while the founders watch in satisfaction and shock. Ryan is blown away because it appears that Kannagi's potential is even higher than he expected it to be. Kannagi then concludes that it is time to finish the fight, and he uses a powerful skill, Splitting Clouds, to completely overwhelm number 0. Number 0 soon realizes that he is dying, and he figures out that he has to make a wind wall at maximum power, but he is in the process of this when Kannagi shows up in Super Saiyan mode, telling him that he is not done yet. Number 0 watches in horror as Kannagi releases another wave of powerful attacks to really render him powerless. In the end, Kannagi touches number 0's chest to fire off a skill, burning light into his body. This leaves a cloud of bright light that ravages through the enemy's body, causing him so much pain that he screams out in agony. Just when Kannagi rushes in to finish the fight, number 0 whips out an artifact, an elixir, which is an item that grants a continuous and instantaneous recovery for 3 minutes. Number 0 smiles as he stares at Kannagi, and he increases his turbulence power to the max output, giving him the chance to burst out of the rift. He leaps into the sky, laughing out evilly, while saying he has finally gotten it done. Number 0 tells Kannagi that with the current artifact, he won't be able to kill him. Kannagi tells him that he doesn't care because all he has to do is just fight him until the effect wears off. Suddenly, Kannagi gets hit with the blowback of the skill he just used, and blood starts coming out of every hole in his body. Kannagi falls to the ground in pain, while number 0 mocks him, saying he already knew that the strength he was using was burning away his life force. Number 0 believes that Kannagi won't have what it takes to hold out for long. Number 0 then tells Kannagi that it is time for him to die, and he fires off a powerful blast at him, but Akane shows up just in time to block the attack with her spell. In a flashback scene, Kannagi had called Akane to discuss something with him. He showed her turbulence, shocking Akane, who asked him how he is able to use Midori's skill. Kannagi smiles and tells Akane that he is going to explain everything once the battle is over. Kannagi asks her if it is true that she has completed her lesson 15, and she says yes. However, she lets him know that it will take her time to analyze it, and it soon dawns on Akane that the reason Kannagi called her was to analyze the turbulence with her skill. Kannagi tells Akane that he would like her to protect everyone once the battle with number 0 starts, and this is exactly what Akane does. Number 0 is shocked when his attack gets cancelled out, and Kannagi even recovers from his injuries. Number 0 screams out in frustration, saying he just used the maximum output skill of the world's strongest, which means he should win. He angrily unleashes another wave of turbulence, but this ultimately turns into a healing pool for those who get hit by it. At this point, the whole squad is already present at the scene, and with a smile on Akane's face, she tells Kannagi that she has protected everyone, which means what is left is for him to give them his orders, as their captain. Kannagi is blown away by Akane's incredible skill, and he motivates the team, telling them that it is time for them to rescue Midori from number 0's grasp. Before number 0 knows what is happening, he gets overwhelmed by the good guys, as they deliver several levels of attacks to his body. SUO believes that they can do it even though number 0 keeps getting healed right after receiving damage. However, with the buff they received from Akane, defeating number 0 is possible. Number 0 cannot simply contend with all the superpowered attacks coming at him at the same time. Hanada makes good use of the moment to punch number 0 as much as he wants, while SUO and Kannagi prepare their Purgatory Sword against number 0. When number 0 sees what they are cooking for him, he freaks out and he frantically creates a wall to try to block out the attack. However, his plan is ruined by the white head girl who hits him with her Void skill. Number Zero freaks out when he realizes that a warp user has just joined the fight, and he is busy thinking of what to do when Mikado appears from underneath him and lands an uppercut that sends him somersaulting in the air. Mikado then screams at Midori, telling him to wake up and take back his body. Number Zero angrily hits Mikado with a cloud attack, but before he can even rest from this, Q grabs him using hair skill, the forbidden scarlet hair. With Number Zero restrained by Q's hair, the anti-demon divine seal appears all over his body, and in no time he is simultaneously attacked by Mikado's skill while telling Midori to wake up. Q notices Ichika standing in the distance, totally unbothered by the fight, and he asks her if she is not joining. Ichika replies that she doesn't need to join because she doesn't have anything to say to Midori. Ichika says what is left is to leave Midori to the younger ones, and at this point Number Zero has been badly beaten and his life force is barely holding on. Number Zero panics because it finally dawns on him that he is no longer healing, which means the effect of the artifact has ended, and he has to find a way to protect himself with the power of the wind. However, Kannagi tells Suo that it is time to end the fight, and together they tap into Hinoki's one sword style to unleash the spirit cut. In perfect sync, the two land a soul-cutting slash on Number Zero, cutting his soul into parts. Number Zero screams in pain and frustration with the clear realization that he is about to be defeated. The spirit-cutting skill leaves a large blue light that covers the entire area, ultimately expelling Number Zero from Midori's body, finally freeing the strongest from Number Zero's grasp. The spirit cut ability allows it to cut intangible things like a soul by using the sharpest sword energy. Apparently, it is possible for a swordsman to use this skill once they reach a certain level of swordsmanship without even using a real sword. Number Zero is left in shock as he cannot believe that his soul just got cut, and he screams out as he is expelled from Midori's body. Akane rushes toward Midori as he descends to the ground, while Suo cannot believe that they were able to pull it off. Suo is still trying to pull himself together when he senses his brother's spirit patting him from behind for a job well done. Suo frantically turns around, but he sees no one behind him. He knows he sensed his brother, and he looks into the sky as he mentions his brother. Midori, on the other hand, appears to be back to his real self, as he tells his friends that he can no longer sense Number Zero inside him. Without holding back, Akane lunges at Midori to hug him. Kannagi also walks up to Midori with a smile on his face, and he stretches his hand toward him for a shake. Midori prepares to take Kannagi's hand, and just as he is about to thank him for saving his life, Number Zero's life force dashes out of Midori's fingers and escapes into Kannagi's body. Midori screams out in horror when he realizes what just happened, and a bright light emerges, almost blinding them. Midori easily figures out that Number Zero is trying to hijack Kannagi's body, and he actually successfully does it. When everything calms down, Kannagi says he was aware that Number Zero had two artifacts that allow him to hijack someone's body. He already expected Number Zero to hijack his body once he was cornered. Kannagi says Ryan and Azure already predicted this, and while Kannagi is calmly speaking, Akane and Midori are freaking out. Midori tells Kannagi that Number Zero has entered his body, and Kannagi confirms this, but he lets them know that Number Zero made a mistake by choosing his body out of all the places that he can escape to. Meanwhile, Number Zero is rejoicing because he has finally made it into Kannagi's body, which means he actually doesn't need Midori again because he now has the body of the one who will end all prophecies. He is busy celebrating that Kannagi's body is his without realizing that the founders are all watching him in anger. By the time he realizes it, it is already too late for him, and Kannagi tells his friends that his body is the most dangerous place Number Zero could have escaped to. While he was talking, Number Zero, also known as Warren Hastings, was getting trashed by the founders, ultimately finding himself in a cycle of pain, and in the end, his soul vanished. With a bright smile, Kannagi tells his comrades that it is all over and it is time for them to head back home. Meanwhile, Ichika runs into Hajime, who appears to be still alive. Ichika lets him know that his boss is dead, and Hajime refutes this, saying he wasn't even loyal to the dude in the first place. Hajime asks Ichika why she let him live, and Ichika replies that the dude still has room for improvement. Hajime is left dumbfounded when Ichika cuts down his chains while taking down the tree behind him with it, urging him to get his wounds treated. With an evil expression, Ichika lets him know that she is going to train him so hard that he will beg for death. And thanks to Ichika's authority, Hajime's life is spared, so he can become Ichika's apprentice. On the other hand, Midori lets out a big smile when he sees Mikado and Q. Mikado dashes toward him, aiming to punch him, but he doesn't even move, and Mikado stops just before his punch reaches him, telling him that he is glad that he is back. Mikado doesn't waste the opportunity to treat Midori how he wants, as he easily lifts him off the ground with one hand. In the end, Midori was dragged into a search mission left by Number Zero in England. In the HQ, Io finally wakes up to the news that Midori is back, and she learns that it is all thanks to the Kannagi squad. With tears running down her face, Io's granddaughter, Shiki, tells her grandma that she is glad she is finally back. Io thanks them for the help, while telling them that it would be nice if she could make tea for Midori. At the same time, two agents are watching the whole scene from a distance, and they are relieved that everything is over, even though there were loads of casualties. The senior agent tells his junior Yushima that they still have to decide on what they are going to do about Midori. However, he figures out that they are just going to allow the group to enjoy themselves. The group is seen talking about the whole mission and admitting that they never expected Midori to be that strong. Hanada, on the other hand, yells at Midori, asking him what he must do to get stronger, while Akane is the only one shielding Midori from their gawking eyes. She urges them to limit their questions to 10 seconds per person because Midori is still injured. While they are all celebrating, Kanagi is standing behind with a smile on his face, but he suddenly loses consciousness, and he passes out, immediately drawing the attention of the others to him. They rush over to where Kanagi is in panic, and in a shocking turn of events, his crest of nothingness changes from the usual bright blue into black, which is a sign that it is no longer active. With this, Kanagi enters into a deep coma from which he won't be able to wake up. Akane wonders what might be wrong with Kanagi because his wounds are all healed, leaving them confused. Just then, they hear Kanagi groaning, and Midori is the first to sense that what he is sensing is not Kanagi himself. He remembers that he has sensed something like this before, and this was when he fought Kanagi back at the school for the very first time. Midori then asks whatever presence is talking to them if they are Kanagi, but the presence turns out to be Ryan, and he has no choice but to introduce himself. He tells the team he dwells inside Kanagi's body, and he is one of the founders. The moment the team hears this, they are all left stunned, as it is totally not what they expected. Ryan mentions that they didn't want to reveal their existence until the last moment, but as it turns out, it appears that they have no choice. Ryan tells them that he has a favor to ask them, since they are all close to Kanagi, and it is a simple request to save Kanagi. Later on, Midori watches a video recording left for him by Aradib, telling him that by the time he checks the video, he might be dead. He mentions that he is trying to stop him from losing control of his body. He knows fully well that he is going to die after facing Midori, but he wants to at least understand the situation, and with a smile on his face, he lets Midori know that everything that happened is not his fault. Aradib tells Midori that the problem is the 12 Apostles of Prophecy because they are the enemies of the world. Aradib urges Midori not to blame himself no matter what happens to him because everything is orchestrated and carried out by Number Zero. With a bright smile, Aradib tells Midori that he hopes they meet again because he has finally arrived in Mumbai. Midori finishes watching the video, and before he can start crying from losing his friend, Mikado and Q show up, suggesting that they play ball. Meanwhile, at the Hut of Everlasting, news is being displayed on the TV about Midori's death to prevent the world from freaking out in panic. The news claims that Midori was defeated by the American-Japanese Navy, but in reality, the blonde head official knows that they couldn't even do anything. Io lets him know that they have no choice because they can't allow the public to know about the existence of the prophecy, which is why they have to bend the story. Io lets him know that this is the best ending that they can have, and the man agrees with him. As he prepares to leave the room, he mentions that there are still many super rank level prophecies and above, and they can't lose Midori as it stands. The man plans to have Midori work for him once he regains his sanity because they obviously need him to help keep the world safe. While Midori is playing ball with his friends, Mikado asks him if he is fine because he has just been downgraded from the world's strongest into the world's worst disaster, who is believed to be dead. Midori then replies that it would be strange for the anti-prophecy unit to remain famous, but he assures them that he is going to remain careful going forward, even though their enemy is pretty dangerous. Mikado then throws a powered ball at Midori, forcing him to use his power while asking him how he feels. Midori replies that he has completely recovered, and Mikado commends him but tells him that he has to stitch the ball back. As Midori prepares to leave, Mikado tells him that he has to make sure he returns safely this time around and he must prevent Kanagi from dying. Midori acknowledges this, assuring Mikado that he is fully aware of the responsibilities ahead of him. Meanwhile, inside the ICU of the anti-prophecy, Midori joins Akane and the others. Akane asks them how Kanagi is faring, and they tell her that nothing has changed and that he still has not regained consciousness. Kanagi's body is wrapped in bandages with tubes passed into his body to keep him alive. Suo mentions that Kanagi is actually changing for the worse because his natural instinct to breathe has stopped. He mentions that they can't stop the bleeding from his wounds, and to make it worse, their skills are not working on Kanagi. Suo fears the worst if this continues. Midori finally calls on Ryan, asking him if he can hear them. Ryan emerges, expressing his surprise that Midori is finally back, and he lets them know that in exchange for the tremendous power that Kanagi used, his life force was drained. Thanks to this, Kanagi's physical and astral bodies are in a critical condition, but this is not the only thing that is happening. He mentions that this has activated a string of unexpected events because their enemy has managed to intervene. The team freaks out when they hear this because they know it can't be good. Meanwhile, Kanagi finds himself in a vast space covered in flowers, and he is confused because he doesn't even know if he is still sleeping. Kanagi is confused, and he starts calling out his friends, expecting them to come out from where they are hiding. Suddenly, he hears a voice telling him that his body and mind are on the verge of death, which is a result of his sacrifice. He turns around to see a dude in black, holding a multi-outlet ugly kettle, talking about how it is a rare opportunity which has allowed him to seal the crest of nothingness that he possesses. Kanagi is shocked and stunned, forcing him to ask the dude who he is, and the aura around the guy immediately changes as he replies that they are called the Clusters, and they are the ones who created what they know as prophecies. With a face covered with ugly eyes and an evil smile, they let Kanagi know that they were the enemy of the world, ultimately signaling another chapter to battle against clusters of destruction. At the same time, Ryan tells Midori and the others about the clusters, revealing that they are beings from another dimension that created the tower 300 years ago, making them the Founder's nemesis. Ryan lets them know that the one who can face the clusters is one who possesses the crest of nothingness, and that person is none other than Kanagi. Rion mentions that there is the possibility that Kanagi is currently being corrupted by the clusters, and what he wants Midori and his people to do is to drive away the enemies currently infesting Kanagi's body. Akane asks Rion how he expects them to do this, and he tells them to touch Kanagi's body and entrust their souls to him. He lets them know that the crest of nothingness will invite them in, since they have made a connection with Kanagi. Rion then takes off his hat while telling them that the mission is going to be dangerous because the attacks they are going to face might break their soul, causing them to die. Even with how dangerous the mission is, Ryan bows to them, pleading with them on the sake of all humans from the past and the current era to save Kanagi. Midori urges Ryan to raise his head because he doesn't have to beg them, since Kanagi is their captain and a precious friend, which means that they are going to go. Rion thanks them, and with this, the four are sucked into the crest. Meanwhile, the clusters are having a heart-to-heart conversation with Kanagi. The dude cites an example saying a certain human experienced the destruction of his world, and he thought he had died, but he regressed and decided to change the grim future he saw. Even though he failed many times, he continued trying until he reached a happy ending. The dude tells Kanagi that this is a common story among humans, but this is exactly what the clusters are doing. Kanagi is confused by this, and the clusters let him know that they are rewriting the future. They mention that they are beings that came from another dimension and are observing Earth. They mention that humans will conquer space in a few hundred years, and in another 1,000 years, humans will have technology to cross over dimensions. They ask Kanagi what he thinks would happen when humans meet a different race, and the answer lies simply in history. The clusters tell Kanagi that it is obvious that there is going to be a territorial dispute and war, and it is something of common knowledge that humans can't sustain themselves without exploiting others. The clusters tell Kanagi that they are trying to change the future where they are going to be destroyed by humans by using the prophecies to destroy humans first. Kanagi is surprised to hear this, and he asks the clusters why they won't just make peace since they already know what would happen in the future instead of fighting. The clusters laugh out loud when they hear this and agree with Kanagi that he proposes a very simple solution to the problem. The clusters mention that in the far future, they are going to be annihilated by an awakener who is like Kanagi, who possesses the crest of nothingness. Kanagi is shocked that there is going to be an awakener with the same crest as his in the future. The clusters then tell Kanagi that he might have suggested peace, but it is impossible because the principles humans and they work on are completely different. The clusters make an example of this, asking Kanagi if he would get close to wild animals that can eat humans in an attempt to make peace. In addition, he mentions that if a tree were to appear on Earth that would turn all of the oxygen into carbon dioxide, and he asks Kanagi what he would do to the tree. The clusters mention that what is currently happening is a struggle for survival, which is why they have to win. The clusters tell Kanagi that he is the owner of the crest of nothingness, and he is the singularity that their species is afraid of. They let Kanagi know that it is going to be easy to kill him now that he is pretty weak. It turns out that Number Zero was actually working for them because they were the ones who gave him the artifacts, but he started believing he could be equal to them. Kanagi is stunned when it dawns on him that the clusters have been the orchestrators of all that has been happening since the start. The clusters admit to this, saying they have failed countless times, but they have slowly learned from the past. Every time their plans were always overthrown by the Awakener of Nothingness, but they let Kanagi know that their series of repeated failures is about to come to an end. Suddenly, Kanagi is grabbed by dark tentacles that start to overpower him, and the clusters tell him that it is time for them to watch him die. Meanwhile, Rion and the other four are already making their way into Kanagi's soul. Rion tells them that his consciousness might have been able to escape, but the founders can't join the fight because Kanagi's power is sealed. However, he assures them that he is going to take them to where Kanagi is, and moments later, Akane figures out that they are entering Kanagi's heart. As they pass through his heart, they get to see the horrific things that Kanagi has been through and how high he holds the squad. Even SUO gets to see his brother in Kanagi's memories, and how his brother was killed. They see just how broken Kanagi was because of what happened, and while they are busy staring at the sad images, Ryan tells them that he has found Kanagi. They see Kanagi in the distance getting overwhelmed by the tentacles, and Rion asks the Kanagi squad if they are ready. The group assures him that they are ready to go, and they all dash toward Kanagi's position without hesitation. Before they can even get to Kanagi, they are attacked by the enemy, but the squad immediately unleashes massive firepower that burns through the enemy's attacks. While Kanagi is getting sealed off by the tentacles, he tries to keep his eyes open because he realizes that he is already losing his consciousness. However, he knows that it spells bad news if consciousness disappears. Back in the ICU unit, the medical staff is panicking because Kanagi's consciousness level is rapidly dropping, and they start doing everything they can to prevent Kanagi from crossing to the other side. Yushima knows how important it is to keep Kanagi alive because if he dies, the 4 connected to his souls are going to die with him. Later on, the clusters notice that Kanagi is no longer moving and his body has also turned gray. They are left wondering if Kanagi is already dead, and suddenly, Kanagi's image is shattered. Back in the ICU, his pulse totally stopped and they freaked out while the clusters celebrated Kanagi's death. The clusters are glad that they have gotten rid of Kanagi, which means the hegemony of the world is now theirs. Suddenly, a crack appears overhead and from this the squad emerges. Akane screams out Kanagi's name and what is left of Kanagi's body turns around to look at his friends. His friend's presence is able to release a burst of hope and energy into Kanagi, ultimately restoring Kanagi's consciousness. Kanagi is blown away to see his friends, but the clusters are shocked that the squad was able to break the outer layer. Kanagi is still trying to process the whole thing and he asks them how they got there. They reply, telling him that Ryon was the one who brought them, and SUO walks up to Kanagi to tap him on the shoulder, apologizing for not quickly realizing that he has been carrying a heavy burden all by himself. With a determined voice, SUO tells Kanagi that from that moment forward, they are going to walk together with him. Kanagi is blown away by their determination, and he reveals that this is his first time hearing about the clusters, but he is still thankful that they came for him. Kanagi talks about how thankful and relieved he is that they actually came for him. While they are busy warming up to each other, the clusters finally speak up, telling Ryon that it is nice to see him again, since it is not the first time that they have met. The clusters decide to mess with Ryon by mentioning his family, slowly counting out his family members who met their end in their hands. The dude's head split into 2, revealing the cluster's mouth while telling Ryon that his sister was really delicious. Seeing how they are talking trash, the team angrily dashes toward the clusters, aiming to attack them, while Ryon screams at them to stop. They end up falling for the cluster's trap as they are hit by tentacles that start to shatter their consciousness. The team is stunned as they understand what is happening to them, but Ryon has an idea, and he is shocked that the dude has this much power even in the mental world. Ryon screams at the team to get back because their souls might be consumed if they are not careful. The clusters make fun of Ryon, reminding him that this is the same thing that happened to his family. The dude tells the team that it is time for him to devour them all. Suddenly, a sudden blast of energy appears from above, hitting the ground really hard, shocking everyone who witnessed what just happened. They look up in shock to see who just displayed such incredible power. 2 individuals appear in the sky and, commending the squad, tell them that they were able to gain access after the outer layer was destroyed. The 2 individuals, a bulk-up dude and his sister, look really powerful, with an immense amount of aura oozing out of their bodies. Kanagi is confused about who the 2 are, and Akane tells him that he should have seen them the very first day he joined the squad. Kanagi realizes that Akane is right, and he remembers who they are. Even SUO and the others are shocked to see the 2 because they thought they had already retired. The bulked-up dude then tells his sister that he wants them to defeat the vanguard of the clusters really fast because he has things he wants to discuss with Kanagi. The dude looks really confident while saying this, and it turns out that he is Claude Friedman, a trainee of the Japanese anti-prophecy branch, who is also the same grade as Kanagi, while his supposed sister is Natasha Smirnov, who has the same status as Claude. The cluster dude asks Claude who he is, and Claude descends to the ground, telling the cluster dude to leave the area because he can't stand in the presence of Natasha, who is known as the Princess of Aulette. The team is shocked when they learn that Natasha is a princess, but while they are all freaking out about this, Natasha is just sleeping on her teddy, totally unbothered. Even the yellow head has no idea where Aulette is located. Natasha then moves over to where Kanagi is to tell him that it is nice to meet him, while urging him to save her world with a smile on her face. Kanagi is confused about what Natasha means by Kanagi saving her world. Seeing how confused Kanagi is, Natasha urges him to calm down, telling him that if he helps her, she is also going to help him escape the mental world where he is currently trapped. Just then, the cluster dude finally understands that the whole thing is about Aulette, but he lets them know that Kanagi's death is absolute. With anger, he adds that Aulette is a weak world and should just stay out of their way. He angrily unleashes the disgusting tentacles on the team, rendering them useless. Even Midori figures out that his power is out of his reach the moment he comes in contact with the tentacles. Claude then calls on Natasha, telling her that they need to solve the tentacle issue first, and Natasha agrees, but she tells Kanagi that this will be her upfront payment. With a simple command, Natasha activates her skill, Spark Light, and the tentacles immediately come to a halt. The cluster dude freaks out when he realizes what kind of power Natasha has. The dude tells Claude and Natasha that they are supposed to know their place as the food that they are. On the other hand, Claude is enjoying himself because his princess just showed how powerful she is. He boldly walks up to the cluster dude and he touches him on the head, firing a powerful energy blast into his head. This ruins every atom in the cluster's body, and he screams out in anger, asking Claude why he would dare interfere with their only chance to kill Kanagi. He assures Claude that he is going to make him regret what he did, but Claude tells him that he is not going to let it happen. To everyone's surprise, the dude turns to dust, and Kanagi finds it hard to close his mouth in shock. The others are also healed after the dude is defeated, and suddenly, a blue light emerges under them. Natasha calmly mentions that the mission was a success and she is already sleeping because the whole space is cozy. Kanagi is forced to scream at her not to sleep inside him. Claude comes to the rescue, telling Natasha that it won't be good if she stays inside Kanagi for long, and Natasha agrees to this. Natasha smiles and she suggests that they talk in the real world later. As the two are expelled from Kanagi's space, Natasha tells Kanagi not to forget that they are putting their bet on him. Shortly afterward, Kanagi screams out in horror, and when he calms down, he realizes that he is in a weird room, which he doesn't know. He also notices that his injuries are healed, and when he looks closely, he finds the entire squad sleeping close to him. They all look exhausted, but choose to stay with him, and Kanagi lets off a smile. Just then, Rin enters the room, and she is surprised that Kanagi is already awake. Rin later explains to Kanagi that by the time Midori and the others arrived, her skill had finally worked on him. She mentions that she used her skill to reverse time and heal Kanagi, and Kanagi sincerely thanks her for the help. Rin also thanks him, saying she is grateful because he saved Io and Midori. Just as they are finishing up their cute conversation, Akane wakes up, and as usual, she screams out in shock that Kanagi is finally awake. This immediately wakes the rest of the squad, and they express their happiness that he is back with them. Moments later, Claude and Natasha show up in the room, and Natasha is still on her teddy, sleeping. When Claude speaks out, Suo expresses his shock that this is how the dude speaks. Claude then tells the team that they must have figured out that they are not from their world. Since the conversation is getting serious, Claude wakes the princess, and she humbly greets Kanagi. She then reminds him of what she said when they were in his mental space about saving her world. Kanagi is totally confused about this, and he asks Natasha where he is supposed to start because he didn't even promise anything. Natasha confirms this, but lets him know that towers are currently falling down on her planet, and this immediately catches their attention. It dawns on them that she is talking about the same towers that were conquered by the founders in their world 300 years ago, and even Ryan is shocked when he hears this. Natasha confirms this, revealing that the tragedy that struck Earth in the past is now engulfing her own planet too. Claude then adds that the clusters are planning to use their world as their foundation to invade Earth, and this sends a wave of shock through the team. With a calm voice, Natasha tells Kanagi that she wants him to destroy every tower without leaving a single one because he is the only one who can do that. It turns out that Claude and Natasha left their planet on the brink of destruction, but Natasha promises to return with the owner of the Crest of Nothingness so that they can save their planet. Natasha then explains to the squad that the reason Earth is being entangled is that inside the universe, there is a war of supremacy between different dimensions. This leaves the squad questioning what they know, and Natasha proceeds further by saying they obviously know that even on their planet there is always war. There is war to obtain territory, resources, and human labor. She mentions that in the past, great nations would compete against each other, and this is the same thing happening in the universe, but on a greater scale. Kanagi is blown away by everything he just heard, and he apologizes for being so dull. Natasha understands he won't understand everything she is saying, and she suggests that they take a walk for a bit. She tells Claude to handle this, and Claude prepares a portal for them to use. Moments later, they find themselves in a bubbling town, which Natasha tells them is her hometown. She mentions that it is a small country on the planet, Urad, and this country is called Aulet. Akane is enjoying the view when a young girl walks up to her, giving her a flower. Akane thanks the girl, and just as she is about to pet her, she realizes that she can't touch her. Natasha lets her know that she can't touch them because she is currently using an artifact, which allows them to reconstruct vision from their memories. The squad is blown away by this because the entire area is lively. They soon notice Natasha's posters on the wall, and Akane asks Claude what is written on the posters. Claude reveals that the information on the poster says there are 5 days until the coronation. This is when Suo finally realizes that Claude wasn't messing around when he said Natasha is a princess. Natasha nervously shows them where her former house is, and they are blown away because it looks like a magical castle. Midori is stunned, and he confesses that it is different from what he heard. Kannagi watches more closely and realizes that the people of the town are really happy, and seeing how a mother treats her child, this makes Kannagi remember his mother. He really wishes his mother were living healthy back home. Kannagi compliments Natasha, telling her that her hometown is really nice, and she thanks him for the compliment. Natasha then urges Kannagi to watch till the very end, and Kannagi wonders what she means by this, but suddenly, the towers start to fall from above, immediately causing widespread panic. To their horror, they watch as the towers fall on the entire population of the peaceful town, destroying everything. The squad watches in horror as people are terminated by the towers, and moments later they hear a piercing scream. Akane asks whose scream it was, and Natasha reveals that it was hers. Suo then remembers Natasha mentioning the artifact that allows her to reconstruct vision from their memories. Before they know it, they find themselves standing amidst a totally destroyed community, while Natasha is asking why this had to happen. They even see an image of Claude protecting Natasha and telling her to get away. He suggests that they run to where the Tree of Light is, but at this point, Natasha's whole family has fallen into ruins. Kannagi is stunned when he realizes that Natasha actually witnessed all of these happen. Natasha then reveals that anytime she sleeps, she always dreams of her world being invaded and overrun by clusters, and the images they just saw are exactly what she always sees. With his head down, Kannagi walks up to Natasha while remembering what the founders told him. They had told him that the reason they wanted to destroy the tower was that the beings from another dimension were trampling and toying with them. The founders were basically mad because of what they witnessed happen to the weak, and after seeing what Natasha just showed them, Kannagi finally understands what Mel's was telling him back then. Without hesitation, Kannagi taps Natasha on the shoulder with the rest of the gang behind him, and he asks Natasha what she wants them to do to save her planet. Natasha was already in tears when Kannagi asked her this question, showing just how visibly disturbed she was about the whole thing. At that moment, Kannagi's crest comes back to life, and with it, the founders also return to his body. With a commanding voice, Kannagi tells the founders and his squad that they have to kill the clusters. By the time they returned home, preparations started to try to save Natasha's planet. The entire squad is willing to do this voluntarily except for Iryu, who was already dreaming of a vacation after saving Midori. They had to tie him down because Iryu cannot believe he just finished one mission, but he is already getting dragged off to save another planet. Iryu is the only one questioning everything because even Io gave her the go-ahead the moment she heard about it. Iryu believes that Io is just being soft toward Kannagi, and he starts regretting his decision to be in the Kannagi squad. At this point, he wishes that he were in Hibiki's squad so he could be pampered. Iryu turns to Akane for solace, but even Akane screams at him, and this is when he realizes that he is in a bad spot. The only person he can blame at this point is Kannagi, who dragged him into this annoying mission. Earlier that day, Kannagi had a meeting with the founders, and they apologized for not being able to do anything because they were restrained by the cluster. Every member of the squad believes that they messed up, but Kannagi lifts their spirits by thanking them for their help. Kannagi thanks Rion especially, but Rion lets him know that he doesn't have to thank him, and he suggests that they talk about their next plan. Kannagi lets them know that the next thing on his list is to save Natasha's planet. Kannagi wants them to tell him how they were able to defeat the clusters in the past. The moment he asks this, the founders are immediately lost because they didn't think they did anything special, rather than just fight and take down the enemy. Kannagi cuts in, telling them that this is not what he means, but Ryan tells him that they are probably right. He reminds him that the clusters failed to kill Kannagi, which means that they are most likely planning out their next move. Ryan tells Kannagi that the best defense is offense and he should head straight to the planet Urad to strike Outlet without wasting time. Kannagi is shocked to hear this, asking Ryan if he means he should head out to space immediately. Hinoki lets him know that they don't have the time to waste, and Kannagi agrees with him, but he thinks they are rushing things. Rion then tells him that the first thing they should do is to visit the place where he first met the founders. It turns out that this is the reason Kannagi and the squad are heading to the mausoleum of the founders, as it appears that there is a massive portal device that is hidden there. Just as they approach the location, a big light descends upon the mausoleum, and while everyone is wondering what it is, Kannagi just tells them that they can use the light to go to Natasha's planet. Even Claude is blown away because they had to go through dangerous planets before they were able to reach Earth. Natasha is completely dumbfounded, saying she has never heard of a portal device that could teleport this many people at once in the past. Just then, they run into a bunch of monsters, and Hinoki asks Kannagi if he remembers the monsters he fought at the mausoleum. Kannagi says yes, saying it was a dormant monster from the tower, and after saying this, it finally dawns on him that they were also clusters. Hinoki confirms this, saying the monsters are reacting to the activation of the portal and they are gathering in large numbers. Hinoki is so hyped for the battle that he is already screaming at Kannagi to lend him his body. Without wasting time, Kanagi, now possessed by Hinoki, leaps out of the vehicle, ready to take on the annoying bugs. Kanagi is preparing to take on them when Midori also steps out, saying he is prepared to fight. Hinoki reminds Midori that he still has a score to settle with him, and Midori tells him that he is free to challenge him anytime he wants. However, Midori tells Hinoki that this is not the time to challenge him because he is currently frustrated with his incompetence. He still remembers everything that Number Zero did with his body, and he urges Hinoki to give him the chance to vent a little. Hinoki then agrees to work with Midori, and he urges Suo to step on the gas. Just then, a giant monster also shows up on the scene, and Hinoki is really hyped to take on the monster because it's been a while since he last ran wild. Hinoki activates his splitting cloud technique and unleashes an energy blast cut that slices down the giant snake monster with relative ease. Everyone is blown away by this, and even Midori is shocked to see just how powerful the skill is. Midori knows that Kanagi back then wasn't as strong as he is currently, and Hinoki confirms this, saying Kanagi's body has grown stronger from the first time he used the skill. Meanwhile, Iryu is busy trash-talking the monsters as they drive through them, as if he has done anything useful since the journey began. He soon swallows his words when he realizes just how much they have to deal with, and he starts to beg Sakazaki to use his warp to get them out, but the dude tells him to shut his mouth already. Soon afterward, they run into a giant monster goo in front of them, but Suo trusts Midori and Kanagi more than to step on the brakes. As they approach the goo, Hinoki closes his eyes, raises his sword, and takes a deep breath, tapping into one of his old-time skills. He sees himself standing in rain, storm, and harsh seasons during his training years just to acquire this skill. When he finally opens his eyes, he has all the enemies where he wants them, and he unleashes the Droplets Cut, ultimately wiping out the monsters in one fell swoop. This clears the highway of the annoying monsters, leaving Midori ultimately stunned. Midori then remembers going to see Io after he recovered to talk to her about what happened. Io tells Midori that he is carrying too much burden, and Midori asks the old lady what he is supposed to do from that moment forward because his body has killed countless people, including Aridib. Midori is left asking how he can actually atone for his sins. Io answers him honestly, telling him that she has no idea how he can, and even her answer shocks Rin and Shiki. Io tells Midori that everything that happened was a result of his carelessness against Number Zero's malice. Even though she doesn't want to burden him with more things, she is pretty sure that his mind still can't be at ease. Io then makes a suggestion that she thinks is the best, telling him to continue fighting until he finds an answer to the question burning in his mind. Io tells him to return to his duties, forget the past, and move forward to the future because even in the darkness, he will definitely find light, as long as he continues to move forward. Back on the highway, Suo soon notices that there are civilians in the car ahead of them, but they have no idea how to save them. Suddenly, the car is enveloped in a sphere of wind, shocking them. They turn around to see that the sphere was made by Midori, using turbulence. Turbulence is basically a skill that produces a storm to destroy everything it touches. But Midori has found a way to tame the destructive power of the storm and fully control it to perfection to protect the people and his friends. Surprisingly, Midori creates a bunch of it to protect everyone in the area, while also creating a storm to destroy the monsters. Akane is blown away because she never believed Midori could make a lot of these winds at the same time. Moments later, the bugs come together again to form a snake shape, dashing towards the vehicle. While those in the vehicle are freaking out, Hinoki is laughing out loud, commending Midori's new skill. The two then stand back to back, unleashing a wave of terror on the monsters as they approach their destination. Suo commends them both, telling them that they are going to arrive at their destination soon enough, which is the Mausoleum of the Founders. Meanwhile, a strange guy is waiting for their arrival at the mausoleum, and he appears to be the guardian of the mausoleum, Hanayagi Rui. When they finally arrive at the mausoleum, they are welcomed by Rui, who introduces himself as the caretaker of the mausoleum. He explains that his family has been taking care of the mausoleum for generations, and since there is a house inside the mausoleum, he is more or less a monk working at a temple. He mentions that his duty is to clean and greet guests, but they normally sell souvenirs too. However, with the bright light shining down on them that very day, he already knows it is not a regular day. Iryu, being the troublemaker, cuts in, saying he would also be surprised if something as strange as a bright light suddenly appeared over his house. Just then, Rui walks up to Kanagi, acting all friendly toward him, leaving the dude to ask if he knows him. Rui is not surprised because it's been a long time, but he lets him know that they used to play together at the library of the mausoleum. The moment he mentions this, it finally dawns on Kanagi who Rui actually is, and he lets out a huge gasp in surprise. Rui admits that he misses the times they played together, and he is pretty sure that Kanagi didn't recognize him at first since he is no longer wearing glasses. Kanagi then asks Rui about his father, since it appears that he has taken over the mausoleum. Instead of answering the question, Rui suggests that they proceed into the mausoleum so as not to waste any more time. Rui leads them to a set of stairs that goes down into the mausoleum, and Kanagi is blown away by this. Rui brings out a book and tells them that according to the book, the light is a portal and it will guide, and it is his job to guide all of them to the bottom of it. As they walk down the stairs, Kanagi remembers the fun times he had with Rui when they were younger. They were always running around inside the library, and Rui's father would urge them to stop running. Rui once told his father that Kanagi was chasing him because he wanted him to read the biography of the founders. Rui's father pats the two on the head, telling Rui that Kanagi is actually right. He lets Rui know that the place is not a playground because there are more interesting things going on there. The man brings out a book which looks dirty to Rui, but his father tells him that it is a record about the crest of nothingness. He mentions that in the past, there was a mysterious awakener who was fighting together with the founders, but there is no comprehensive record about this. Rui's father then pats Kanagi on the head, telling him to protect the world just as his beloved founders did, since he just got his crest, creating a belief that the man already knows what Kanagi carries inside him. Kanagi excitedly assures the man that he will, and the man decides to read them a book about the founders, since there are no visitors for the day. Rui's father then sits them to show them the interesting things in the book, including the man who supposedly cut the stars. Now, in the present day, as they go down the stairs, Rui finally reveals that his father is dead, shocking Kanagi. Rui says it was about 2 months after some grave robbers entered the mausoleum and his father was killed by one of the bugs, just like the ones they had fought earlier. Rui then says the insect was killed by a skilled hunter who was just passing by the mausoleum at the time, but at that point it was already too late. Kanagi remembers this like yesterday, and Rion tells him that it must have been because the seal was broken. Rion says the clusters must have sensed the presence of the crest of nothingness, which means they have been waiting patiently for the presence of the crest to take out the owner whenever they show up. When Kanagi hears this, he starts to blame himself deep down because he believes that Rui's father would still be alive if he hadn't broken the seal. As if Rui knows what Kanagi is thinking, he tells him that it is not his fault because the ones who are at fault are the clusters. Rui then tells them something that they don't know, revealing that his father's ancestor, the previous guardian, loved the founder so much that he made Rui's father marry into the Hanayagi family. He says he ended up growing up in an environment with no emotions, unlike his father, who was always calm and smiling. Moments later, they arrive at the deepest part of the mausoleum, and as they open the door, they are met with a giant portal that was supposedly made by the wielder of the crest of nothingness and the founders. Rui tells Kanagi that his predecessor was the one who made the portal, but before they get carried away with talk, Hinoki suggests that they head to Natasha's planet as fast as they can. Kanagi agrees with him, and he thanks Rui for the help. Rui tells them that once they enter the center of the circle, the crest of nothingness will act as a key. He tells them that only awakeners are able to be teleported, which means he will just have to stay back, and Kanagi thanks him once again. As the squad steps into the circle, Rui calls Kanagi back, and he asks him if he is going to defeat the leader of those who killed his father, since that is where they are heading. Kanagi confirms this, and Rui uses the opportunity to make a sincere request. Rui breaks down in tears as he urges Kanagi to avenge his father because he can never forgive the clusters. Since he can't fight the clusters by himself, he is putting his fate in Kanagi, who can. Kanagi then grabs Rui's hands, assuring him that he is definitely going to avenge his father and will defeat all of the clusters. After his promise to Rui, Kanagi joins the rest of the squad in the circle and apologizes for making them wait. The moment he steps into the circle, the portal activates and heads straight for Aulette. The release of energy from the portal is so overwhelming that Rui has to bow down, and once the squad is in motion, he wishes Kanagi luck on his mission. As they travel through the portal, Kanagi is left raging because of everything the clusters have done, and he promises not to forgive them. Soon afterward, Kanagi and his squad arrive on Natasha's planet, and from above, they can see the once thriving hometown of Natasha in complete ruins, with the towers dominating the entire space. Even the castle has been taken over by the towers, and Claude and Natasha watch in horror. Everyone watching the destruction, including the founders, is raging like crazy. Sokka is able to spot some survivors behind the castle walls, and he calls the attention of the others to this. Suo figures out that the survivors are in hiding, and Iryu calls their attention to something approaching in the tent area. It turns out to be one of the bugs, and Natasha doesn't even hold back before charging in. Since Natasha is rushing in to protect her people, Kanagi calls the squad together to protect Natasha. Meanwhile, the survivors are busy serving the little meal that they have. The kid among them complains to his mother that he wants more, but his mother urges him to eat what he has been given because this is what everyone else is eating. One kid also tells his mother that he would like to go home because he is very cold, and the woman assures him that they are going to go home soon enough. The people wish that their princess could just return so that things could get better, but they have not even finished saying this when Natasha appears above them. She looks teary and broken, and she apologizes for making them wait too long. Deep down, Natasha is broken because she is pathetic and weak, forcing her to sincerely apologize to her people. Instead of the survivors trashing her, they are actually happy that she is finally back, and they start rejoicing. They celebrate because their princess didn't abandon them, and with a joyous voice, they welcome her, causing tears to run down her face. Natasha is crying because she might have left for their sake, but at the same time, she still left them. Natasha then screams out loudly, telling everyone that things are going to be alright because she has brought their strongest allies. She is in the middle of this when a giant monster appears behind her, leaving the people to believe that she is about to be eaten. However, Sokka and Iryu use their skills to block the monster, preventing it from touching Natasha, while the others come together to simultaneously wipe out the giant monster. The people are blown away when they see this, and Natasha is able to use this as a medium to tell the people that she has brought allies capable of defeating the clusters. The people start to thank Kanagi and his squad for the help, and Akane tells the squad that they have to protect the people at all costs. Suddenly, a new enemy on horseback shows up on the scene, and while Kanagi and the others are wondering who the dude is, Claude and Natasha instantly recognize him. It turns out that he is Natasha's elder brother, Mikhail Smirnov, and he looks absolutely terrifying as black goo pours out of his mouth and eyes, revealing that he is under the influence of the clusters. With a weird smile on his face, he welcomes his sister, and he suggests that they head back to the castle because their parents are waiting for her. Meanwhile, at the castle, Natasha's parents are excited that their daughter is finally. Natasha's mother, Anat, talks about how eager she is to see her daughter again, and his father, Nikolai, agrees with her. On the other hand, Akane and the others are freaking out when they learn that the dude dripping in cluster goo is actually Natasha's elder brother. Claude confirms this, saying Mikhail is one of the tragedies that invaded the land. Basically, the clusters are hijacking the bodies of those who hold power in the land. Apparently, after they invaded, they used this method to quickly rule over them. Hinata realizes that they are using the same tactics that Number Zero and Eva used, but it is not a surprise, since it was the clusters who gave them the artifacts. Mihail confirms this, telling the group that they accepted the clusters and decided to become part of them. Mihail starts boasting about how he now feels like a different species compared to when he was still a regular human. Mihail then urges Natasha to become one of them, and this leaves Natasha in tears, asking just how far the clusters will go in ruining her life. Mihail also turns to the squad, offering them the same thing he just offered Natasha. He suggests that they all become friends, since they were the ones who brought Natasha home. He tells the squad that all they need to do is accept the clusters and they can all rule the planet together. With an evil laugh, he drips goo from his mouth while telling them that they are going to take over everything. Kanagi replies to his offer by dashing toward him with an attack, which Mihail easily blocks. Kanagi tells the dude that he is not interested while calling him his elder brother, but Mihail tells him that he never remembered giving the dude permission to call him his elder brother. Hinoki then decides to back down from the fight, telling Kanagi that Mihail is all his, so he can see the kind of enemy he will have to face from that moment forward. Kanagi then strikes Mihail's horse, and he targets Mihail for his next attack, but the dude easily blocks the strike. Kanagi is shocked that the dude's spear doesn't even have a scratch, even after being hit with a powerful skill. Mihail then returns the favor by unleashing a cluster of tentacles from his spear, and this goes past Kanagi, heading toward his backline. When Midori sees this, he screams at the squad to protect themselves and make sure the tentacles don't touch them because it will prevent them from using their skills. Mihail then follows through with a powerful energy blast from his spear. Kanagi fears that his squad is hurt already, distracting him and giving Mihail the chance to get close to him. Mihail aims to push his spear into his head, but he manages to block the attack with his sword. Kanagi is completely overwhelmed by Mihail's strength, forcing him to admit that the dude is pretty strong. Mihail tells Kanagi that his family is a family of knights, and the spear they use in battle can penetrate anything. He puts more pressure on the attack, aiming to overpower Kanagi with his lightning power. Melz is surprised that Mihail actually thinks he has a chance when it comes to a battle of lightning. Suddenly, Mihail's attack is nullified, and this shocks him. Kanagi then counters with a sword strike, but Mihail is not done. He unleashes another wave of lightning, leaving a bright light in the sky. When Mihail sees just how impressive Kanagi is, he prepares to go all out, but the tower on the castle suddenly glows brightly, and Mihail mentions that this is an order from his mother to return to the castle. Mihail calmly turns around and rides off on his horse, and he tells Kanagi to follow him to the castle if he is still interested in their battle. Kanagi then spots two people standing at the window in the castle, and with a closer look, he realizes that they are Natasha's parents. Seeing how arrogant the two are standing in the castle, the founders tell Kanagi to proceed forward because they are eager to strike the castle. In a flashback scene, Natasha and her family are seen having a meal at the table, and they all look happy. Apparently, Natasha has always been known to sleep back then, and she is even doing the same at the dining table. Mihail is forced to remind her that they are currently eating, but Natasha asks for 9 more hours. Mihail cannot believe this because it will already be evening by the time she is done sleeping. Mihail quickly tells her that her mother is already staring at her. Hearing her disciplinarian mother call her name, Natasha panics in fear, assuring the woman that she is awake. Her father, on the other hand, laughs out loud, saying it is fine for Natasha to sleep because a child who sleeps and eats well will end up growing well. However, Anat points out the fact that Natasha is doing both at the same time. Even with this, the woman cannot believe that Natasha would be the one to succeed her next. Later on, Karel, the hero who teaches Natasha swordsmanship, is seen looking for Natasha. Meanwhile, Natasha and Mihail are having a sibling talk at the time. The guard tells Natasha that Karel is looking for her, but she replies that she doesn't want to see the dude because she is not interested in practicing that day. Natasha tells her brother how she got scolded by their mother again because she is expected to be her successor, but all Natasha wants is just to sleep and laze around. Natasha tells Mihail that he is actually the one suited to be the king, and the dude reminds her that their family is more of a female patriarch type. It turns out that even their father married into the family. However, Mihail assures her that no matter what happens, she is going to become a fine queen. Natasha wonders why Mihail said this, and Mihail says he is pretty sure that Natasha loves the country. Natasha agrees with him, but asks him if he will always be by her side even if she becomes the queen. Mihail pats her on the head, assuring her that he will always support her, so she doesn't need to worry. Natasha is glad to hear this, and she tells her brother that she will be counting on him. Moments later, Karel finds the two, but Mihail grabs his sister and runs off with her to help her escape from training. Now, in the present, Kannagi returns to the squad, asking Natasha what they are supposed to do. Akane is surprised by the question since Kannagi is their captain, and he should be the one to decide. Kannagi lets them know that they are dealing with Natasha's family, so she should be the one to decide whether they are going to fight against her family or not. Natasha takes a minute to think about it, and after a deep thought, she remembers what her brother said concerning how much she loves the country. Seeing her people suffer also tells her the right thing to do, and she gives the squad the go-ahead to march to the castle. Upon arriving at the castle, they all get the weird feeling that something strange is going on inside the castle. Iryu is the worst as he covers his head, saying he is already tired of dealing with such disgusting enemies. Suddenly, Suo calls their attention to the strange individual standing in front of the gate. Claude and Natasha freak out when they realize that the person is none other than Karel. The moment Karel spots the princess, some of his consciousness slips out, and he somewhat recognizes her, but he loses his cool in no time and swings his long weapon at the squad, telling them to get out of the way. Suo tries to block the strike, but he gets thrown into the distance, and Kannagi is blown away that they have to deal with someone with such impressive powers. While Karel is dealing with the squad, Natasha's family stands on the balcony, watching everything play out. After some minutes of fighting with Karel, Hinoki tells Kannagi that time is up, while Akane asks Natasha if they are allowed to fight Karel. Even though it hurts her to say, Natasha has no choice but to give her friends the go-ahead to fight the person she once called her mentor. Karel hurls the dark goo at the team, but Natasha tells him that she cannot allow this to happen for the sake of her people, and she uses her skill to nullify the goo. Karel is distracted by the spark of light, giving Kannagi the chance to weaken him and destroy his weapon. Hinoki tells the dude that he would have preferred to have a proper fight with him, but they are running against the clock. Hinoki then prepares for a powerful cutting skill, the diced slash, which he uses to cut Karel internally. This cuts out the effect the clusters have on Karel, releasing all the goos that have affected his body. They watch as the goo is released into the sky and Karel crashes to his knees, telling Natasha that she's grown really well. With the last of his strength, he urges Natasha to save the country, and Natasha assures him that she knows this. Natasha then unleashes her spark of light, ultimately finishing Karel off. It turns out that those whose bodies have been taken over by clusters can no longer return to their original state. With Karel's defeat, Natasha's family walks back into the castle in disappointment. Since the gate is open, Kannagi urges the squad to go in quickly because they don't have much time left. Moments later, they arrive at the entrance area of the castle and Kannagi tells the squad to get down. Hinoki then unleashes the wave technique to cut down the tower's top. Suo is blown away that just one strike from Hinoki's one sword style is able to do this much damage. Mel's figures out that the tower top is their barrier, and Ryan confirms this, saying that if they can't break it, they won't be able to enter. Shimmer calls it a problematic barrier, since it is protecting the insects and the castle itself. With the entrance open, Kannagi plans to dash to the throne room directly, and Rion tells Hinoki to switch with him. Once Ryan is in charge, he lets them know that the monster at the top is the adult of the void insects, and once it detects their approach, it will accelerate the hatchling. Iryu is confused by this, but everyone else gets it since they were all listening to the explanation back in the car except for Iryu, who was crying about his vacation. Talking about the hatchling, it basically revolves around the tower that absorbs the energy of the planet and transforms it into power to fuse with the living beings. Ryan then says there is the possibility that they won't be able to defeat them once they fuse with the living beings on the planet. Iryu is shocked to hear this, since they have Kanagi and Midori on their team. Suo also asks if the founders inside Kanagi are going to have a hard time dealing with the hatchling, and Ryan lets them know that the probability isn't zero. This basically means the fastest way to reach the insects is to nullify the barrier and destroy them. The confident tone, Ryan tells the squad that the founders will take care of any obstacles that might want to block their path. They soon run into Mihail again, and Hinoki is already gearing up for a fight. But Shimmer steps in, reminding Hinoki that he's been the one doing all the fighting. Shimmer tells Hinoki to leave the current battle to him, since Mihail is a spear user, and that is his area of specialty. One of his colleagues asks him if he needs a spear, but he says no. Conveniently, there is a flagpole lying around, and the moment Mihail unleashes his thunderbolt from his spear, Shimmer casually steps on the pole to grab it. Using this as his own makeshift spear, he blocks Mihail's attack. Claude and Natasha are stunned by how Shimmer is able to easily block Mihail's attack and even stop it. Without too much stress, Shimmer tells Mihail that his spearmanship is trash, leaving the dude in shock. With just one hand, Shimmer sends Mihail and his horse into the distance, leaving Mihail to wonder just what kind of man he is facing off against. He realizes that the aura around Kanagi has completely changed, and even his beloved arrogant horse is already trembling. Shimmer then tells Mihail to prepare himself as he shows him the technique of the blue spear of destruction, which he considers pure spearmanship. The story then takes us back several hundred years to Shimmer's backstory when there was a war between two countries. On one side stands the minority in the battle, and as a younger Shimmer walks past the soldiers, he realizes that most of them just want to return home safely to their families. Shimmer was still very young back then, but even with this, he carried a spear that was 3 times his height, and his hair was like a blue wolf's tail. The commander of the minority army also would like his soldiers to all return home alive, but he is scared that this might not be possible because the enemy's army is massive. Just then, he notices Shimmer, and he calls him a brave lad, asking him what he wants. Shimmer simply replies that he wants the battle to end, and the general is surprised to hear this, since this is his first time seeing Shimmer. He asks him where he came from, and Shimmer points in the direction of the forest of the ancient wolf. This is known as the home of the ancient god, and the man cannot believe that Shimmer is saying he comes from an uninhabitable forest. Shimmer tells the old man that he is aware that he has no intention of surrendering, even though he is aware that the enemy's forces are much larger than his. The man confirms this, and Shimmer asks him if it is true that the enemy burns all their enemies, castles, fields, and even people. It turns out that Shimmer has seen this firsthand because the enemy actually burned the forest he was raised in, which is why he came. Since Shimmer wants the battle to come to an end, the commander points in the far direction to a small hill behind the base of the enemy camp. He tells Shimmer that there is a flag that stands above the summit, and under it is the enemy's general. The man tells Shimmer that they will end the battle once the general is defeated. However, he believes that to do this, they will have to break through the enemy's formations. While he is busy explaining what they have to do, Shimmer gets into position, and he points his spear in the general's direction. Just like a sniper, Shimmer locks in on the general, and he unleashes a powerful wind attack from his spear that travels through the enemy's formation toward the enemy's general. Only one of the enemy soldiers is able to figure out that something just flew past them. Moments later, Shimmer tells the commander that the enemy general is dead, and he confidently walks away, saying the battle is already over. The commander thinks Shimmer is playing around until they start hearing commotion in the enemy's camp. Shimmer tells the friendly soldiers that they can now return to their families. The commander still doesn't believe this until he whips out his telescope, and to his surprise, the general is actually dead. He is stunned that Shimmer's spear was able to end the battle in a flash. Thanks to this, the casualties in the battle were just one, and this was the general. Shimmer returns home to his mother, believing that their forest is saved. Suddenly, a rift appears in the sky, and what follows are the towers. Shimmer watches in horror as the place where he was born is completely destroyed, including the entire environment. Now, in the present day, Shimmer still carries that grudge, and he is prepared to show Mihail what true spearmanship is. Since Mihail has seen that his opponent is quite strong, he decides to go all out against him. He powers himself up, taking power from the surroundings, unleashing a massive lightning storm that surrounds Shimmer. Mihail is so fast and agile that Kanagi, who is watching from inside his mind, is extremely blown away. He realizes that the entire hall is Mihail's domain, which means he has the advantage. On the other hand, Shimmer doesn't even look worried, and he is busy thinking about the soldiers from back then, wondering if they were able to meet their newborn children. Shimmer hates himself, believing that things would have been better if he were stronger back then. In fact, he wonders just how many tragedies he could have prevented, and the fact that he is going up against the clusters again just makes him vexed. Basically, every founder has their own share of tragedy, and some even become stronger after blaming themselves for what happened. Even though they have been in the mausoleum for a long time, it is pretty obvious that they are not going to forget what happened. This is the major reason they have all been waiting for the crest of nothingness, the destroyer of tragedies, the one who shall end all of the prophecies, and this is none other than Kannagi. As Shimmer prepares to engage Mihail, he thanks Kannagi for giving him and the others the chance that they have been waiting for. Meanwhile, Mihail still believes that he has the upper hand because of the speed the black lightning gives him. In addition, he is convinced that the roar and flash of the lightning will render Shimmer's vision and hearing useless. Just as he is preparing to strike with everything he has, Shimmer fires off an energy blast from his spear, which immediately creates a hole in Mihail's chest and even sends him crashing into the wall. Mihail hangs off the wall in the most embarrassing way, and Shimmer lets the clusters know that all of his friends are all gearing up to defeat them. Even though his friends are eager to take down the enemy, Shimmer is given the rare opportunity to fight, and Shimmer lets the clusters know that there is no way in hell he would have given them even an opportunity to do what they want. As Mihail slowly loses control of the goo that has infested his body, he feels a sense of calm in him, and he is forced to admit that Shimmer's spearmanship is truly superior. Shimmer then walks up to Mihail, asking him if he has any last words. Mihail brings out a necklace, and with a sincere heart, he urges Kannagi to give it to his sister. Kannagi collects the chain, and just then, the ground below Mihail gives way. He and his beloved horse crash into the lower flow, and before he dies, Mihail pats his horse, commending it for serving him well. Just as he is about to close his eyes in death, he notices Natasha's portrait in the distance, and he manages to crawl over to the portrait, talking about how he would love to see Natasha's coronation. Just as he reaches the portrait and is about to touch it, he turns to dust. With Mihail out of the way, Shimmer prepares for the next opponent, but just then, Rowan drags him, and it appears that Rowan would like to take over the next battle. Elsewhere, Claude, Natasha, and the rest of the squad are making their way to the throne chamber. Since Mihail was the one waiting for them at the Great Hall, Claude figures out that the enemy that will be waiting for them in the throne room is none other than Natasha's father. Upon entering the hall, they find the man playing piano in the distance. Nikolai figures out that Mihail is dead, which is why the squad was able to make it to the throne room. Nikolai starts to laugh with tears coming out of his eyes, calling Mihail's death a funny tragedy. Natasha is ultimately pissed by this, and just as she is about to charge in anger, Midori stops her, telling her that he will handle the fight. Midori stretches his hand toward Nikolai, preparing to engage him, but suddenly, the memory of him killing innocent people when Number Zero took over his body plays in his head. This hurts him mentally, causing him to crash to the ground. Midori groans in pain with the realization that his body can't actually forget about the countless people that he has slaughtered. This is basically the curse left behind by Number Zero, and now Midori finds it hard to attack humans. With Midori incapacitated, Nikolai dashes toward him while the rest of the squad panics. Surprisingly, as he reaches where Midori is, he ignores him and asks to hug Natasha instead. However, Natasha is able to categorically tell him that she is no longer his child. Natasha then unleashes her spark of light, aiming to catch Nikolai off guard, but surprisingly he dodges it. Suo also tries to cut him in the air, but he dodges it. Iryu is shocked when he sees this because Nikolai is pretty fast despite his huge size. Nikolai teases his daughter, asking her if the sparklight is a new skill she learned after her visit to Earth. Nikolai admits that the skill is not good for them because it will hinder the clusters. This immediately causes Nikolai to get pent up in anger, asking Natasha who taught her the power and where she learned it. Natasha replies that she won't tell him, but lets him know that the person who taught her is the founder of the Wanderers. Everyone, including the squad, is shocked when they hear this because they never expected her to mention a founder. Nikolai angrily dashes toward Natasha in an attempt to finish her off, but Claude is able to get her out of the way. However, Nikolai is not about to give up because he is interested in knowing where Natasha learned the skill. While he is busy raging, Natasha simply tells Nikolai to look behind him. It turns out that Rowan is already behind Nikolai with her mouth wide open, ready to swallow him up. Basically, Rowan is the founder of the dinosaur, and her skill allows her to recreate or reanimate the power of the ancient dragon, whether from reality or from fiction. Before Nikolai can even react, Rowan's giant jaws clasp onto his body, leaving him to scream in severe pain. While the dinosaur is busy tearing Nikolai apart, the squad notices something strange in her tummy, and it turns out to be Kannagi. This immediately tells them that the dinosaur they are staring at is one of the founders. Hanada freaks out when he realizes that Kannagi basically has a skill that transforms him into a dinosaur. While the rest of the squad is freaking out about this, Iryu, the weird one, is rejoicing that there is a dinosaur in front of him. Akane cannot believe just how annoying the dude is because he is celebrating a dinosaur's appearance. Iryu displays his knowledge about dinosaurs by reading out everything he knows about them. To make it worse, he even stole Sokka's glasses just so he could see the dinosaur better. After a bit of struggle, Rowan finally tears Nikolai's head off. Claude cannot believe his eyes, and he compares Nikolai to a freaking toy back on Earth. Natasha unleashes her skill in an attempt to finish Nikolai off, but he still keeps dodging, even though all that is left of him is his head. Natasha urges the dude to stop dodging, and Nikolai, on the other hand, asks her why she is using her skills against her parents. Suddenly, the piano starts to play by itself, while Nikolai's head remains in the air. Nikolai screams at Natasha to stop what she is doing, or else he is going to perform a funeral concert for everyone. Suddenly, a bright light hits the room, and before they know it, they realize that the dude's head is fusing together with the piano pipes. In a shocking turn of events, his head, alongside the piano pipes, is able to transform into a mechanical robot, which Nikolai calls the Divine Musical Soldier. Instead of being scared about the transformation, the squad is actually creeped out because of how lame it is. Nikolai starts to boast that the T-Rex might weigh 10 tons, but the weight of his piano is 20 tons, which means he now has the advantage over the dinosaur. Nikolai delivers a powerful and deadly blow to the dinosaur's body, leaving a bright light that makes everyone believe that Kannagi is done for. However, when the dust clears, they are shocked to see that Nikolai's punch couldn't even penetrate Rowan's head because of the golden shield blocking the punch. Basically, Rowan's skill is transforming the aura into the body of a dinosaur, and since she is fused with Kannagi's extraordinary aura, the size difference is basically meaningless. Rowan then returns the favor by delivering several high-powered blows to Nikolai's body, riddling his insides with punches. Nikolai coughs up blood while groaning in pain and shock because the transformation is supposed to be his invincible musical fortress. Even though Rowan is on the attack, Nikolai is not ready to be defeated, and he angrily gathers his strength to unleash another wave of attack. He frantically activates the piano, unleashing a new wave of music. Meanwhile, the survivors who are scattered around can hear the music, and they immediately recognize that it is Nikolai's piano. While those outside the castle are enjoying the tune, Midori and his squad are covering their ears in pain because Nikolai's music is like a sonic weapon. The pressure from the sound is overwhelming, and the whole attack is directed at Kannagi. This makes it worse for Kannagi as blood starts to come out of his ears, forcing him to grab his ears in pain. Seeing how Rowan is struggling, Hinoki comes in, asking him what he is doing because he is supposed to be the king of the ancient world. Hinoki motivates Rowan, telling him to hurry up and take back his throne. This is enough to push Rowan to another stage, and he transforms into a velociraptor to gain more speed, while Kannagi remains uncomfortable inside him. Nikolai soon realizes that Rowan's speed is a problem because he can't pinpoint the music accurately. Just then, Rowan leaps into the air and Nikolai makes fun of him, telling him that he just lost his advantage by leaping into the air. Nikolai boasts about how precise his music is because even if he transforms into a flying dinosaur, it changes nothing. Once Rowan is right above Nikolai, he transforms again, and this time, he transforms into a Brachiosaurus, which is the biggest of all the dinosaurs. Using his entire body weight, Rowan lands on the dude, crushing Nikolai with his overwhelming body weight of 30 tons. Meanwhile, the clusters have found out that Kannagi is on the planet. The cluster whom Kannagi fought mentally before told his colleagues that he once sent his soul into Kannagi's. He talks about how he was about to be successful with the whole thing, but failed thanks to interference from Natasha. One of the clusters, Zal, is disappointed that the dude lost against Natasha. Another cluster, Kurt mentions that they just received an info that someone taught Natasha Sparklight. Another cluster, Zos, then cuts in, expressing his fear because Sparklight is the only skill that can instantly kill them. Zal lets his colleagues know that the whole thing is really bad, and he adds that Kannagi is also a problem because no matter what kind of problems he faces, he always overcomes them. The cluster in black lets his colleague know that as long as Kannagi exists, there is no way they are going to escape their destruction in the future. Zal then asks the dude in black who is in charge of Aulette, and the dude replies that it is Voss, the quintuple husk. He mentions that Voss is currently absorbing the energy of the planet and preparing to fight against Kannagi and his squad. Zal is pissed at how everything is going, and he talks about how he would like to go to cut down Kannagi himself. But the dude in black says he would go instead because he would like to see the singularity with his own eyes. The dude in black, Yell, bows to their king, an unknown figure behind a veil, asking for permission to leave the meeting. The king grants him the permission, while wishing him a safe trip too. It turns out that Yell is the first rank among the clusters, and he is also known as their returner. Back in Aulette, Nikolai's head has been split in two, and just when they think it is over, his head starts to come together. Nikolai forms a small body for himself while telling Natasha that he has been waiting for her. He crawls toward Natasha, suggesting that they play the piano again. However, just as he is about to touch the piano, Nikolai turns to dust and vanishes just like Mihail. Claude is broken by his boss's death, and the rest of the squad expects Natasha to be heartbroken. She turns her back to the squad, preventing them from seeing her expression while telling them that they need to move forward. Kannagi realizes that Natasha is only looking forward with a brave heart, even though it is pretty obvious that it is hard to lose her family. Moments later, they arrive at the end of the castle, which is the throne room, and they find Anat on the throne, waiting for them. Surprisingly, Natasha's mother doesn't look disfigured like her husband and son, and this leaves Claude shocked. The woman commends Natasha for bringing Natasha back, and Claude maintains his loyalty as he bows to the woman. Deep down, Claude is hopeful that Anta is still the same person because her appearance and voice are the same as in the past. He believes this because Carl managed to regain half of his self-awareness, and he is confident that Anat was able to break the spell. Claude then tells Natasha that her mother might still be fine, and Natasha gets off her ride. She walks toward her mother, and the rest of the squad also believes that Anat is fighting the clusters with her strong will. Natasha's mother then tells Natasha to forgive her because the day the clusters came in, they could not resist them. She talks about how Mikhail and Kurl tried to save them, but were swallowed up by the clusters. With tears in her eyes, the woman says she is glad that her daughter was able to safely escape to Earth. As Natasha climbs the stairs to the throne, she tells her mother that she doesn't have to worry because as the last royal member of Owlette, she is going to rebuild the planet. Anat agrees with Natasha, saying she has grown really well, but Natasha cuts her off, telling her that she is not talking to her, but to her mother, whose consciousness is currently trapped in the body she is staring at. Her supposed mother lets off an evil smile, and Natasha screams at her in anger, asking her how she dares to have the same voice as her mother. With anger, Natasha screams at her, asking her how she dares to tarnish the pride of the royal family of Owlette. Natasha calls out the clusters, and the real being living inside Anat finally displays itself, revealing that the cluster was actually active from the start. She tries to use the opportunity to attack Natasha with her insect-like limbs, but Natasha is quick to activate her skill, shattering her limbs. Unfortunately, she is able to escape into the air, saying she is already familiar with Natasha's skill because this is the second time she has tried to kill her parents. Natasha is frustrated that she wasn't able to get the cluster once and for all. Just then, Kannegi taps Natasha's shoulder, and by the time she looks back, she realizes that Kannegi has an overwhelming force around him. Kannegi angrily tells the cluster that it is an honor for it to have chosen to nest inside Anat, the queen of Owlette. Kannegi lets the cluster know that they might not be able to revert Anat back to her normal self, but he lets the clusters know that he is going to burn all of them to ashes, so they won't tarnish the royal pride again. The overwhelming aura emanating from Kannegi's body this time around turns out to be that of Mel's. When the cluster sees how Kannegi is talking and the aura from his body, it immediately recognizes Mel from 300 years ago. The cluster confidently boasts about how it is not like the weaklings that they have faced so far, and she prepares her powerful attack. Mel's is also doing the same with her skill, Burning Light, which envelopes the entire area in a bright, blinding light. Talking about the clusters, they are a hive of organisms, and the black goo is basically the cell of each cluster. Apparently, the hierarchy of the hive is determined by the density and purity of the cells, and now that they are facing off against the cluster inside the queen, it appears that the cluster is connected to the breeding factory of the insects. This obviously means the density and purity are at the highest level. After unleashing the powerful firepower, the queen turns to ashes, but before they can start celebrating this, they realize that the cluster is perfectly safe behind another layer. Mel's figures out that she has made multiple layers of the goo into solid armor to block the heat. The queen laughs out loud, asking if Kannegi is done attacking her already because what she just witnessed is really weak. While attacking Kannegi and hitting him around the battlefield, he starts to trash-talk him, saying his body is weak, which is why the founders are unable to fulfill their maximum potential. Kannegi simply ignores her claims, and once he is in the clear, he screams at Midori to execute the plan. Before the queen knows it, Midori and the others dash past her since she is already occupied with Kannegi. Before getting to the throne room, Rion had created a battle plan for them. Akane is tasked with analyzing and destroying the barrier protecting the insect by combining the maximum power of turbulence and Natasha's anti-cluster skill, Sparklight, in an attempt to destroy everything. Ryan tells them that the towers are connected to the insect sitting at the top, and they are sucking the energy of the planet, thus feeding it to the insect. Ryan believes that they can win if they reverse the flow of the energy to all towers with Sparklight. He tells the team that the founders will distract the queen, and the moment the signal is given, it is up to them to analyze and destroy the barrier. With the plan now in motion, the queen finally realizes that they have been aiming for the insect from the very beginning. She is desperate to stop them from reaching their target, and she shoots her limbs at them. But Kannegi takes down all of her attacks, leaving her ultimately surprised. Mel's lets the queen know that she is nothing, but she doesn't want to accept defeat to a bunch of ancient ghosts. She angrily unleashes a barrage of long-range attacks at Kannegi, but Mel still has the time to tell her that she is wrong when she said Kannegi is holding them back because of his weak body. Mel's then tells the queen that from that moment forward, she is not getting anywhere near Kannegi's friends. Mel's then decides to go all out by chanting a magic incantation that produces a massive blue light. When talking about incantation, it is a process of drawing a blueprint on one's body to create a phenomenon called magic. Mel's is the Mage of Truth, and by this, she can control all magic without incantation, but the only reason she is even chanting is that Kanagi's body is still developing. Looking on the bright side, it is a big achievement that a powerful being like Mel's is able to exert an overwhelming mana with Kanagi's weak body, and this is thanks to incantation. The queen is pissed that Mel's is toying with her, and as she sends out her attacks, she boasts about how magic won't work against her. Mel's ignores her, and the moment she is done with the incantation, she releases a powerful ice spell that freezes the entire room over, including the queen and her attacks. Mel's then tells her that there are many methods to deal with the clusters, like sparklight, parasitic extermination, and extreme cold. Mel's explains to her that she is an organism made from liquid cells, which means all she has to do is freeze her to the core over and over. Mel's urges the queen not to underestimate the founders because they are driven by their anger towards annoying clusters like herself. The frozen over queen shatters, and Mel's finishes the job with a fireball to completely disintegrate her, putting an end to her reign of terror. Meanwhile, Midori and the others are still trying to break the barrier around the insect. After a strenuous push, Akane is able to remove the barrier, and she leaves the rest of the job to her teammates. Kanagi also shows up on the scene, thanking Akane for her help, and he tells the others that it is time for them to end the battle once and for all. Since the barrier is already destroyed, the insect has been exposed, and if this were 300 years ago, it would have meant the end. But little does Kanagi and his squad know that the clusters have also been evolving in case they finally have a rematch battle with the founders. Inside Voss's husk, he hears Yell calling out to him, and he tells Yell that his hatchling is almost done so he can take on the enemies. Yell then tells Voss that his enemies are too strong for him, which is why he is going to pull out his consciousness and fuse it with the empty husk. Voss agrees to what Yell wants as long as it is for the prosperity of the clusters. Basically, 1 second inside the world of consciousness is much longer compared to the outside world, but even with the difference in time flow, something shocking happened. An attack suddenly flies past Kanagi and Midori from the husk. This is an attack that is so fast a normal person won't even notice it, which is why only Midori and Kanagi were the only ones who got a glimpse of it. Kanagi freaks out because there is no way he is going to make it even with Midori's turbulence or Mel's thunderbolt. It turns out that the target of the attack is Akane, and Kanagi quickly calls on Hinoki to take over. Since Hinoki's slash is faster than Mel's thunderbolt, Kanagi trusts him to get the job done. With Minoki now in charge, he is able to deliver a fast slash that cuts the tentacle just as it is about to impale Akane, but it still leaves a cut on her chest, showing just how deadly the attack was. Hinoki then unleashes one of his powerful attacks at the insect, leaving an overwhelming force that destroys everything in its path. Just as everything settles down, they see an empty vessel of a cluster leaving the insect, leaving them wondering how possible this is, since they have already defeated the royal family who fused with the insect. In reality, when one is fighting against an extremely tough foe, people sometimes think that they can overcome the situation by using wisdom and ingenuity. It is normal for them to think that they are the only ones who can counter their enemies, as if they are the only ones who have grown stronger. However, this thought is pretty shallow because, in reality, the enemies are all improving day by day. Since it is a race for survival, it is a battle that puts the survival of both species at stake. Before the team went to Aulette, they held a meeting where Ryan told everyone what he knew about the clusters according to the information he had from 300 years ago. He lets them know that the first thing the clusters do is to drop towers onto a whole planet, and the moment the towers touch the planet, it starts to absorb its energy. After this, they put an insect that has access to the towers to concentrate all of the planet's energy into it. Once they are done with this, they fuse the core of the insect with the local organisms to create the strongest individual there, which is basically the husk. While Ryan is busy explaining all of these, Iryu turns to Sokka to tell him that he doesn't understand anything from what Ryan has been saying. Since Iryu is too dull to understand, Sokka decides to explain to him that the clusters are parasites that absorb the living force of a planet to reproduce. Ryan then continues by saying they have no idea what condition is on Aulette. However, considering the fact that the invasion started 6 months ago, he believes that there is a possibility that a husk has already been made. Suo then asks if this husk is really strong. Ryan confirms this, saying the husk is pretty strong and their power can be classified into 8 different ranks. If he were to rank the team Suo by the husk, Suo would be at the 8th rank. In fact, he lets them know that Kanagi is currently 5th rank, while Midori is 4th rank at best. He then tells them that if they meet a 3rd rank cluster or below, they are to retreat immediately. Ryan then asks Natasha how strong her family is, just in case they have been used as fusion materials. Natasha revealed that her mother is the strongest, and she is just as strong as Suo with his katana, which means she would be at least 6th rank or in the worst case scenario, a 5th rank. With this, Ryan believes that there is still a chance at defeating her, but this was all based on their plan that the clusters haven't evolved over the past 300 years. Now that they are facing off against a husk, sweat runs down Rion's face because it appears that his fear has come through. He is shocked to see that the clusters can now produce a husk without the need to fuse with a local organism, and this is not the only problem. Hinoki tells the team that judging by Rion's previous prediction, the enemy should be around 5th rank, but he lets them know that his last attack was at least around 3rd rank. Rion panics when he hears this, and his colleague tells him that 300 years have passed already, so it is pretty impossible to produce an accurate prediction based on their logic only. The husk finally speaks out, saying he is impressed with the body because it appears that he can actually go toe-to-toe with the founders. The dude then greets Kannagi, telling him that it's been a while, and Kannagi is shocked that the dude knows him. The dude then reminds Kannagi that he is Yell, the one cluster who slipped into his consciousness back on Earth. Kannagi is stunned when he realizes that he is going up against such a powerful enemy, but as if this isn't enough, a barrier is created around Kannagi and Yell, blocking out the rest of the squad to prevent them from helping him. Yell tells Kannagi that, the same way his friends won't be able to help him, he also would not be able to help his friends. Yell then finally introduces himself to Kannagi and the founders, leaving them stunned as he reveals that he is a first-rank husk. Meanwhile, the rest of the squad is also freaking out because they realize the barrier separating them is so strong that even the founders' strength might not be able to shatter it. Suo asks Akane if she will be able to dispel it, and she replies that she is going to try to do so. They soon realize that the cluster monsters are heading toward the civilian population, and without hesitation, Natasha figures out that she has to save her people. She dashes toward them without giving it a thought, and Akane screams out her name since she is putting herself in danger. However, Midori takes charge, creating a protective barrier around Akane while telling the rest of the squad that they can go after Natasha while he protects Akane. Suo commends Midori, telling him that they are counting on him and they urge Akane to continue dispelling the barrier. Suo lets Akane know that they are dealing with the boss-level cluster, which is pretty strong, and she assures him that she is aware of this fact. In fact, she can feel a tremendous amount of pressure coming from beyond the barrier. Seeing how dangerous the whole thing is, all Akane can do is pray that Kannagi doesn't die before she finishes dispelling the barrier. Back in the barrier, Hinoki throws away every element of fear and tells Yell that he would be a worthy opponent since he is first rank. Hinoki uses his skill against Yell, and Yell replies with a powerful attack that leaves a shockwave in the barrier. Yell remains steadfast while Kannagi is thrown backwards, but manages to land on his feet. Hinoki commends Yell, telling him that he is pretty good, and just as Hinoki prepares to go all out against Yell, Kannagi suddenly loses mobility, leaving him incapacitated as Yell dashes toward him. Hinoki is shocked, and he asks his comrades what happened. Rion screams at Hinoki, telling him to immediately get out of Kannagi's body. Hinoki argues with him, saying there is no way they are going to defeat the enemy if he gets out of Kannagi's body. Suddenly, a gust of overwhelming wind moves past, and just as Yell is about to break Kannagi's head, his hand gets kicked off. It turns out that Eiler swooped in at the last second to protect Kannagi's body, and she screams at her colleagues, asking them what is happening with Kannagi. Ryan lets her know that the synchronization rate is too fast, and he lets Hinoki know that he has been using Kannagi's body too much that day. In addition to this, Ryan says Kannagi's body might be completely taken over because the synchronization rate will keep increasing. Hinoki cannot believe that there is a time limit of 1 minute, but he is more concerned about what they should do since they can't allow the clusters to make direct contact with Kannagi. Eiler says she was able to deflect the last attack from Yell, but she is pretty sure that she can't do it forever. As if this isn't bad enough, Yell's attacks are fast like lightning, which makes Hinoki believe that he is the only one suited for the situation. He hasn't finished saying this when Shimmer hits him on the head, telling him to stand back. He reminds him that they still have more synchronization time left compared to Hinoki's. Shimmer then tells Kalik to make weapons for them, but Hinoki doesn't think alchemy is going to help them against someone as strong as Yell. While they are busy arguing, Yell is getting closer to Kannagi, and Eiler screams at the team to decide on what they want to do quickly. Hinoki calls Rowan, telling him to take control, believing that Yell won't be able to touch Kannagi, since he will be covered with an aura in the form of a dinosaur. Rowan shakes his head to tell Hinoki that he is wrong, and Skirnir decides to translate it for Hinoki, telling him that Yell is faster than lightning, which means Rowan's dinosaur defense is nothing compared to what Yell can do. Skirnir makes sure to add an insult at the end, but Hinoki pretty well knows that the insult is from Skirnir, not Rowan. Hinoki is completely overwhelmed as he has no idea what they are supposed to do, and Kannagi finally steps into the conversation himself. He lets them know that he is aware that his soul would disappear if he lends his body to a single person for too long, but even with the risk attached to this, he lets them know that he still has an idea. Meanwhile, Yell is already trash-talking them, telling them that their movements are so dull. He reminds them that Natasha and the entire planet will be done for if he manages to kill Kannagi. Seeing how Kannagi remains incapacitated, Yell launches a long-range attack on him, but just as the attack is about to hit, Kannagi vanishes and appears right behind Yell. Eiler angrily asks him whose attack he is calling dull, and without mercy, he kicks Yell in the head. This sends Yell flying, but before he can even balance, Kannagi has closed him down again, landing a kick to his body. Yell feels the impact of the attack and realizes that he is now going up against the founder of kicks, Eiler. Just then, Eiler exhausts her time with Kannagi, but before Yell can take advantage of this, Eiler switches with Shimur, who punches Yell's head with a powerful spear attack. Shimur assures Eiler that he is going to continue where she stopped, and Eiler heaves a sigh of relief. It turns out that Kannagi's plan is to switch the founders around at high pace in an attempt to overwhelm Yell with their attacks, but he lets them know that he will be the one to decide who is switched on. Talking about the clusters, they are organisms with a hive mind and a desire to conquer everything in their path. This was how they operated at the beginning by baiting their prey, while craving the avenue to escape from their predators. They also wanted shelters to protect themselves from heat and cold. Later on, they noticed that animals could conquer territories, and thanks to their warm and hydrated body, the clusters realized that they actually don't need to starve or be preyed on. Because of this, they started by parasitizing small animals at first, and as they continued to parasitize the land, their numbers grew exponentially. Just when the clusters finally conquered the land, beings with high intelligence landed on the planet with their space rocket. These beings were venturing into the stars, but it provided the perfect opportunity for the clusters. And thanks to the science and technology provided by the beings, the clusters started to conquer the whole planet. After this, they crossed the stars, other dimensions, and even space-time itself. Not long after this, they started to rule the stars, and they were called star clusters. Finally, 10,000 years after their star migrations, the evil parasites made their way to Earth. The clusters were eager to conquer the planet as they had always done, but little did they know that Earth had been holding tremendous hidden powers. To make it worse, the founders were all active and waiting for them, ultimately handing them their first defeat. Back in the barrier, Yell gets dismantled by Shimur's spear attacks, but even with this, he continues attacking. It turns out that Kilik was the one who created the spear, but Shimur knows it is still not strong enough to block Yell's incoming attack. However, Shimur resorts to the use of a skill to deflect the attack and shatter half of Yell's head. Even with this, Yell just smiles, and Shimur finally figures out that there are no internal organs inside the husk. He believes that instead of attacking Yell in a single place, they need to strike him in a line. Mel cuts in, saying it would have been good if their melee fighters like Eiler could fight. Shimur then tells them that it is fine, as he calls on Margit to take over. Margit acknowledges this and tells Kilik that he will be counting on him. Yell is shocked when he sees Kannagi whip out a bow and arrow, wondering why Kannagi would choose such a slow weapon. However, Garbett analyzes the entire surroundings and fires off his weapon. Yell dodges the arrow coming straight for him since it is quite slow, but just then he notices that the arrows inside the quiver are gone. Before he realizes what is happening, arrows have impaled his body from several angles. Yell is shocked because he didn't even know when Garbett fired the arrows. It turns out that Garbett is not yet done, and he activates his skill, the arrow of the umbrella, ultimately opening the arrows up like an umbrella while they are still stuck inside Yell. This dismantles Yell's body, and he is forced to admit that the Founder's skills are still potent even though they are borrowing the body of a weak boy. It dawns on him that he is finally facing off against the annoying Founders. Yell regenerates and realizes that he will be at a disadvantage if he allows the battle to continue for long, which means he has to finish Kannagi off with his next attack. Kannagi also lays out his worry to the rest of the team, saying it is weird that Yell is weak. Hinoki agrees with him, but the others have no idea what they are saying. Hinoki explains that if what Yell said about being a first-rank Husk is true, he is supposed to be much stronger than he currently is. Hinoki adds that according to Ryan's assessment, he is ranked 5th, which means fighting Yell would be impossible. Hinoki confirms this, saying if Yell is truly a fist rank, he should be strong enough to fight against him in his prime, and Kannagi freaks out because this means Yell is super strong. Hinoki continues by saying that Kannagi would have been torn to pieces right away, and Hinoki tells Rion that the dude should be around 3rd rank at least, based on what he could ascertain after fighting him. Rion doesn't want to believe that Yell was lying, and Kannagi tells them that there is a possibility that Yell has the same connection, just as he has with the Founders. Kannagi says Yell's body is 5th rank based on observation, but inside it is Yell, who tried to kill his soul. He lets them know that Yell is a 1st rank who is currently controlling a 5th rank body, which is why it is so strong. Kannagi explains that his current status is 5th rank, and if their body levels are the same, it means the time limit is 5 minutes. Hinoki smiles when he realizes that the battle will be decided by either them, the Founders, or Yell, the special 1st rank. However, Rion is worried because he believes that Yell has not yet shown them all he can, since the Husk they are currently fighting didn't exist 300 years ago. Rion says it would be nice if they could have more cards in their hands, and Hinoki smiles, reminding her that they have some cards that they can use. Hinoki then turns to the group of introverted Founders sitting in the distance, telling them that their time has come to be useful. the leader of the introverts. Hazama Yoshikatsu cannot believe that Hinoki just called them introverts while they are busy playing a game of cards, and he threatens to kill Hinoki. In a distant past, in the year 1992, when Awakeners didn't exist, Hazama is seen on his video game, while his mother is telling him to go get her groceries. Hazama urges his mother to give him some time until he reaches a save point. However, his mother lets him know that she is going to dump the game in the trash, ultimately forcing the dude to leave the game. However, he gets even more interested in the task when his mother lets him know that he can keep the change as his pocket money. Moments later, Hazama is on his way home when the towers start falling from the sky, destroying everything in their path. Hazama watches in horror as fire engulfed the whole area, but just before he is killed, a portal appears underneath him. Hazama is taken through the portal, and he lands on a field where he finds other people who have been transferred there to fight the clusters. It turns out that the Earth summoned its first generation of Awakeners at the same time the towers fell from the sky. The humans were all from different eras, and they were the strongest humans. Hinoki is the first to walk over to Hazama, asking him what his skill is, and Hazama nervously replies that his skill is gaming. Now in the present, Hinoki and Hazama are still busy arguing. Hinoki tells Hazama that he and his group of introverts didn't even train Kannagi when everyone else was. Since they have found themselves in this tough situation, Hinoki tells Hazama and his group to be at least useful. Hazama screams at Hinoki, telling him that they would have gladly trained Kannagi if they had the chance, but Hinoki and his gang have been hoarding Kannagi to themselves. Hinoki cannot believe that this is Hazama's excuse because all he needed to do was join in the training, but they have been standing back and mumbling. It turns out that the introverts actually wanted to join, but their introverted nature made it really hard for them to say anything. Hazama screams at Hinoki, telling him that they were scared to talk because Kannagi could have looked down on them. While the two are busy arguing, Garbit screams at them to keep their mouths shut, and he tells Hazama to join the fight if he would like to because Yell is already getting used to his attacks. Just as Garbit predicted, Yell is able to dodge his next wave of attacks, and Yell tells him that he has figured out that Kannagi's body has reached the limit with Garbit. Yell hurls a long tentacle at Garbit, destroying his bow while almost taking Kannagi's head off. Kannagi manages to escape the situation with just a cut to his face. Yell is surprised that Garbit was still able to dodge his strike, but he lets him know that he doesn't have the leeway to use his bow while defending. Kannagi freaks out when it dawns on him that Yell was basically testing out the power of a founder, and without making rash moves, Yell was able to predict ahead while waiting for an opportunity to deliver a decisive blow. Meanwhile, the founders haven't come to an agreement yet, even though Kannagi's life is at stake. Hazama is supposed to switch with Garbit, but as he walks toward Kannagi, he finds it hard to express himself. It gets worse when Kannagi turns around to look at him. Hazama starts to tremble, and he almost loses his mind when Kannagi speaks to him. Kannagi is surprised as he doesn't understand what is going on, but Hazama nervously replies, telling Kannagi that they have always been watching him. The other introverts are also dying inside, hoping that their leader, Hazama, would be able to smooth things over. Hazama continues stammering as he asks Kannagi if they can borrow his body too. Kannagi is surprised to hear that Hazama is willing to fight alongside him, and Hazama nervously confirms this. Hazama then tells Kannagi that it might be a bit difficult since he doesn't know their names, but Kannagi corrects him, telling him that he does. Kannagi shocks him when he tells him his full name, and he proceeds to the next person. He mentions the dude under the mask, Mugen Inari, the girl in purple, Nemi Nefronkte, the dude with nunchucks, Huo Longyan, the fellow with a wooden weapon, Takamura Keiji, and the girl with pink hair, Luciana Glitchspear. The gang of introverts is shocked when Kannagi basically calls out their names, showing just how familiar he is with them. Kannagi mentions that he has always admired all of them all his life, and he calls them his favorite founders. With a bright smile on his face, he urges them to lend him their strength, which leaves them in tears. Hazama then calls his gang together, forming a circle and telling them that Kannagi has done his best to motivate them, which is why they now have to fight. Back on the battlefield, Yell is about to hit Kannagi when his tentacle is suddenly dissolved in a poison-like substance, and he also realizes that the aura around Kannagi has changed again. It turns out that Hazama is now in possession of Kannagi's body, and he is wielding a sword and a shield, while the rest of the introverted gang prepares to join him in the fight. Hazama dashes toward Yell with his supposedly powerful attack, trying to cut him, but Yell easily dodges the strikes, while wondering if Hazama is trying to bait him. Yell counters with one of his tentacles, and he almost decapitates Kannagi, but he manages to dodge at the last second. Yell continues to attack Hazama, forcing him to keep dodging, and in Kannagi's mental space, Eiler asks Hinoki if he is sure that Hazama can handle the task given to him. Hinoki wonders why Eiler is complaining, and she mentions that she hasn't fought with the introverts on the same battlefield before, so she hasn't seen them fight. Luciana then cuts in, telling Eiler to keep quiet and watch because Hazama won't even lose against someone like her. Eiler nervously replies that she is not trying to discredit Hazama, but Kanagi cuts in, telling Eiler that Hazama is crazy strong because he is also a founder. Hinoki seems to know what is going on, and he tells his comrades to calm down and watch how a hero fights. 300 years ago, when the founders were together, Hazama and the introverts were always seen playing a game of cards, while the others were having fun. Even though Hazama is always the most excited during the games, he is always the one losing, and he will accuse his teammates of cheating. There was even a game run that he lost 12 consecutive times, and while he is still raging about this, someone calls his attention to Luciana, who just arrived days ago. While the other founders are having fun, Luciana is sitting behind a tree, and she fits their persona really well. Since Hazama is the leader, the other introverts push him to recruit Luciana to their ranks. Hazama manages to walk over to where Luciana is, offering her the chance to join them in playing a game of cards. Luciana is surprised that she is being invited all of a sudden, and just as she is about to crash out on the dude, she notices that he is trembling, which means it was hard for him to even approach her. Since she has found people like herself, Luciana thanks Hazama for the invitation and joins the group. Now in the present day, Hazama is struggling against Yell. Even though his movements are a joy to behold, Yell can see that his attacks are really weak. However, he doesn't feel the need to be scared of him because it doesn't look like he is skilled like Garbett and Shimmer. Yell continues chasing Hazama around the battlefield with his dangerous and long tentacle. Moments later, Yell finally gets the drop on Hazama from behind, but just as he is about to impale him, Hazama suddenly turns around and parries his attack with his shield. Yell is shocked when his attack gets parried because it appears that Hazama put aura into his shield. Before Yell knows what is happening, Hazama cuts him midsection, slicing him in two. The extrovert founders are shocked when they see this. Yell, on the other hand, has now confirmed what he fears, and this is the fact that Hazama's main skill is aura control. With an evil smile and expression, Hazama tells Yell that the sword is poisonous. The extroverts almost crap their pants because Hazama's face looks so scary. Even Eiler is forced to ask what sort of hero Hazama is, and Hinoki laughs out loud before revealing that Hazama had no combat experience when he was teleported. He says Hazama was just a normal student, and he was even weaker than Kanagi when he awakened. However, he became stronger after undergoing a ton of training from Hinoki. Hinoki says Hazama might be a crybaby and a whiner, but whenever he is in the tower for a battle, he never runs away. In fact, when he was scared and his feet were shaking, he managed to keep his fears suppressed so he could continue moving forward. Hinoki tells his friends that Hazama is a courageous fellow, which is why he is a hero. As the battle continues, Hazama is shaken by the pressure of fighting Yell, and he is already trembling. He figures out that he is not going to last long, but then it dawns on him that Kanagi allowed him to use his body despite the odds stacked against him. Hazama is about to lose his footing when he hears the introverted squad cheering him on, telling him to keep it up as their leader. Kanagi also chips in, apologizing to Hazama, telling Hazama that he is struggling because his body is weak. However, Kanagi lets Hazama know that he would like to save Natasha and the people on the planet, which is why he is counting on him. Kanagi's words and the encouragement from his team members is able to push Hazama to start fighting again. With a smile on his face, he dashes toward Yell, combining his sword and shield skills against him. Yell watches in horror as Hazama closes down the distance between them, pushing his poisonous sword into his body. Yell is surprised when he realizes that his body is actually getting slower, and even though he is not attacked with Sparklight, it appears that poison is also effective against his species. Yell taunts Hazama, telling him that he has been degraded from 300 years ago, but Hazama replies to him with a powerful shield charge while telling him that he is the degraded one. Hazama smiles at Yell, suggesting that they finally have a good battle. At this point, Yell is totally confused as he doesn't know if Hazama is trying to push him into a corner with his poisonous shield. Deep down, Yell believes he is going to turn the battle around because he already has a read on Hazama's attacks, but suddenly, his arms get shredded. Yell is totally confused as he doesn't know if he just got attacked by another founder or if Hazama changed weapons. It turns out that Inari has taken over with his double short swords, providing speed for Kanagi to use. After Inari switches out, Luciana comes in, hitting Yell ferociously with her whip. Nemi then jumps into the action, and after this, Huo steps in too. Before Yell knows what is happening, he has been reduced to bits thanks to Kanagi switching out in split seconds to use combo attacks on him, giving him no chance to counterattack. This is when it finally dawns on Yell that Kanagi is not the same as when he defeated an insect back on Earth. With Yell fully vulnerable, Kanagi switches with Kenji, telling him to finish Yell off. Kenji lands his devastating attacks on Yell, further shattering his cells, preventing him from regenerating. As Yell turns to dust and vanishes, he screams out Kanagi's name in horror because he simply made him exhaust the limit on the husk. With Yell's defeat, the introverted squad jumps up in celebration, but little do they know that by the time they defeated Yell, the self-destruct switch of the planet had been turned on. On the outside, Suo and the rest of the squad are also battling it out with the monsters, reducing their numbers to the best that they can. Meanwhile, Kanagi is already feeling the effects of lending his body to the founders for too long. Suddenly, they feel a rumbling in the ground, and this is when Kanagi realizes that something is wrong because even after defeating Yell, the barrier has not disappeared. Just then, he hears a voice beside him, and this startles him. He demands to know who he is talking to, and Voss introduces himself to Kanagi. He lets him know that he is the original owner of the husk that he just defeated, and since he was watching his battle against Yell, he has been able to ascertain the fact that Kanagi has a variety of weapons and techniques. Kanagi takes a moment to think about it, and Voss clears the air for him, telling him that he is the commander of the clusters on the planet. It turns out that he is also the one who created the barrier. Kanagi asks Voss why he is showing himself when he knows he just defeated an enemy far stronger than him. Voss tells him that he would like to give him a reward for his fighting spirit, and he lets Kanagi know that he just made the core of the planet go out of control. Even though the founders don't understand what this means, they are pretty sure it is something bad. Ryan is the only one who figures it out, and he tells them that Voss is telling them that he has messed up with the planet in such a way that it would explode from within its core, causing it to disappear into cosmic dust. Kanagi freaks out when he hears this, and he asks Voss why he is doing what he is doing. Voss reveals that he is taking this extreme measure to make sure he kills Kanagi this time around. He mentions that the energy core from the planet is quite valuable to them, but they are willing to sacrifice this just to kill Kanagi. Kanagi is surprised to hear that the clusters are willing to go to the extreme just to eliminate him. Voss tells Kanagi to be proud of himself because they had to go this far just to take him out. The whole planet starts to shake with natural disasters hitting it from every corner. Natasha immediately tells Claude to secure the people because she could sense that whatever is happening is not a natural disaster. At the same time, she wonders if Kanagi is fine. Back in the barrier, Voss hurls a projectile at Kanagi, and Kanagi tries to block it, but he gets hit real bad. Voss lets him know that he is already weakened after his battle with Yell, and he tells Kanagi that he is going to continue playing with him until the planet finally explodes. Before Kanagi can pull himself together, he gets hit again, and Voss lets him know that he might not be strong like Yell, but he is confident that he will be able to hold him off until the planet is done for. However, Voss lets Kanagi know that he would also prefer to defeat him before the planet goes kaboom. As Kanagi continues to suffer, Hinoki urges him to switch with any founder that he can because, at the rate at which it is going, he is definitely going to die. Kanagi gets hit again, and he gets thrown to the floor with blood coming out of his mouth. He tells Hinoki that he can't switch with anyone. Rian is freaking out because he knows that Kanagi has received a lot of damage from fighting against Yell and was also forced to bear the burden of switching with more than 10 founders that very day, which basically means Kanagi's mind is at its limit. The only solution to this is to defeat Voss and break the barrier and return to Earth as fast as they can, but Kanagi disagrees with the founders when they say this. He tells them that there is no point if they just save themselves, and he lets them know that he doesn't care what happens to this body as long as he gets to save Natasha's planet. Kanagi groans in pain, wondering if he is still going to be on the losing end even after he defeats the first rank with everything he has. Tears roll down his face as he slowly starts to accept defeat. Just then, a familiar voice speaks to him from outside the barrier, telling him that he did well. In a shocking turn of events, the barrier shatters, releasing Kanagi from the confined space he is in. As he falls down, he is grabbed by Akane, who just dispelled the barrier. She hugs Kanagi tightly, talking about how happy she is that she managed to break the barrier in time. Voss, on the other hand, cannot believe that Akane just broke his strongest barrier, but he still believes that Kanagi has nowhere to go. He puts everything into his final attack as he dashes toward Kanagi and Akane. However, his fate runs out as Midori intercepts his attack, and he looks really pissed since Voss doesn't have the appearance of a human. With Midori's appearance, Voss feels an overwhelming fear he has never felt before, causing him to change into defensive mode before even realizing it. Since he was born as a cluster, meeting Midori's anger is the first time he will ever experience the emotion called fear, and with overwhelming strength, Midori tears him apart. 45 minutes after landing on the planet, Kanagi and his squad finally defeated their main enemy, but they now have 3 minutes until the planet turns to dust. Meanwhile, Sokka and Iryu have just finished rescuing the civilians when the barrier broke. They expect everything to be over, but the whole planet is vibrating. Even the survivors are surprised that everything is going to shit. Iryu freaks out, and Sokka tells him that the planet can't be saved even though they really worked hard. Deep down, Sokka is also disappointed that the planet is going down even after all that they have done. Sokka is pissed that he wasn't useful, even though his power and that of Iryu's would have been the best to carry the civilians to safety. Sokka is still beating himself up when Iryu calls his name in Natasha's presence. Natasha lets them know that she has checked the surroundings and it appears that everyone is safe thanks to Sokka and Iryu. Natasha then dashes off because she still has the strength to fight, thanks to the two. Natasha has been able to put some level of confidence in Sokka, and he smiles. Natasha then makes her way to where Kanagi is, and Kanagi, who is just recovering, apologizes to Natasha that they are not able to save her planet. However, Natasha grabs him, telling him that he is wrong because the planet can still be saved. Kanagi asks her how, and she explains that 300 years ago, Earth was able to gather its strongest founders, which means a planet has its own will. Natasha believes that with Sparklight, she can communicate with the planet's will, and she concludes everything on a maybe. Kanagi and Akane cannot believe that she is seriously relying on a maybe at the moment. In Natasha's defense, she tells them that this is going to be her first time, but it was the founder of Wanderer who taught her how to do so. Natasha tells them that she believes that the tower where the insect was residing should lead to the deepest part of the planet. She explains that she just needs to go there and use her Sparklight at the core of the clusters. Since only people from the planet can enter the deepest part, she tells them that she would have to go alone. She urges them to leave the rest to her. And just as she is about to leave, Kanagi gives her the necklace that her brother dropped for her. He apologizes for not being able to give it to her earlier, and he lets her know what Mihail said when dropping the necklace. This is enough to put a smile on Natasha's face, and she dashes off with all the determination to save the planet. Before entering the core, Natasha puts on the necklace while thinking of everything that the clusters have taken away from her and her family. Because of all the pain they have caused her so far, Natasha is also not ready to lose the planet. With 2 minutes left until the explosion, Natasha speeds through the pathway on her ride and soon runs into clusters that are there to stop her. Even though it is dangerous, Natasha doesn't think she has the time to deal with the clusters blocking her path because she has used too much of her Sparklight that day already. She sees herself as a useless princess who can't protect her people even after she escaped and got Sparklight. Since she couldn't do it alone, she had to rely on the heroes from Earth. She remembers the shock on her face when Kanagi and the squad assured her that they were going to help. She couldn't believe that even Midori was ready to help her, and she asked them why they were ready to risk their lives even though her planet had no connection to any of them. Suo replies that it is the bond of teammates, and Hanada confirms this. Akane mentions that experiencing the pain of missing people one holds dear teaches someone to help others because she has experienced that. Midori, on the other hand, tells Natasha he is trying to make up for his sins, while Saka says he is doing it for his own goal. Iryu tells her that he might not want to go to a dangerous place, but he finds Natasha to be cute, so he has no choice. As for Kanagi, he says he doesn't know, shocking the entire group since he is the captain. Kanagi tells them that the founders inside him are furious, and after what Natasha showed him in her memory, Kanagi makes it his mission to be able to stop her tears. Everyone in the squad cannot believe that Kanagi just said a whole bunch of crap. Kanagi ends it by telling Natasha that he also likes how she smiles. Now that Natasha is heading into the danger zone, she realizes that the squad gives her courage, and the fact that everyone has always helped her, she wants to answer them with the same. Just as she is about to push herself into the heart of the danger, Claude shows up and clears the path with his skills. Natasha is shocked to see her butler when she thought all hope was lost. With a smile on his face, Claude tells Natasha that he is going to handle the clusters so Natasha can save the planet. Natasha then proceeds into the core, and she spots what she needs to destroy to save the planet. She prepares to use her biggest and final Sparklight against the cluster, but just as she is about to touch the cluster, she gets impaled by cluster spikes. Natasha coughs up blood with a broken heart and the realization that she failed at the last minute. Just then, the necklace her brother gave her falls off and drops on the cluster, providing a semblance of light and hope for her. With this, Natasha is able to push through the wall of hopelessness, and she is able to touch the cluster, ultimately releasing her biggest Sparklight into it, shattering its power and breaking the spikes lodged in her body. This generates a light so bright that even Claude, who is not near her, almost goes blind from it. On the outside, Iryu and the others are already freaking out because things are getting worse. They notice that the clusters are heading toward the core of the tower, but Midori swoops in to clear them off. This is when the sudden beam of light hits the planet, leaving everyone in shock. The civilians are even broken, as they believe that the bright light is a weapon from the enemy. The light only gets brighter, overshadowing everything else, and in the end it lets off a loud bang that destroys every alien presence on the planet, ultimately purifying the planet. When the light finally subsides, Hanada and Suo are shocked to see that all of the clusters have been erased. Akane also wakes Kanagi to show him the beautiful view, and Kanagi realizes that Natasha was able to save her planet. Later on, Natasha opens her eyes to a bright morning, and Akane is the first to greet her. She is shocked to be alive, and before anything else, she starts to smell a beautiful scent. She looks to her front to see Kanagi cooking a pot of soup. Using Hinoki's skill, he cuts down ingredients into tiny bits, while Tokigenza, the founder of Chinese Town, takes over the cooking. In no time, he finishes up with the dish, and he tells them to serve it. Claude takes up the large plate to serve it to the survivors, and he urges the kids not to rush because there is a lot to go around. Moments later, Suo and Hanada also return with meat and fish so that they can have another food source. Toki is happy to see this, and he tells them to drain the blood from the meat and prepare the appetizer, while telling others to help with the fish. After cutting up the meat, Toki tells Suo to rub sauce on it, while Hanada continues working on the fish. Toki tells Akane to make more tableware because they need more. Natasha is shocked by everything she is seeing, and she asks the gang what the hell they are doing. Hanada simply answers that they are cooking, and Akane casually says they are short-staffed. Natasha stands up to see that her people are already eating to their heart's content. The kids who have not eaten well in a long time consume the food with tears in their eyes. While cooking, Toki tells those who are injured to signify that their Valentine healer is ready to work on them. Kanagi lets Natasha know that they barely saved her. It turns out that the healer put everything she had into saving Natasha, but Kanagi obviously passed out after that. After a short rest, he was able to lend his body to a founder, which is why Toki is now in charge of food. Natasha ignores the food first and decides to watch out for the clusters, but to her surprise, she realizes that there is no single tower on the planet. She is shocked by this, but Kanagi commends her, telling her that she was the one who erased them. Thanks to this, the sky of Aulete is finally blue again. And since there is nothing else to worry about, Kanagi tells Natasha to eat her meal with her people. One of the children walks up to Natasha with a plate of food and a smile on her face, urging the princess to eat with her. Natasha is left emotional from this, and she lets out tears of joy while accepting the child's meal offer. Just then, Iryu screams out, telling Kanagi that they have a problem because refugees from other areas are coming in. However, Kanagi doesn't see this as a problem because Toki is eager to make even more food for as many people as he can. In no time, Toki has prepared food for everyone who has just arrived on the scene, and they are all thankful to be alive. Even Natasha admits that this is the first time she will be eating such tasty food. Even the introverted founders wish that they had their bodies so that they could also have a taste of Toki's superb cooking. Kanagi assures them that he is going to give everyone his body, so that they can. The introverts are happy to hear this, and Hazama immediately makes a bet, saying whoever wins next will be the one who eats first. Luciana has no issue with this because she is pretty sure Hazama will be the one to eat last, since he is a colossal failure when it comes to the game. Hinoki, on the other hand, notices Mel's smiling, and he asks her what is funny to her. Mel's replies that it is nothing serious, but she only missed what she is currently witnessing. She reminds Hinoki that 300 years ago, they were always eating just like this after every battle. Hinoki agrees with her that it is fine to eat a good meal after a big battle, and he starts to walk away into the distance. Mel's asks him where he is going, and Hinoki replies that he has to clear his mind. He reminds them that Yell didn't die, and Hinoki is planning to be the one to take down the annoying cluster the next time they meet. Meanwhile, the clusters have learned of Yell's defeat, and they are not entirely surprised, since he was using the quintuple's husk. One of the clusters then talks about how she is going to tease Yell the next time she sees him. However, she remembers that there is a prophecy that she set up on Earth, and it is time for her to go see it herself. Several days after the battle on Aulete, Akane and Kanagi start to carry out the refabrication of the planet, creating housing and other things to make life better for the people. Kanagi commends Akane on her transmutation, saying she is improving. Akane reminds him that alchemy is her forte, and she is not ready to lose to Kanagi, who is cheating. Iryu then points to the large, long crack in the floor, asking Sokka what it is. Sokka replies that it is a result of the earthquakes, but he wonders just how far it goes. Suddenly, water starts flowing down the crack, and Hanada shows up, revealing that he managed to redirect the flow of the river. Iryu's brain almost freezes when he hears this as he tries to process what is actually going on. Hanada tells him that the river can be used as a source of drinking water. Apparently, Hanada heard from some of the survivors that there is a water stream over the mountain, so he just brute-forced a path of about 10 kilometers to get to the water. Iryu cannot believe what he just heard, forcing him to ask if the dude is a freaking monster. Kanagi then shows up, asking Hanada about Suo. Hanada reveals that Suo is still away, cutting some trees from the river. Just then, Suo shows up with a mountain of wood, asking if it is going to be enough. As if that is not enough, Iryu and Sokka see Midori removing the rubble on the planet with his power. Iryu simply conclude that he is rolling with pretty scary people. Kanagi is glad with all the supplies they have gotten, and Kanagi tells her that all they have to do is work on the waterway so it can support the people's daily necessities so that they can finally go home. Kanagi then asks her where Natasha is, and she lets him know that she is heading in the direction of the castle. Akane tells Kanagi to have a chat with Natasha before they go back home, and Kanagi agrees to this. Akane, on the other hand, goes down to meet the kids, suggesting that they have a meal together. Moments later, Kanagi finds Natasha and Claude staring at the ruins of the castle. Natasha apologizes for not showing up since he started building the camp. Kanagi, on the other hand, apologizes to her, saying they destroyed a lot of things. But Natasha tells him that she doesn't mind. However, she lets Kanagi know that since she was born, she has always been with her family, and coming to the ruins is her last chance to meet them. In all humility, Natasha and Claude bow to Kanagi, thanking him and his squad for what they did. Kanagi is shocked to see this, asking the girl why she is doing this all of a sudden, and Natasha reminds him that he is the savior of their planet. With fierce determination, Natasha tells Kanagi that she is going to repay the debt, but Kanagi tries to tell her that she is already promising too much. Natasha mentions that the first thing they are going to do is build statues of bronze for the members of the Kanagi squad, but thinking of how embarrassing it is going to look, Kanagi urges her not to. However, Natasha insists that she is going to, while telling Kanagi that the people of the planet will never forget him no matter how many generations pass by. Kanagi is totally blown away by this, and he shakes Natasha's hand, thanking her for the courtesy. That evening, the squad heads to the teleportation point, ready to return to Earth. The people of the planet are shocked to see that the squad is already going back, and they start pleading for them not to go yet. Even the kids are crying, saying they still want to play more with the squad, turning the evening into an emotional hullabaloo. Even Iryu tells Kanagi that he would like to stay another week, but Sokka simply knocks the fool out before he drags them back. Akane turns to the people, telling them that they have to leave because they have to protect their world too. Hanada assures them that they will come visit again, and with a thunderous voice, the people of the planet thank the squad for their help. Just then, Claude makes a suggestion, urging Kanagi to marry the princess. This immediately triggers another wave of context, and in Claude's defense, he reminds Kanagi that he saved their country. He also reminds Kanagi of what he said about his desire to stop Natasha's tears. The people start celebrating, since they are in favor of what Claude said. However, Natasha urges them to calm down, reminding them that she and Kanagi don't have the time to think about this. Kanagi also adds that they have to protect Earth from the clusters, which is why they have to go. Natasha agrees with him, assuring him that she is going to do her best to rebuild Olette. Claude asks the two if they know just how hard it is about to be, and the two assure him that they are prepared. As they step into the teleportation point to leave, the people send them off with bright faces and a thankful heart. Soon afterward, the squad arrives at the mausoleum of the founders, and Iryu celebrates that they are finally back home. Sokka cannot believe this dude because he was begging to stay back on Olette for another week. Akane is glad that everything has finally come to an end, and Kanagi reveals that he would like to visit Olette again when everything calms down. Hanada reminds him that they can always visit Olette when they want. Just then, Kanagi remembers what Natasha said about family, and he tells the group that he would like to visit his mother. The group is surprised to hear this, and Midori lets them know that Kanagi's house is nearby. Midori tells Kanagi that he can leave, assuring him that he is going to handle the reports. Kanagi is glad to hear this, and he mentions that he is going to talk to Rui. Kanagi then runs off with excitement, hoping to see a bright smile on her mother's face once he gets back home. Unknown to him, the second rank cluster, Ella, who wanted to come to Earth to check her prophecy, has somehow found Kanagi, and she is already edging to fight him. 2 minutes after their arrival on Earth, Kanagi gets a call from Rui, scolding him for not telling him that they are back. He mentioned that he only went to check the mausoleum because it was so bright, but by the time he got there, there was no one there. He lets Kanagi know just how worried he is, and Kanagi tells him that he was planning on doing his report, but he had to visit his family. The moment Kanagi hears this, it reminds him of his late father, and he finally agrees to meet later, as he is fairly certain his mom has been lonely. Moments later, Kanagi arrives at his house, and his mother is shocked and glad to see him. Without wasting time, his mother has collected his clothes to wash and even entered the kitchen to prepare a meal for him. She tells Kanagi that he should have at least given her a call when he was coming because she would have prepared a meal for him. Kanagi apologizes for this, telling his mother that his mission was nearby and he decided to just visit. Kanagi is about to let out the secret that Midori is still alive, but manages to caution himself at the last minute, telling his mother that he got permission from his leader. It is pretty obvious that the world believes Midori is dead, and Kanagi is not about to change the narrative for his mother. Toki tells Kanagi that he would like to show their gratitude to his mother by cooking for her, and Kanagi offers to help his mother in the kitchen. His mother disregards the offer, assuring Kanagi that she can manage by herself because she doesn't remember Kanagi knowing how to cook. While waiting for his mother to finish cooking, Kanagi realizes that time goes by really fast because it feels just like yesterday when Midori showed up at his house to recruit him to the anti-prophecy agency. Moments later, his mother finishes preparing his food, and he thanks the woman for it. He takes some of the dish, and with a bright smile on his face, he finally gets back the taste of his mother's soup. He realizes that his mind is always filled with missions or incidents, but at the moment, he feels so relieved. While eating, his mother continues staring at him because it feels so nice to see him in person, even though she has been receiving news about him. His mother then mentions what she notices about him, saying he looks really well, while also asking if his work is going well. Kanagi confirms this, saying he might not be able to go into details because it is top secret, but he has been quite busy. He lets his mother know that he has made a lot of friends, and even if it's not as beautiful as he thought, because there are many challenges, he is glad that he became a hunter. His mother is happy to hear this, and she talks about the money she sends him every month. Kanagi quickly asks her if the money is not enough, but the woman replies, saying the money is too much. With shock written all over her face, she tells Kanagi that the amount feels like his annual paycheck, while asking Kanagi if he even spends any of it on himself. Kanagi then tells his mother that the money he is sending her is just half of his salary because he obviously doesn't have the time to spend money. His mother freaks out in shock when she learns that her son makes her annual income in just a month. She finally confirms the fact that hunters are really amazing, and Kanagi tells her that hunters face many dangerous situations. After he is done eating, Kanagi stands up to leave, telling his mother that he has an appointment with Rui at the mausoleum. Before leaving, Kanagi's mother asks him what he wants for dinner, and he replies that he wants tonkatsu. Deep down, his mother is surprised that he is leaving for the mausoleum immediately after his meal, which is something he used to do during his summer vacation in elementary school. On Kanagi's way to the mausoleum, Keiji notices the change in Hazama's expression, and he asks him what the problem is. He replies that he is envious of Kanagi because his timeline is just like his. Hazama then asks Keiji if he doesn't miss his home, and he confesses that he does, revealing that he was summoned when he was doing his part-time job. Just then, Hazama mentions the fact that he hasn't seen Hinoki, and Mel's tells them that Hinoki is currently inside the rift. Hazama hears this and freaks out because he doesn't expect anyone in their right mind to enter the rift. Mel's reminds Hazama that they are already dead, and she believes that training in the rift can sharpen one's mind. Mel's lets them know that it is imperative that they prepare for their final battle. Meanwhile, Hinoki has gone to challenge the dudes in the rift. The dudes are happy to have him back because it's been a while since he visited. Hinoki lets them know that the clusters have gotten stronger, so he can't sit around, which is why he needs to refine his mind to the best. The leader of the Rift guys, Melville, who is the founder of Monster Slayers, laughs out loud before welcoming Hinoki to the lost world of carnage. Moments later, Kanagi arrives at the mausoleum, and Rui wastes no time asking Kanagi to tell him what happened in Owlette. He also wants to know if Kanagi wants any advice, and Kanagi immediately asks him if he knows the founder of the Wanderers. Rui is shocked by the question, and Kanagi lets him know that they need to find the founder of Wanderer to obtain a certain skill that will help them defeat the clusters. At the same time, in the remains of the Rank 1 prophecy, Snowball Earth, the area remains peaceful under the supervision of the Anti-Prophecy Agency. One of the agents there, Kasha, tells his colleague Ray that he has noticed the drop in temperature. Suddenly, Ila appears on the scene, and Kasha demands to know who she is while telling her that normal people are not allowed on site, so she has to leave. Ella laughs out loud when she hears the dude refer to her as a normal person. She unleashes a massive aura from her body to show them that she is not a normal person, as they think, and she proceeds to attack them with the aim of killing them. She hurls a powerful dark blast at them, and Kasha frantically taps the emergency button on her collar, hoping that someone would show up to save them. Just as they are about to be wiped out, they are saved by Midori's turbulence, and Midori appears in the sky, asking Ella who she is. The only reply Ella gives is the fact that she is a second-rank husk. Meanwhile, at the library of the Mausoleum of the Founder, Rui has brought out every book he knows that might contain what Kanagi is looking for. However, he is still doubtful of the fact that there is a founder of the Wanderer. He lets Kanagi know that there is also no book in the library that has anything to do with the said founder. Kanagi doesn't want to argue because he is pretty sure that the founder exists, because Natasha mentioned that he was the one who taught her about Sparklight. Kanagi tells Rui that they might finally have a chance against the clusters if they know more about this founder. Just then, Skirnir calls Kanagi's attention, and Kanagi is shocked that the loner is reaching out to him. Skirnir then tells Kanagi to immediately reach out to his friends, saying he is getting some weird feedback from Midori's crest since they share the same crest. Kanagi is shocked to hear this, and Skirnir hasn't finished talking to him when he gets a call from the rest of the squad, telling him that they are on their way to the mausoleum already. Kanagi runs out and meets up with his squad, who showed up in a car that appeared out of nowhere. Akane screams at Kanagi, telling him to hop in because Midori is in danger. 5 minutes earlier, Akane and the others got the news that Midori is missing, leaving them to start asking where he is. Sokka is the one able to figure out where Midori is, and this is thanks to the fact that he placed a marker there, including several other locations. Since he has a marker there, he lets them know that he can teleport there immediately, and he believes that Midori most likely received a distress signal from the agents stationed on site. Sokka lets them know that something ominous is going down on the mountain again. Just as he predicted, Midori is having a really tough time against Ella. He is badly wounded already, while Ella is busy toying with him. Ella mocks him, asking him why he is so weak when he is supposed to be the world's strongest. While they are safely tucked away in Midori's turbulence, Kasha and Ray apologize to Midori, telling him that they never expected the enemy to be as strong as she is. Even though he is badly wounded, Midori tells the two that it is not their fault, while assuring them that he is not going to let any of them die. Basically, Midori is currently being held back by two things, and the first is the psychological trauma that he is facing after mass murdering people. This makes it hard for him to fight against human-type enemies, and the second is the fact that he is trying to protect Kasha and Rei, who were Makoto's former squad members. Thanks to these two factors, Midori finds himself struggling against Ella, who has gravity powers. She is making life hard for Midori by countering all of his power. From everything Midori has seen, he realizes that Ella is close to Mel's level. He almost gets crushed, but manages to escape, and the crater left behind from Ella's attack shows just how powerful a second rank is. As the battle continues, Ella scolds Midori, telling him that his fight is boring because the battle she had against the Founders 300 years ago was more interesting. Exhausted, Midori asks Ella what it is that she wants, and this question pisses Ella off. She mentions that she is the owner of the prophecy, Snowball Earth. She explains that the plan was to use cryogenic cores in 17 different locations to freeze the whole planet because current humanity won't be able to stop it. However, everything has been going south thanks to the appearance of the Founders. Ella tells Midori that, thanks to all of these setbacks, she has decided to give things a small push. Before Midori knows it, his left side gets hit with something he never expected from a cluster, which is an ice attack. The shock on his face is glaring, and Ella knows that he is probably wondering why she is able to use ice attack when the clusters are supposed to be weak against cold. Ella calls Midori an idiot, telling him that humans can obviously use fire even though they are weak to it. She mentions that she developed the skill that allows her to control low temperatures, and the whole world will be frozen by Snowball Earth. With her new skill, Midori realizes that Ella is just too strong. Another attack from Ella forces Midori to start dodging, rendering his power weak. Kasha then steps up to take on Ella, urging Midori to run away. He lets Midori know that they can't afford to lose him, but Midori refuses to run. Kasha asks him why he won't run, and Midori tells the two that they are the keepsake left by Makoto. Hearing this from Midori immediately gets the two emotional. Midori is ready to die to protect them because the two are proof that Makoto prevented the Snowball Earth prophecy, and he is not about to allow that to go to waste. Suddenly, Ella reaches Midori before he can even blink, and he punches him into the distance, away from the two that he is supposed to protect. As he flies through the air, Midori realizes the sad truth that he can't win against Ella. This reminds him of his childhood and how he was always called the cursed child because of his power. He had no friends, and to make things worse, he had just killed a lot of people recently. Midori ultimately reduces his reality to a kid who can't protect but to destroy. Midori then convinces himself that he is truly a cursed child. Just then, he remembers how Io saved him, and this immediately forces him to rethink his conviction because Io didn't save him for nothing. Midori starts to remember all the people who have been saved from Io, down to Makoto, and even Kanagi. However, he figures out that it is hard for him to properly fight Ella because she looks just like a human. Midori is pissed at himself, and he declares that he is not the world's strongest, while unleashing a powerful turbulence with his maximum output at Ella. This is able to pin Ella down, and Midori ends the combo with a tornado that sends Ella flying off. This creates a large and long crater in the ground, leaving Kasha and Rei to believe that Midori has won the fight. Thanks to his last attack, Midori is completely exhausted, with blood pouring out of his body. The dust finally clears off, and Ella appears, totally unharmed, and this tells the trio that they are screwed. Ella then decides that it is time for Midori to die because he has used his most powerful attack, which appears to be really weak. Ella unleashes a powerful attack at Midori, and with no way to block it, Midori knows that they are dead, but he hates himself for not being able to protect the two Makoto left behind. Just as the attack is about to hit, Mel's Seal of Truth appears out of nowhere to nullify the attack. Ella is shocked to see this, and when she turns around, she sees Kanagi and his squad arriving in their cars, with Kanagi's aura farming on one of the cars. Mel's realizes that the whole situation almost went badly, and Kanagi expresses his happiness that he made it on time. Ella is surprised to see Kanagi showing up really fast, and she tells him that she is not expecting him since he is supposed to be the main dish. Without hesitation, she hits them with a powerful gravity attack that sends the squad scurrying away for their lives. Midori immediately warns them, telling them to be careful because Ella is second rank. After giving the warning, he passes out from exhaustion and blood loss. Surprisingly, Kanagi thinks it's a blessing that the dude is actually out cold. Ella is pissed that Kanagi is facing somewhere else instead of the battlefield, and she unleashes a powerful ice meteor on the team. Everyone freaks out, but Iryu takes it to another level as usual, holding his head in frustration because he believes he is about to die. However, Mel's tells Iryu that he has nothing to be scared of because during their few days in Aulet, they were able to train Kanagi some more. Mel's then unleashes her power, Starlight. revealing a fiery meteor that meets the ice meteor halfway, resulting in a big explosion in the sky. The ice shatters, resulting in nothing but steam, and Ella is impressed by this. Deep down, Mel's is worried that her power is still not enough against Ella because the key is Midori. Meanwhile, Midori wakes up in his consciousness, wondering where he is, believing that he is dead. Just then, he hears Skirnir's voice behind him, telling him that he is wrong. Skirnir relaxes on the grass field, saying he was always cramped in Kanagi's mental space, but Midori's is far more convenient. Midori is shocked to see a strange person in his mental space, and he asks him who he is. On the outside, Ila is still making life hard for Kanagi and his gang. Iryu is hiding behind their vehicle, and he even suggests that they run away from the area. However, Sokka lets him know that his idea to hide behind a car is really dumb. He hasn't finished saying this when Ella hits them with a gravitational attack that causes them to start falling sideways. As expected, Iryu is the worst, as he screams out like a goat. Kanagi spots Midori's body falling off, but before he can act on this, Ella engages him, reminding him that she already told him to stop looking elsewhere. She dashes toward Kanagi, hoping to catch him off guard, but Hazama takes over Kanagi's body just in time to parry the attack with his shield. Nonetheless, she is able to unleash a powerful ice attack. Meanwhile, Suo is able to catch Midori, and he tells Kanagi to focus on the fight, assuring him that they are going to take care of Midori. Hazama lets Kanagi know that Ella is not an easy foe because he can easily feel her power from the last attack. Ella lets Kanagi know that she was only joking when fighting Midori, who is the appetizer, but since the main dish, Kanagi has decided to show himself, she lets him know that she has no choice but to go all out. Ella then unleashes another ice meteor, leaving the team utterly freaked out. Seeing how bad the situation is, Mels tells Hazama to switch with her. Mels then asks Sokka and Iryu if they can teleport the team away, but Iryu says it is impossible because knowing everyone's exact location is impossible. Mels agrees with him, and instead of whining, she just unleashes her own fire meteor to counter Ella's attack. It is at this point that Mels has no choice but to admit that Midori is quite amazing because he was able to hold out against Ella for nearly 5 minutes, and she starts praying for Midori to come back soon. Meanwhile, in Midori's consciousness, Skirnir finally introduces himself, telling Midori that he is his junior because he possesses the same crest as him. He mentions that he is the founder of the wind, and he apologizes for stirring his soul. Midori is overwhelmed by this, and he asks Skirnir why he is inside him. Skirnir mentions that they are connected via the crest, and he can just see him as his special teacher. He explains that an awakener is someone who goes far beyond human understanding, and he lets him know that his position at the moment is only at the entrance of the said domain. Skirnir tells Midori something important, which he has to know, and this is the fact that he has the dormant potential to defeat the clusters. As the battle rages outside, Suo asks Mels if they can win against Ella, and she lets them know that they have no chance, shocking Suo, who asks how they are supposed to stop Ella. Ryan then comes in, telling them not to give up because a strategist should think about the next moves, whether they are losing or not. Mels assures Suo that as long as the founders are alive, there will always be a way out. When Ella hears them say this, she laughs out loud, telling them that it is impossible to survive against her. She sends out an attack against the team, but Mels is able to block it while revealing that they are all hoping for Midori to awaken. Ella laughs even more when she learns that Midori is the one they are waiting for to come and save them. She increases the output of her power while asking the team what they plan to do when Midori finally wakes up, and Mels confidently replies that they are going to defeat her. In Midori's mental space, he doesn't want to believe that he actually has the power to overpower Ella, but Skirnir lets him know that he is the only one who can do it. He tells him that even if he enters his soul, he won't be able to use him like Kanagi, which means he will be the only one fighting. Midori holds his head down, telling Skirnir that he wouldn't have been suffering if he had gotten stronger beforehand. Midori tells Skirnir that he has been going through serious training since his childhood because he wanted to protect the people from the threat of the prophecies. Midori wants to continue expressing his feelings, but he can't find the right words, and Skirnir assures him that he knows how he feels, since they are the same. He mentions that they are always looking to save those who survived the attack from clusters, but it turns out that every time he needs power, his hand lacks it. Skirnir tells Midori that all of them are still suffering from the roots of the evil that they allowed to exist. It turns out that Skirnir also had his own share of trauma. Skirnir manages to bottle his emotions, and he walks up to Midori, telling him to give him his hand. He assures Midori that he is going to give him the power that he needs. It immediately dawns on Midori that if Skirnir gives him his power, he is going to be gone for good. Even though it all looks sad, Skirnir assures Midori that he is happy because this only means he gets to finish his mission sooner than his fellow comrades. Skirnir then grabs Midori's hands, and immediately, all of his power starts to flow into him. Midori is also able to access Skirnir's memory thanks to this, and he sees him talking to the founder of Fire Astra. Astra asked Skirnir if he was truly going to the mausoleum, and Skirnir said yes because when he asked Valentine to examine, it appeared that he was becoming useless, thanks to the fact that he used his power beyond the limit, causing his soul to be torn apart. Skirnir decided back then that he had to wait for the next awakener of the Crest of Nothingness, since this is the only thing that can stop the progress of the destruction of his soul. Skirnir tells his comrade that even if it is one person that he can choose, it is still the better option. After hearing this, Astra also tells Skirnir that he would also go to the mausoleum, but Skirnir tells him not to rush himself. Skirnir then tells Astra that fighting is really hard, and he wonders why he wasn't able to grab the girl's hand. Skirnir is still broken about the girl he wasn't able to save, but Astra urges him not to think too much about it because they all failed. Nonetheless, Astra believes that one day will come when they can entrust someone to save the girl that they couldn't save. With tears in his eyes, Skirnir tells Astra that he doubts if someone like that would ever exist because it would be very nice if it did. Now in the present day, Skirnir's existence finally vanishes after passing on his power to Midori. Midori groans in tears, and just then, Suo notices that his crest is glowing. On the battlefield, Ella is pissed that Mel's even has the thought that Midori would defeat a cluster like herself. She screams in anger, saying Midori couldn't even stand up against her, while mocking him for being nothing but a modern awakener. She calls Midori a weakling, whom she can easily freeze and break. While saying this, she continues to max out her power, and she soon unleashes an overwhelming gravity skill, Nebula Graphy, that knocks everyone on the team to the ground. Mel's tries to dispel this, but Ella lets her know that it is already too late. Before Kanagi knows, he gets hit from behind with Ella's freezing power. Mel's tries one last time to cast the right spell, but she is totally overwhelmed by Ella's power. As Kanagi slowly gets frozen, Mel's realizes that Skirnir might not have made it in time, which is why they are about to lose. With everyone now under her thumb, Ella releases a massive gravity attack, aiming to finish them off, but she suddenly realizes that she's missing a major part of her body from an unknown attack. By the time she realizes what is happening, she understands that she is being attacked by a small but powerful ball of wind, which is tearing her body apart. In no time, she gets caught in a massive windstorm that starts to throw her around, ultimately rendering her spell ineffective. Ella watches in horror as Midori appears in front of her, unleashing several wing blows to her body, which sends her crashing into the ground. Missing her right arm and her body falling into pieces, Ella can only scream in annoyance. Midori finally shows himself in an elegant fashion just to Aura Farm, while standing in front of Kanagi as their personal savior before telling Ella that it is time for them to finish their fight. With Midori's arrival, Kanagi realizes the sad truth that Skirnir is gone, but before he starts crying over this, Mel's tells him not to be sad about it because Skirnir has fulfilled his duty. Ella regenerates her missing body parts, preparing for a rematch with Midori. In a quick revelation, it turns out that Number Zero found out a really crazy fact the day he hijacked Midori's body. That very day, he used Midori's power to wipe out Manhattan Island, and when he tried to use Midori's full power, he immediately backed off. He watches in horror because of what he saw that very day. He realizes that Midori couldn't use his full power because the Earth would be destroyed along with them. Talking about theory, wind will never exceed the speed of Mach 1 because the moment it exceeds the sound barrier, shockwaves will appear. This basically results in the wind tearing itself apart, but Midori could overcome this limit by using his aura together with the wind. Thanks to this, he can generate a wind with the speed of Mach 3, and this is a wind that shouldn't have existed in the first place. The creation of such a wind should have caused the Earth to be swept apart like a bullet tearing through it because the massive vortex would penetrate from the stratosphere into the depths of the Earth. The ejected materials from the underground would also pollute the air and affect the circulation of Earth's atmosphere. All kinds of disasters, such as earthquakes, tsunamis, and abnormal weather events would happen, and the details of the prophecy that the world would be destroyed by Midori, which was written by Gita, weren't exactly an exaggeration. It is a known fact that humankind will perish if Midori decides to go all out, and it turns out that the turbulence made by Number Zero was a breeze compared to what Midori can actually do. However, Midori has finally learned to control his power thanks to his meeting with Skirnir. As Midori prepares to engage Ella, he figures out that the first thing he needs to do is create a vacuum where air doesn't exist, and this is called the void wind. Midori calculates the whole situation, and he figures out that he just has to put his enormous wind aura in this vacuum. And if he concentrates all of the energy of a Mach 3 tornado into a single point of void wind, it would be deadly against anything and everything. If he now decides to add other skills on top of this, it would become a time bomb. Without a doubt, Midori declares that he is the perfected form of a wind awakener. Ella is tired of Midori standing in one place, and she decides to attack him first with her ice spears, but just as they are about to reach Midori, they are deflected. Even Ayla herself gets thrown to the ground, leaving her to wonder why her skill is striking the ground instead of the intended target. Before she knows what is happening, Midori reaches her and punches her so hard that she is sent flying into the distance. It turns out that Midori has found out that once he can predict his opponent's movements and place his Void Wind accordingly, he can force the enemy to move the way he wants. In addition, if he uses his Void Winds as relay points, he can accelerate himself to increase the power of his attacks, giving him the speed of the Flash while retaining the punch power of the Hulk. Before Ella knows it, she starts getting thrown around the battlefield with no way to respond to Midori's attacks. Kanagi and the rest of the team are left in shock as Ella gets thrown around like she is nothing. Even Ella cannot understand why Midori suddenly got stronger. She wonders why Midori is not being eroded even after touching her, which means he is attacking her with his wind aura. Frustrated, Ella tries to cook up something powerful, but Midori easily blocks her attack before it even gets anywhere, and he lets her know that whatever she is trying to do is useless. Just by grabbing her hand, Midori releases a massive attack wind that tears her arm apart. This is when Ella realizes that she has no chance and she has to escape, but most of her body gets disintegrated by Midori's attack. As she crashes to the ground, she cannot help but admit that Midori is a freaking monster. Seeing this, Ella decides that she is going to use everything she has to kill Midori because he cannot be allowed to exist. Ella then combines her two powerful attacks, but before they can finish forming, Midori nullifies the attack. Ella is left in shock, and Midori tells her not to worry herself because the entire airspace is already under the control of his Void Wind. Ella looks down to see her lower body getting destroyed by Midori's Void Wind. Ella crashes to the ground, and with fear written all over her, she realizes that there is no way in hell that she is winning against Midori. Upon accepting defeat, she decides that she has to make the prophecy come true at least. She then releases a massive wave of aura from her body, hoping to wake the prophecy, Snowball Earth. But her energy is sucked in by Midori's Void Wind yet again. Ella is left speechless when she sees this, and Midori reminds her that he already told her that whatever she tries to do is useless because he can just suck her power using his void. Midori assures her that she can't do anything in that location, but Ella's ego still makes her believe that she amounts to something. Midori then grabs her with his Void Wind, and Ella soon realizes that she has lost all mobility, including her voice. As she is slowly disintegrated by Midori's power, she finally understands what her comrade experienced 300 years ago when they fought the Founders. Midori closes his fist and finally finishes Ella off, turning her into dust. Just as he finishes Ella, he hears Skirnir's voice behind him, commending him for a job well done. As Skirnir finally vanishes into the afterlife, he tells Midori that he is leaving the rest to him, and Midori calls him his teacher, while thanking him. Meanwhile, on a certain planet, we see a group of strange individuals who seem to know about the clusters. The white-haired tells the red-headed dude that the clusters have made a move. With what he can see, he figures out that the second rank has been defeated on Earth. The redhead doesn't see why this information is important until the white-haired tells him that the main force of the cluster is on the move, and it appears that they are headed towards Earth. The redhead is surprised by this because it is quite soon, and the whitehead tells the redhead that they should also go to Earth. Surprisingly, the redhead agrees to this, and in a shocking revelation, the redhead is Kane, and he is the founder of Wanderer. Also, with the group, the founder of the Odachi, Minamoto Shigur, and he is in agreement. Lastly, the whitehead is Kanagi Itaru, and he is Kanagi's predecessor, the user of the Crest of Nothingness. They are all aware that the battle that is about to ensue is going to be the final battle. Back on Earth, Suo expresses his shock that Midori was able to defeat Ella on his own. Midori is also stunned, and he cannot believe that he just used a portion of a founder's power. Suo freaks out when he hears Midori say that what he just used is just a portion of the power he has. Midori tells the team what Skirnir told him about how an Awakener is a being that is beyond human understanding. Since he is still at the entrance, Midori figures out that the concept of an Awakener is much deeper than what he knows. Midori starts acting weird, like a baby who is trying to grasp a weird situation. After he is done mumbling, he concludes that he wants to go deeper. Kanagi then calls his name, and when he turns to Kanagi, the first thing he tells him is that he is hungry. Just after saying this, he passes out on the ground. Later on, Midori wakes up in Kanagi's room, but he is disoriented and doesn't know where he is. Meanwhile, downstairs, the rest of the squad is enjoying the magnificent dish prepared for them by Kanagi's mother. Iryu is the first to tell the woman that he wants more because the food is just too delicious. Even though Sokka is swallowing the dish like his life depends on it, he still tries to correct Iryu, telling him to have some shame. Rui is also present, and he admits that it's been a long time since he ate the woman's delicious food. Everyone present in the room has something nice to say about the woman's delicious food. The woman berates Kanagi for telling her ahead of time that his friends would be coming over because she can't keep up with cooking. Not ready to lose their delicious dish, Iryu and Sokka offer to go get whatever the woman needs to make a delicious dish. However, the woman tells them that there is no need for this, since they are guests after all. With this in mind, she urges them to eat until they are full. Just then, Akane asks the team where Kanagi is, and Suo tells her that Kanagi is upstairs. At the same time, Kanagi has served Midori his own portion of food, and he is going crazy about how delicious the dish is. Kanagi lets him know that the dish is his mother's specialty, and he wishes that Midori could eat with everyone, but it is not possible since the world believes that he is dead. However, Midori assures him that he is good with the way he is. Kanagi then tells him that the day he scouted him, this was the same dish that they prepared for his arrival, but the S-rank hunter who attacked them finished the food. After Midori is done eating, he and Kanagi sit down to talk. Midori tells Kanagi that Skirnir handed over all of his knowledge to him and disappeared. Because of this, Midori is looking to understand his power even better so he can repay Skirnir. However, he is sad that there is no place on Earth where he can practice with his full power. Just then, Rui enters the room, telling them that he heard their conversation, and since Midori is looking for a place to train, he lets him know that he knows a good place. Later on, when Kanagi falls asleep, he finds himself in his mental space with Melz waiting for him. It turns out that Melz has figured out that Kanagi is also looking to get into a deeper power level. Melz then tells him that it might finally be time for him to reach the second stage. Melz looks into the sky while telling him that Hinoki has already gone into the rift to train. Kanagi looks up to see an island flowing in the sky. On this island is the founder of the divine beast, Byakko. The founder of Dominion, Valerian Rex, is also there, and he is excited about the fact that Kanagi is finally ready to come up to them to train. However, Rex lets Kanagi know that he is not going to show him mercy during his training session. Rex asks the founders if they trained Kanagi well, but Melz lets him know that the rest is up to him because they have done their part. Kanagi, on the other hand, is still confused as he doesn't know what they mean by the second stage. Suddenly, he is grabbed by an invincible hand that starts lifting him toward the mysterious island. Melz lets him know that from that night forward, he will be training on that island. She mentions that what they have taught him so far are merely skills that enhance human capabilities, but those who are on the island are on a different level compared to them. Since they need their power, Melz tells Kanagi that from that moment forward they will be entering the domain of founders. Kanagi screams out in shock, asking what Melz and the others would be doing at that time, and Melz replies that they also need to sharpen their own soul. Kanagi is utterly confused by all of these, as he doesn't understand what it means to sharpen his own soul. He hears a strange voice, and from the voice he easily deduces that the person talking is Rex. Rex is surprised that Kanagi knows him, and Kanagi tells him that he has read the Book of the Founders so many times that the book has almost worn out. From everything he knows, he's found out that the only person who can use this skill is the founder of Dominion, Valerian Rex. Rex is impressed that he is correct, and he drags him closer with his invincible hand. Kanagi lands on the ground, wondering where he is, and Rex ultimately tells him that his head is too high. With an overwhelming force, he pins him to the ground, forcing him to bow before him. Kanagi is shocked because he literally can't even move his body, and Rex tells him that he has to stay humble until he tells him that he can move his head. Groaning in pain, Kanagi asks Rex why he hasn't shown himself since he was inside his body too. Rex then tells Kanagi that he is just a vessel, and he believes that it would be nice if he could learn from humans like himself. Rex explains that the crest of nothingness that he owns is connected to the planet's past and future, which makes it a great potential. He mentions that the Earth is gathering all of its strongest beings from all timelines into a single one to counter the malice that is consuming the universe. He adds that the person Kanagi knows as Melstius Silentius was the first ancient king, but he and his folks have existed long before that. With a flick of his hand, he finally lets Kanagi breathe, and he tells him to raise his head. Kanagi is still confused by what he means by that he and his folks have existed long before. Kanagi raises his head to see overwhelming figures appearing on the scene, and Rex tells Kanagi the shocking truth he never expected. It turns out that Rex and his folks are demigods. Rex tells him that they have been waiting for his growth since they don't fully grasp human limits. Kanagi is confused by this, and Rex explains that his body is going to be torn apart if he is to accommodate gods, and it is obvious that they don't know human limits. Rex then lifts into the air with overwhelming pressure, telling Kanagi that it is time for them to see if he is truly worthy of having their power in order to subjugate the clusters or not. Rex tells Kanagi that this question alone is going to be his second stage. Since Kanagi has started training up there, Melz tells her comrades that it is time for them to fulfill their duty, and Astra agrees with her. The founder of the water element, Jie Shui, and the founder of the earth element, Reve, are also on the scene. At the same time, Suo is having a good sleep when his brother appears to him in his dream, telling him that it is time to take his crest. Suo is totally confused, forcing him to ask Makoto if it is a dream, and his brother tells him to interpret it however he wants, but he tells him that his aim is to give him his crest. Suo immediately asks his brother if he will be leaving again once he is done giving him the crest. His brother doesn't answer because the answer is obvious, and Suo bursts into tears because he still has a lot he wants to talk to his brother about. Seeing how emotional and tearful his brother is, Makoto transfers him into his room so that they can talk. Suo cries even harder, seeing his brother sit in front of him with his cat in his hands. Makoto commends his brother, saying he has been living well, and Suo agrees to this. He mentions that Oribe and he are living well, including everyone else in the family. Suo also boasts about how he trained under Ichika and became the vice captain of the Kanagi squad. Suo continues telling his brother about everything that has happened since his death. After talking for some time, Suo finally slows down, telling Makoto that he is so happy to see him, even if it is a dream. Suo tells Makoto that he is going to become very strong so he won't lose to him. With a confident voice, Suo tells Makoto that he shouldn't worry about him. Makoto assures him that he knows this. And just then, Makoto touches Suo's crest with his own, and a warm feeling of energy passes into Suo's body. Makoto then tells Suo something important in an inaudible dialogue, and moments later, Makoto leaves again. Suo screams out, telling his brother not to leave, and he soon wakes up to reality. He checks out his crest to see that it now has a different form, which looks even more fierce than the previous crest. The next morning, Kanagi finds it hard to eat well, telling the team that his training over the night was hellish. Seeing how dull the mood is, Suo takes it upon himself to lighten up the mood, and he immediately compliments Kanagi's mother for the exceptional dish. After they are done eating, the squad prepares to leave, and they all thank the woman for her kind hospitality. Kanagi also lets his mother know that the food was nice and delicious, and the woman smiles, saying she is glad that it was worth the stress. She even tells Kanagi to invite his friends again next time because they are all nice people. The woman then says her farewell to her son, whom she is only going to see again in the new year. Kanagi rushes off with excitement, telling his mother to prepare a nice dish for him by then. Kanagi then reaches out to Rui, asking him if Midori is with him. Rui confirms this, and Kanagi lets him know that he will be by his side very soon. On their way, Akane mentions the difference in Suo's crest, and he lets them know that it was his brother who gave it to him. With the new power that has been given to him, Suo says he has to meet with Ichika. Later on, Kanagi meets with Midori in the vast space where he is currently training. Kanagi talks about how big the whole planet is, and Midori tells him that they have Rui to thank for this. It turns out that it was Rui who told them about this inhabitable planet that the portal can also get them to. With this planet in hand, he lets them know that Midori can train to his heart's content. Apparently, the planet was initially used as a training ground for the founders, too. Midori tells Kanagi that he is going to return to the agency after he is done with his training, but he urges Midori to be his training partner. Kanagi is shocked when he hears this, and Midori reminds him that he is currently the second strongest after him, and since he wants to test a lot of stuff, Kanagi is the perfect sparring partner. Midori teases him, telling him that he is going to do his best not to break him. Kanagi then throws away every element of fear, telling Midori that he accepts his request, and with a determined voice, Kanagi declares the practice open. Meanwhile, a team of clusters is on its way to Earth, and the captain urges his members to get some rest because they still have a long way to go before they get to Earth. He tells them that they have to activate the 5 different super rank prophecies individually until their main force arrives.